Hmm?
Attack.
Oh, all right. Here we are. Let's see. Mm-hmm. So I got the chat up. We got no viewers. That's always good. We'll start off with saying Happy New Year to everybody. It's that time of year. What's it? Second? We missed a day to say Happy New Year. That's all right. We have seen this video, this stream, which was pretty funny. Lauren Southern set up the stream. She has Destiny on, and well, really, she sets up the stream and has all these girls on, right? Like that are all like right wing conservative girls. I guess they do streaming and stuff. They all have like these special mics up, and I guess they normally stream and do this kind of stuff. I don't know too many of these. I know this Chrissy Mayer chick does like interviews and stuff. I've seen. I think this Ashton chick said she's from the Blaze, but I'm not sure who she is. I don't know who Nina Infinity is either. I have no idea. Brittany Venti, we all know who she is. Yeah. Leanne Starr apparently is a porn star, but now she's a commentator, I guess, political commentator. I have no idea. We all know who Lauren is and Destiny is, but she has all these girls on, and something comes up because I knew for a long time now from like back in the day, Brittany Venti. I always want to say Britney Spears for some reason. Brittany Venti and Destiny don't like each other. Well, really, you know how Destiny is. He doesn't really care. It's more Brittany doesn't like him and calls him a pedophile because of this stream he had a long time ago. He says it was with Amos Yee. I'm not totally sure who it was with. It might have been, but I think it was sparked off by that because Amos Yee was doing the discussions about how it should be legal or whatever, and it came up to some, as I remember it, it came down to like some hypothetical where they were like, say we knew when we had the studies and studied it and we knew that we could use child pornography therapeutically as to not let any more children be harmed by it. And it's, if I remember correctly, because they don't really go over it too much, but I do remember something where somebody was reading an article, and I feel like it was a guy who was used for child pornography when he was a child, and said, he himself said that if there was a way he can use his old photos that are illegal basically to help prevent that from happening to other kids in the future, that he would volunteer that. He's been through the trauma and he wants to not allow other people to go through the trauma, right? Like, to prevent that. And so when asked to Destiny on this question that was hypothetical, not even real, it was just saying that if we knew that it would help and it would prevent more harm to children, would you be for it? And he said yes. And Brittany Venti took it as he's a pedophile, he wants to legalize child pornography and blah, 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 blah. It's not at all what he said. It was a hypothetical, and he's saying, if we knew that it caused harm, we wouldn't do it, right? Like, that's would be the reverse of that. The whole premise is that we would have to know that it would prevent harm, right? Yeah. So, like, Brittany Venti's arguments are like, oh, but you're normalizing it. And he was like, yeah, but if that's the case and you can show it's being normalized and causing more harm, then I wouldn't be for it, that, right? Yeah. Like, even if it was equal, he was saying, I wouldn't be for equal or more harm. I'm just looking for, I would be for the thing that would cause less harm, right? Like, so really, there's nothing wrong there. It's a total straw man to call him a pedophile there, and it's a total, just lack of charitability. They're just completely, and it happens with all these girls. He keeps trying to explain that, and I will say throughout this, it seems like Destiny doesn't give a shit about these people. No. So he doesn't really try to explain it too hard. He kind of like half-asses it, and he also lets them divert the conversation in other directions as opposed to arguing what he originally said, and trying to make it be about other things. But we'll see. I like this kind of stuff because this shows a lot of like what I say about people like Vosh and the serfs, and they debate someone on the right like Sean, who's not super hardcore alt-right or whatever, far right, but he debates him as if he was, and that shows an uncharitability, and that's what happens, and those debates go to shit. And this is why Lance of the Serfs is the most horrendous person to debate at any time, because every time he does, he's uncharitable, which leads him to make dumb arguments that don't make sense, that are all straw men or Martin Bailey's, and he's constantly messing up arguments. This is what happened with Lauren Southern. Yeah. And how these people exaggerate too, but this is what happened with Lauren Southern. So Lauren Southern's argument is, to Lance when they argued, was, Lance, you're tweeting out about mass graves and mass genocide and this and that. And I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think you understand the definitions of these terms, basically. So what does Lance keep arguing the whole time? You're for the genocide, blah, blah, and you know, it's okay to you that Canada did. No, she's saying, and then she would say, no, those things are atrocious, and I wish they didn't happen, but those aren't mass graves. When you say mass graves, people think something else, right? Like, we did a whole video on this, too, I think, we streamed about this. So, but he's uncharitable. He doesn't care about that argument, so he doesn't have that argument. He just keeps repeating the same thing, and that's why he was wrecked in that argument. Because they kept arguing things that the other side was not arguing. It was total straw men they were arguing. And that's what happens here, too. And this shows that the people who are radical in their views will always be this way. You can never have conversations with them about these radical points, you know? You want to talk about pedophilia, you can't talk to anybody on the far right about it. Because they have a special spot for that whenever they hear the term, it clicks and they go fucking rampant and nuts and they don't hear a word you're fucking saying. And there's the same thing with the left. Whenever you mention race or, you know, anything to do with that, you know, maybe obesity or whatever, they fucking trigger and they go nuts and you can't say shit to them, or, you know, you're just a racist. And, you know, it works both the same way. Destiny actually alludes to this and they argue with him on that. But Destiny alludes to the same thing, that, like, you know, the far right are obsessed with pedophilia and they're constantly, you can't talk to them about it, and the far left is obsessed with fascism and Nazis and you can't talk to them about anything, you know, political, or they're gonna be, oh, you're a Nazi, you know, like, and they get completely uncharitable. And this is what happens here. And it shows that both sides do this. It's a thing of radicalization. The farther you are to one direction, the less reasonable you are on certain topics.
Oftentimes, people don't care about solving anything. They just want a virtue signal. That's why people on the left will go on Twitter and say, billionaires and okay, well, where the fuck does that get us, right? Or it's why people on the right will go on and say, like, all fucking Democrats are evil or all fucking lefties or whatever,
like,
right?
how you just did with Trump supporters, okay? Comparing them to pedophiles?
He
didn't. Well, we'll get to that, but his point was not that. He didn't compare them to pedophiles. That's not what he did.
Online, and all they wanted to say is...
But this is the uncharitability. His argument in that point was, you know, oh, you know, I'm against these people and these people and these people. He wasn't putting them in equal fields. He was just saying, no, well, when you argue against this person, that person, that, you argue this. And then she takes it as, oh, you compared them the same and you said Trump supporters are pedophiles.
We don't advance any of the policy conversations that we need to be having
solution is
in order to make our society a better place. So when I want
more uncharitability, he never gave a solution. There was never a solution he gave. The only thing he said was a tactic of, we can't just say, let's shoot these people, because that's lazy. He's like, there's probably a better way and prevent more harm. That, to me, I say he's right, because I think shooting these people doesn't prevent the harm. That's after we've already witnessed the harm is when that happens, right? So it's not going to prevent the harm. And then having that as a punishment is just going to make people be better at being secretive about it, because they're afraid of the repercussions. They're going to go harder because the outcome is death. You know what I'm saying? They're like, well, I'm going to die anyway if I get caught. So I'm going to go as hard as I can. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you drink soda and they tell you, oh, you get the death penalty for drinking soda. If you love soda, you're going to go out and buy a shit ton of soda and fucking chug it in your basement quietly, and you're serving it to your friends. Like, share, drink as much as you can. You're all going to get diabetes anyway. But you know what I mean.
Less children are getting abused. That means more to me than going online and virtue signaling to all of my friends about how much I hate pedophiles. Everybody hates pedophiles. Everybody likes kids to be safe. Everybody hates child rape. Nobody is giving you any points for this, Brittany. Nobody gives a that you're anti-child rape. Everybody is anti-child rape, Brittany. The only difference is that somebody like me wants to advance the necessary conversations, even if they're hard, to figure out how to have less children getting raped. But you would rather have more kids getting raped, as long as you get to go on Twitter and post all day, just like BLM and Antifa and any crazy Proud Boy or whatever other dumb shit you see online, okay? That's the difference between you and me.
I just don't appreciate how you talk to Brittany, that's all.
You're a retard. I'm friends with you.
Really?
You're not even
based. Christy is based.
That guy
of reaching out to people that are
Oh,
already
here's
of
the
age.
original thing. That's
You're a
it. He shows it
retard.
right
I'm
at the
friends
beginning.
with
Oh,
you.
really?
You're not even.
Based. Christy is based. Holy
Really?
All right,
Oh my
everything
God.
Chrissy just
This
kicked
bad
him.
with oh my God.
Chrissy's agreeing with you and you're yelling at her.
Yeah,
that was crazy. I don't. Is that guy drunk?
I think he might have misunderstood the
Who
point.
invited this fucking caveman?
Yeah, that guy came in. He had no idea what was happening.
There's a new soap.
That's always
Can
weird
you
when
smell
you
it?
bring someone in halfway through a stream. They have no idea what's happening, and then they start arguing.
But we keep
like, as
disagreeing.
if
You
they
keep
do.
saying consensual
yeah.
child sex, and I disagree. I think that's an oxymoron.
Right,
I don't
right,
think
yeah.
children can consent
Yeah,
to
we
that.
probably
The things that I've heard discussed is I've heard that some researchers discuss the possibility of reaching out to people that are already of age. So reaching out to 20 or 30-year-old people that have had child pornography created for them, and then compensating them in some way, and then asking for use of that in treatments of pedophiles in order to keep them from offending. That's what I've read. And again, I'm not entirely sure what the conclusion is on that research, if that would prevent people from actually molesting children or not. If it would, then I would agree that that's something that should be pursued. If it wouldn't, then I would, maintain the position.
Exactly. This is not
It's
even
like
a controversial
at the
position.
beginning.
It's just like, look, I've heard about the study that they're checking this out.
Yeah.
If it works, I'm all for it. If it doesn't, then I'm against it. Like, how is that a controversial position?
He says it at the beginning. If it reduces harm, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's not for it. And that just goes over these people's heads.
It does go over people's heads. Yeah, and this was the thing back in 2017 that
Yeah.
Brittany Venti from here was saying, sharing this clip, like clipping it out, sharing it, and saying he's a pedophile, he wants child pornography.
I don't know, but keep in mind we're coming at this from different points of view, because my goal is to reduce the amount of pedophilia. Your goal is that pedophilia is okay. So like so I might agree with you on the action of some things, but our rationale for those actions and the outcomes that we're looking for are going to be much different. Where my outcomes are always goaled towards reducing the amount of actual child molestation, but your goal is to just normalize and make that an okay thing. These are two different things, right?
That's cool. Okay.
Debbie agreed.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. No wonder that dude's in jail.
Yeah.
Destiny,
But from Destiny's viewpoint, how is that controversial? Destiny's point is right. His viewpoint is to prevent harm.
My stripper friend Destiny, we used to debate back in the day.
Destiny's point is a
she's like pretty
reduction of
left
harm.
wing, and
they're
she's
making it
considered
seem like
a
he's
far-right
for more
fascist on this
It's
site,
like stupid.
just because she's not like super.
Yeah, the one who argued for ethical CP, right?
He didn't argue for that.
It's not ethical.
Hey,
He
Brit,
didn't argue for that. He said if we did a study for that and it shows that it helped, then he would be for it. But he didn't say he was for it. He's
These people take it as what parents now are going to volunteer their children.
Yeah, exactly.
Like no one's doing that.
Yeah, exactly. And the point, he even made the point that the study was to take ones who are already victims of this, are grown now, and then compensate them in some way to use their past. And I would think a lot of them would be for that. This is like how sometimes rape victims do this, and they become spokespeople to prevent rape, right? And they talk to people, and they put themselves out there as, look, I was a past victim of rape. I went through all this trauma. I want to help people.
Out about it.
I want to create help to prevent it. I want to, do the same thing. There's victims of serial killers and stuff. In fact, some serial killers get caught because their victims come out, right? And they say, I was a victim of this. They were raped and kidnapped me for 3 weeks or something, And then they become spokespeople to prevent that and help that,
Yeah.
Brittany, I got some spicy take in here for you. Destiny just messaged me. He wants to clap back at you. Well, not really. He just messaged me a clarification. My stripper friend, Destiny, said there was a long debate I had with Amos Yee, and he asked me, do you think child porn could ever be acceptable? And I said something along the lines of, the only thing I've ever heard or seen of is supposedly that some researchers are seeing if you could use old or prior created child porn and use it in therapy with pedophiles to prevent them from offending. So if that all works, then maybe since it means less children are getting raped, we could use that.
Yes.
But generally, I take a pretty big no child porn.
What? But see, this is their response. They already ignored the point where he's saying, if it worked.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And they're just instantly jumping to now.
The question.
But you don't know if it works or not. We're not talking. You're not looking at the study. Destiny was talking about a study.
Yeah.
That we still don't have a conclusion on. That it's being something that's being studied.
These people think that just looking this up, you're going to be put on a list. Like, it doesn't work that way.
It's very strange. It doesn't make any sense that they would just jump on it right away. And I understand. I'm not for that either. I'm not saying that that's a good thing. But I'm saying if we had a study, and you could show me that there is a study that this works and way less kids are molested and hurt because of it, then I'm for that. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how much you hate the idea of it. I'm for reduction of harm. There's less harm being done. I used to have these arguments with vegans all the time too, where they wouldn't like that people eat meat, period. They don't want anybody eating meat. And I would make arguments of like, hey, your veganism isn't working. You know, you might want to advocate for it all you want, but you realize it's not working, right? Like barely anybody's converting to veganism every year. Wouldn't it be better to promote less meat eaten? You know, like maybe, hey guys, you know, it's healthier for you if you eat meat only, you know, 3-4 days a week instead of every single day, or 3 times a day, you know, maybe just once a day, you know, like how about that, guys? You know, and they would be like, no, you got to stop eating meat altogether. So it's like, you don't even want a reduction of suffering. And this happens a lot with people who get really far into a topic, like these people. And if you remember, I bring this up a lot, the SJW 9000 conversation I had with him, where I was selling him, if you have a UBI that replaces welfare and gives you more money than the welfare, then it replaces it, right? You don't need it anymore. And he's like, well, why can't you have both? And I'm like, all right, well, then we don't get the UBI and you keep them on the welfare where they make less money. Wouldn't you rather switch over to UBI so they suffer less for now until you can make another welfare for them, right? That would make more sense, right? But instead, what happens is people get so gung-ho on a certain idea in their mind and that they will never reverse on it. So UBI can't replace welfare because welfare has to be there. We can't get rid of welfare. It's only right-wingers who ever want to get rid of welfare, so we can't get rid of it, even though the left also agrees that the welfare system is total garbage and we need something better. They still won't get rid of it. So we have to keep it plus put the thing that's better on top of it. Huh? Like, isn't it better to just put the thing that's better now so they suffer less for now, you know? And then if you really want after that, you can keep pushing for a new welfare to come up under that, you know? But you don't need welfare at that point, is the point I'm making. And the people who still need welfare is going to be lessened. So let those people have it. That's barely anyone. Most people will be on the UBI and they'll be fine.
Purpose of it, not for like people sitting on welfare, not getting off it.
So it's an all or nothing mentality, and it's a really weird radical mentality that you get, because it's like we either go all the way. We don't want to take baby steps. We either go all the way or we keep the shit from now. You know what I'm saying? And there's no let's progressively make it better, or let's make this step that makes it better while we keep fighting for this next step. Nope, it's all or nothing. I get everything I want, or don't give me shit and I'll suffer with nothing, you know. It's almost a child's mentality, right? You ever see that with children where like maybe you give them a gift, they still wanted that gift, but they wanted another gift that was more than that one, so they like smash it. I don't want it now. But you would have enjoyed that anyway. But it's just like, I didn't get what I wanted, so fuck everything else, regardless of how much enjoyment or good comes out of those things. It's a baby mentality.
Created child porn and use it in therapy with pedophiles.
First off, Lauren already messed up what he said right here. Let's go back.
Messaged me. He wants to
is what he
clap
says,
back
right?
at you. Well, not really. He just messaged me a clarification. My stripper friend Destiny said there was a long debate I had with Amos Yee. And he asked me, do you think child porn could ever be acceptable? And I said something along the lines of, the only thing I've ever heard or seen of is supposedly that...
Yeah, and it wasn't, well, on top of that, it wasn't even him proposing this. He's saying this is the only thing I've seen of anyone trying to make this claim of how we can make it ethical, right? And that would be it. But even then, it was not making any new stuff and using past stuff that has already been, that people have already gone through the trauma of having done with, and those people would have to agree to it and be compensated, you know, on top of that. But you would think these people would agree with it because they would want to prevent harm. And like if we could show, like he said, in a study that it prevents harm, then you would want to work towards preventing that harm.
Researchers were seeing if you could use old or prior created
now she's saying
child porn
old, but later she doesn't
use
say
it in
that.
therapy with pedophiles to prevent them from offending. So if that all works, then maybe since it means less children are getting raped, we could use that.
No.
But generally,
Which is what I said.
take a pretty big no child porn position. But people clip the fuck out of
Everybody
that
takes a
to
no
say
child
I'm
porn
pro child porn.
That's
What do
the
we
normal
do?
stance.
Okay, I know like the right wing position is we just shoot pedophiles. Obviously, I can't say that on stream, but like.
Oh my god, there's a face here I want to get.
Ashton's?
Did you see that? Was I the only one? Oh my god, that was
To
funny.
say I'm pro child porn.
I was like, I thought I was the only one who saw that.
I know.
Their eyes are all closed. Like,
No, like the right wing position is.
Is that like
shoot
that?
pedophiles.
You know what that does look like though? That looks like somebody with bad eyesight without their
Yeah.
glasses, really squinting and trying hard to see. But
Right,
it made her
trying
eyes
not
look
to
crossed
squint.
and dumb. Like she looked like she was going. "Durr." But I think it's just her squinting to try to see it, making her, and focus is making her eyes look.
Obviously, I can't say that on.
Oh, there it is again. Oh,
again.
oh, maybe she does have a. I don't want.
But,
I don't want to make fun of you.
Away from things that
For
are
their
obviously
physical
legal and
characteristics,
can't be
but
done,
she is
what is
making
the
a very
solution
silly
to the
face.
pedophiles?
Sometimes it's making her
Drown
shadow
them.
The final one.
Concrete boots, throw them in the fucking ocean. Sorry. Not gonna miss them.
I am absolutely
no,
having
it's
my
to be like,
stream.
I don't miss them. That's not even the point of the question. Like, see, this is where they already. You can't have this conversation because they can never have this from the proper side. Like already, Destiny's argument or what he said is from the perspective of reducing harm. So he's saying if this leads to less kids getting hurt, they're not looking at it from that angle. They're looking at perfect. Nobody's gonna miss them. Just shoot them. Nobody's gonna miss them. Nobody made an argument that they would be missed or that we care about them.
Yeah.
Nobody's made that argument.
No.
The argument is to reduce the harm of children. Now this can reduce some harm. Somebody offends, you kill them. They won't offend again. You put them in jail forever. Either way, they don't offend again. Throw them on an island, whatever. They don't offend again. But what this study is for, or what the thing that Destiny brought up is for people who don't offend and for people to never offend, even if they have the urge to, right? That's kind of the point of what he's saying. Finding therapeutic ways to get people who have the urge to hurt people, they say to hurt children, to not have that urge, or to use some other way of preventing them from doing real life harm to someone, whether that's a simulation, a video game, a doll, or, like a ethical CP, as they were saying. Either way, if you have a study and then it gets done and you can see, and we all know that it's true that it would cause less harm to children, then we should be for that, because the end goal and the end result and the end reason of why these women get so angry and irrational whenever you bring up pedophilia is because children are being hurt.
Right.
So you would think that they would always choose to go with the thing that causes less children to be hurt, right? Or less hurt to children. But they don't get to that conclusion because of the emotional.
Yeah. They have to make they only obviously nobody likes a pedophile or anything like that, but they can't it sounds like personifying seeing the human in that type of person with those thoughts and being like, that person wants help, so we should look for help for that person and not just cast them out in society.
Yeah. No, when I say what Destiny's saying is kind of true, because that thing of saying, if you offend once, we're just going to shoot you or cast you out from society, do all these things. Those are things that make people hide it more and make more of an effort into hiding, because the more severe the punishment is, the more the person's going to do to try to evade and do the things they want to do without being caught. There's drugs and stuff, right? We make drugs illegal. Did that make less people do drugs?
Yeah.
It just made them better at hiding doing drugs. You know what I'm saying? So if you have something that's hey, if you admit that you like a certain thing, we'll help you not hurt anybody with that. You know what I'm saying? And that will bring out more. I think that could in some way make it so less people get hurt, as opposed to them never getting help because they're ashamed. It's like they did. I think they bring it up in this, actually. I think Destiny brings it up in this. That law in California where they reduced the charge for giving someone HIV purposefully, because what was happening was people were refusing to go get an HIV test because they were like, well, if I don't know I have it, I can't go to jail for manslaughter or something, which is a harsh punishment, right? And, and I'll just go by my life being ignorant of it. That's better than actually than maybe giving someone that, And so what they did was reduce it to a misdemeanor, so it's not as bad as, it's still a penalty, but not as bad as a penalty. And they did that so now people don't have that excuse and they'll go get tested more. And it's really less likely that people will purposely give each other HIV, in the long run anyway, altogether.
Yeah.
But people wouldn't take that chance, because there's a chance if you knew and somebody else got it, there's a chance they could take you to court and be like, well, he did get tested and he knew he had it, and that's manslaughter. I'm dying now, so.
I miss all those pedophiles.
What about a
No,
wood chipper?
Throw them in the fucking ocean.
Destiny just joined.
Wood chipper.
What I heard, I was speaking to a friend of mine who is a criminologist. She's done her whole law degree.
See, these are the idiots in chat. Now that we got the idiots in chat that are making retarded arguments. No, dude, just shoot pedos would do way more. No, it wouldn't, because if you shoot them, and to know that they were pedo, they would have already caused harm. Mm-hmm. So once you shoot them, the harm is already done. That's a post-event solution.
Right.
What Destiny's talking about is a pre-event solution, how to prevent it in the first place.
Yeah.
So it never happens.
Yeah.
You know, or we reduce the amount of times it happens. Mm-hmm. If you shoot them all when it happens, you're only preventing it after they've done it once. So they've already offended, which is already something we have. If somebody offends as a pedophile, we put them in prison and separate them from children. Mm-hmm. And then they come out and they're in a program where they have to announce themselves and they're all over the internet as predators, right? Like, we have ways that are almost effectively, when a person offends once, they're pretty much always gonna just have that one offense. There's a way more of a reduced time that people will do it again, but guess what? Those people go to prison. Now, second time you do it, you're basically not getting out. You know what I'm saying? So the more and more you so shooting somebody or preventing them from doing it again is still waiting for a child to be hurt in the process, right? This is all talking about doing it before anyone gets hurt and preventing less children from getting hurt, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, already in the premise, this doesn't make any sense to say, no, dude, just shoot pedos would be way more good. You already don't understand the premise. Yeah. The premise is, if we knew that it would do more good, right? Yeah. So you already misunderstood the premise. This Nintendo pal guy already completely strawmanned and does not understand what the premise of the argument is. Yeah. And this is what happens to all of these girls in this argument, except maybe Lawrence Southern. Yeah. Because Lawrence Southern stays quiet and does try to clarify some of the things Destiny says. But regardless, nobody here understands the premise of what Destiny said, because the premise is, if we knew that it would do less harm and be better for children, and that's when we would do that. If not, then he would be against it, right? Like, none of this makes sense.
Is just a predator, is what is the only takeaway these ladies have, like most of these ladies have, is that the pedophile, predator, and there's nothing that can be done. So they just want to kill them.
Yeah, it's really a lazy solution too, and it's not a solution. It just keeps it at people just doing one offense. Yeah. And like I said, now that everybody knows that is the penalty, the people who do offend will do more in more sneaky ways. Like serial killers. Serial killers know when they murder that murder is bad. Yeah. They know that. It's not like they're justifying in the head or make us feel better. They know it's bad. They hide it. One of the biggest things for premeditated murder is that people go through lengthy efforts to hide it. So if you know you're committing a murder and you know you're going to get killed, you go through a lengthier process and more thought and premeditation into hiding it and getting away with it for a longer time. I'm not. See, this is, again, these are the people doing the same thing that these girls are doing and not understanding the argument. The argument isn't defending pedos. The argument is defending children. What's better for children? Yeah. How do we prevent more children from being molested? This guy, too, the say sorry, this is an incorrect argument. He's doing the Chris Harrison thing. Yeah. Chris Hansen. He actually let more people get away with it than he caught, because these are entrapment laws against those things. So when you do these sting operations, a lot of times, and you don't let the person offend, they get away with it. Yeah. And they go in, they do get arrested, they get ran, but when we go through the court proceedings, they usually get let out, and they usually don't go with it because that's an entrapment. And you didn't let them offend. Usually the punishment is for when you have offended. This is by far your worst take ever. You're defending pedos because it's best for kids to do things about shooting.
You're not listening.
You're not listening. This isn't my worst take. You're just extra stupid on this, is what it is. Yeah. And this is what happens, and why these women don't understand what's being said here. Exactly why the people here in this chat don't understand what's being said here. They're all really stupid when it comes to this topic. Yeah. Because they have so much emotion stuck on it that they can't think clearly on it. So they straw man your arguments. See, all of these are straw men. This guy right here, he says you're defending pedos. That's a straw man. No one's defending pedos. I think
No
if you
one is-
commit
we're not
pedophilia,
talking
just as
about
Destiny
changing the
says, they should go to jail.
Yeah.
You're talking about accepting P words before changing the law? No, I'm not.
No,
Who
neither
said
of us are
accept P
changing
words? Who
the
said
law
that?
or
Destiny never says that.
accepting-
That's not Destiny's take. First off, we're talking about Destiny's take.
Yeah.
That's not what Destiny's take is. That's why this debate is total garbage, because nobody understands. Just like this Brian C. guy comes in here, straw man's the argument from the wrong perspective. Our perspective is we want to protect children and prevent people from hurting children.
Yeah.
They're like, no, let them hurt children, and then we'll kill them. How does that work, right? It's like, no, what we want to do is prevent people from getting cancer. No, let them get cancer, and we'll just
then
kill them,
we'll
right?
kill
We'll just kill the cancer.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we'll just douse them with radiation and kill the cancer. No, but we want to stop people from getting cancer in the first place. No, let them get cancer, and we'll just charge them. It's like, huh?
We
You
didn't
just made
say
the
that.
argument that the laws are broken? No, I didn't. When did I make
When
that?
did we say that?
Can you, Nintendo Prime, can you reverse and copy word for word what I said when I said that I made an argument that the laws are
I
broken?
think you need to like
I would
slow
like to see
down
that.
and just
I like you,
listen
but dude, you're
because
talking circles and no, I'm not.
I
Where
think you're
and
just
also, can you
mishearing
go
this.
back and show me my exact quote where I'm defending P words? Like, when did that happen?
no one wants sting operations
I don't.
because like Alf just explained,
Yeah.
that doesn't help anything. And there's still a child that's being put in danger if you're
Mm-hmm.
wanting to put a scenario like that together. And I think you're not listening to
Yeah.
the whole thing of what's
Yeah,
being said here.
That's
From the
what's funny
beginning.
about this, and this is what happens
Because-
over and over again. This video is a perfect example of this, and we didn't even get it started, and
Like-
it's already happening.
like-
That's how hilariously stupid these people
We
are.
didn't
about
say
this.
laws are broken. We're saying
Hilarious.
pedophiles breaking the law are harming children.
Yeah, we're saying we don't want children to be harmed. We don't want that. No, well, type it out.
Type
What
it out.
exactly what did I say?
You gotta type
he
it
said
out,
3
'cause
minutes
we
and
can't go
3
back,
minutes
right?
and 40 ago. I said the laws are broken,
No.
and
Neither of
I'm
us said
defending
that.
P words. How?
You're
I don't
so
understand
quick.
how.
Nintendo Prime,
Stopping
Nintendo
people- all right.
Dork, you are going so fast that you need to get your word in edgewise that pedophiles are
Mm-hmm.
evil scum of the earth that have committed crimes towards children. We're talking about preventing any child from being harmed.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
No, yeah. Here's where this guy gets completely wrecked. FBI profilers study and learn about serial killers, their motives, why they want to do it. They think from the perspective of the killer in order to prevent the killer from killing. They don't say, hey, let's wait and never study what causes serial killers.
Right.
And let's just wait and let people be serial killers, and then we'll just grab them and kill them when we catch them. Nobody says that. What they say is, let's study them, learn to predict their behavior, and find them when they're young, even. If you have a kid and he tends to kill animals, we've studied this, and we know that a lot of times when kids kill animals when they're young, they grow up to be serial killers.
They don't-
So if we have a way that we could prevent that kid from growing up and actually killing people, I'm for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when they do that, Nintendo Dork, they don't do it in order to kill
No,
killers.
we actually study for preventative as well. We don't just
We're
do
not
killings, no.
these FBI
Incorrect.
agents doing that aren't doing that in order to kill the killer
No, and in
They're
fact,
doing
in
it
a
to
lot of those
catch
cases,
them.
they don't kill the killer.
and put them away and have them become accountable
Exactly.
for their crimes that they've committed. So
You don't
nobody
want to
is
kill
wiping out
keywords.
anybody.
You want to study them in sting operation and kill them so they don't have a... Okay, but
Okay.
I don't see how that's an argument
That
against
just means that you're going to
preventing
be
them
a
from
serial killer.
committing crimes. Like,
You know what?
I don't see
Serial
why that's-
killers have existed that have done that exact thing, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? They're in jail now for,
Yeah.
for doing that because that's called serial killing.
Yeah, I've never met anyone in the FBI. Yes, I have. What do you mean I haven't? I've been interviewed by the FBI.
The
Like, what the
FBI
fuck are you talking about?
about? They catch the criminals and put them in jail. And in some states, yeah, there's the
Mm-hmm. No,
death
yeah,
penalty,
and the
but not in every state.
psychiatrists who work with the FBI to study serial killers, if they write books and they look for study and they do studies and look for methods to prevent people from becoming serial killers. They do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
There's entire books on it out there. You know. Well, let's continue with this.
Anyways.
Oh wow, interviewed. Yeah, so you said met. Is interviewed not meeting one? That's how dumb this guy is. That's how you can't argue with these people. They're just they just have a weird
and I was
block
like
in their
yelling at
brain.
her. I was so angry. I was like, "How could you ever defend these people in any way?" And she's like, "Listen,
Just see, that's the problem. And then again, even in Lauren describing her situation or talking with someone about this, she says, "How can you defend these people?" And what do they say? "I'm not defending these people. You're misunderstanding the perspective. The perspective is for them to not harm children, not for their sake." For the sake of the children. I don't give a shit about the pedophile. You want to kill them, go for it. What I want is before that. Before that even, I want them to not offend because I don't want children to be harmed. And I want to reduce harm to children so that they're harmed less. And whatever method, whatever we study, I don't know studies. Like I'm not a scientist. But if scientists study shit and they tell me, hey, when we studied this, the rates of children being harmed by pedophiles dropped significantly, I'm going to be like, that sounds good. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Right? Let's do that. But if they study it and they say it stays the same and it doesn't go up or anything, then don't do that. Then I'm totally against it. They're doing a great job with all the school shootings and mass shootings and twin. I don't even know what that means. Also, studying something doesn't mean that you're going to have a solution right away. It takes time. You know, like these things take forever. But we have gotten a lot more advanced on understanding serial killers, mass shooters, criminality. We've come a long way than we did, 60 years ago. You know what I'm saying? But these things take time. Scientists, you study science for years. There's still psychological shit we've been studying for over 100 and something years, and we've never come to a solution of it. I've never been more disappointed in you. Well, I mean, you don't. I like how these guys come where they're like, I normally like you, but you have a wrong take here. You guys don't know me. You guys don't come to my channel. Like this guy, I've never been more disappointed than you. You've never even listened to me. I don't even know who you are. Who the fuck are you?
Like, who are you?
You are defending, and no, I'm not. See, another straw man.
You can
See,
rewind this.
Let me reverse this. I'm disappointed in you, happy-go-lucky. I never thought you were the kind of viewer that would straw man me and make up lies about what my argument is.
Yeah. So
you're saying you're disappointed in me, but I'm disappointed in you. I'm not. I'm disappointed in you because you're a straw manner, and I don't like straw manners in my chat. So I'm actually going to ban this one, and I'll probably just let's just time out everyone who straw mans me, and when you guys have a real argument, then I'll accept it and we can argue that. But if you're going to keep straw manning my argument, I'm just not going to even care that you're there.
Not defending them, you just got to chill out for a second.
Yeah, see that Lauren's saying it right now. I'm not defending them. You just got to chill out for a second, but they don't want to chill out for a second. They don't want to hear what the argument is.
I'm just telling you the psychological analysis.
And then they just straw man you.
But apparently,
exactly what's going on
when people are assaulted at a certain age, that age that they were assaulted at, that's the age they get stuck at.
Yes.
And they don't. So that's where they stay.
That was an interesting thing when we got to this part and we were talking about who else was it that brought, I think it was Gavin McGinnis brought up the concept that, you know how you get those girls who talk in like a baby voice? Oh, we had a weird fan of Devin's that was sticking around that would do that, and we would keep catching her and that'd be like, why are you talking like that? Like, what's wrong with you? And then they try to trick another friend of ours, and I was like, that's not her real voice. Don't let her get away with that shit. This chick is lying to you. But he was saying that a lot of times where they've studied that in psychology, that a lot of times when girls do this is because they were molested at that age and they're kind of like stuck in like trying to be that age or something, like, or in that mindset, and they'll start talking like a child and stuff. They think it's attractive to people. It's really weird.
Attracted to that age as well. So if they got assaulted at 9, they stay stuck at
disorder.
I'm a 9-year-old, and of course
that's
what I'm going to be attracted to.
Well, I'm not wrong because you guys are trying to tell me I'm wrong, but you're giving me a straw man.
Yeah.
I haven't made that argument. Let's do one thing. Let's do one thing right here. With Nintendo Pal, actually, right? The Nintendo guy. Nintendo guy, steel man me. Write my argument in the chat and say that this is what I think your argument is, and write it in the chat. And I will tell you if you're right or not. But what's going to happen is he's just going to say, I'm right because I say so. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody here wants to actually have the argument. They just want to virtue signal, which is what Destiny says in this. That's exactly what's going on here. Everybody's just virtue signaling.
Use your
Have we
time
heard
now
an
to
alternative
think of-
solution yet? Is this all before the actual argument stuff? No, yeah, there's no solutions discussed in this, right?
No.
I don't remember anybody discussing solutions. in this.
Just kill them.
That doesn't happen in this video. But that's part of what the problem is because nobody's discussing solutions in this, but they're pretending they are. That's the straw man. Destiny comes in to talk about a hypothetical that he agreed to, which is a hypothetical I think everyone agrees to unless you're really stupid and don't understand the
Too
concept.
sensitive about
Yeah,
this topic.
unless you just don't understand, unless you don't understand the argument, which is why I'm saying everybody's straw manning me. But they understand it; they're doing
They're
it on
just
purpose.
being ridiculous.
Yeah, I think they're doing it on
ridiculous about
purpose because I don't believe there's that many stupid people in my chat. I just don't believe it. Oh, Happy New Year to you too, man.
Know your grandpa.
But they keep saying, oh, then what? You're saying that this is a solution and this and that, but he's not saying it's a solution. He's just saying in the hypothetical, if that was something that caused less harm to children, then he would be for that. This is so odd. Anyone angry that you are defending pedos, you are banning? Come on. Oh, because it's a straw man. I don't like straw
No
man.
one here is banned.
If you're gonna come to my here's a rule, just so everybody knows who watches my channel. If you're coming at me in bad faith, I don't want you here. I'm gonna ban you. I'm really just timing people. I'm not banning you, but just so you know, if you continue to come back in bad faith, I'm banning you. And I don't give a shit. You can come here and say, free speech. Why are you banning? Banning is lame. I do this as a hobby. I don't really care to have an audience. Like, I don't care if you guys come or not. Like, you're give or take. You know what I'm saying? Like, who are you? I don't even know who any of you guys are. I have regulars who come here, and none of you are the regulars except for like one or two people who understands what I'm saying. So, I mean, why do I care if you're here or in the chat? Why should I care to keep you and not ban you when you're coming at me in bad faith and straw manning my argument?
Yeah.
Which is not even my argument. It's Destiny's argument, which is funny. These girls straw man Destiny's argument. So we come on to make a video to explain how they're straw manning Destiny's argument. So people come here and straw man me. Exactly the same way that we're about to explain that these girls are straw manning Destiny.
Yeah.
It's so funny, right?
I'm mentally a 9-year-old, so.
Hell yeah. I wish you could put gifs in the chat so I could put that one of Thor with the hammer.
Yeah. Not.
The ghost
Chrissy,
guy
I
that
think you have
goes,
to accept
he
Destiny
signed
into
and
the
he
room.
disappears. That guy.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
interested in the psychology.
This is the way.
Oh, Destiny's a man.
Destiny's my stripper friend.
I was
Hi,
imagining.
Destiny.
Well, when
I
you
was
said
imagining
stripper
a
friend, I was
stripping
imagining
female.
the
But
Destiny is they them as well. So
But I will make one point about people getting banned and people come in the chat. You could not get banned by acting in good faith. Now, if you want to come and steel man my argument, or you want to have a discussion of that, that's one thing. But for you to consistently misrepresent my argument and straw man my argument, I don't need you here.
Yeah.
For what? Why should I tolerate people acting in bad faith to me? Here's what you are saying. Pedos should be allowed to tell everyone they are attracted to kids. They are now. You're 100. It's not illegal for people to say they're attracted to kids. They just don't. It's not socially acceptable. It will never be socially acceptable. And I'm never going to say that I think it should be socially acceptable.
That's
That's
not our
that part.
argument.
Already, straw man. That's not right. I've never said that. Get therapy and be accepted as so they don't hurt kids. But they will. But wrong. Then you already misunderstand the argument. The argument is if there was a study that showed that it did less harm, then I would be for that, right? Also, yeah, dude, you don't believe in freedom of speech. Let's be real, just okay. I don't believe in freedom of speech in my channel on Discord, and now
it's me.
I'm not even gonna time you out. Now I'm just gonna ban you.
Oh.
See, she
You
timed
think-
you out. I'm gonna ban you straight up.
Hang on a second.
And if anybody else wants to have that freedom of speech argument, we can set that up for another day, and I'll tell you why you're not. Why I don't. There's no expectation for you to have freedom of speech in my living room. If I invite you to my house for me to speak to you and you come and act like an asshole, I have every right to grab you by the collar and drag you out of my house. And you can't go, freedom of speech, bro. I get to say whatever I want in your house. No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm not taking away your freedom of speech. You're more than welcome to go start your own YouTube show right now. Go to your YouTube channel, start up a stream, and talk all the shit about me you want. I don't give a shit. Go for it. I don't care. I'm not going to even react to it. I'm not going to go to your channel and start typing in the chat, oh, freedom of speech, bro. I don't care. Go talk all you want. You have the right to your own channel. It has nothing to do with me. But this is my channel, and you want to come here and act like an asshole. I'm gonna ban you. I don't have any pretense, or I'm not for or against that. I'm 100% for people banning people from their chat. I'm totally for that. I've never been against that. So don't even come with the I'm disappointed in this take. I've had this take for like the 7 years I've had this channel. You should see my ban list from like 5 years ago. I've never had the concept or ever put out the idea that I don't ban people. Yeah, we talk about freedom of speech because you didn't invite me here. YouTube did. This isn't your living room. Yes, it is my living room. And you know what? Get the fuck out of my living room. Look at you get timed out in my living room. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You're timed out in my living room. Now what? I guess I do have the right to do that, don't I? Why would the option be there if I didn't have the right to do that?
And you know what? Before your other message was removed, YouTube also gives their creators the ability to time people like you out. This is literally why that feature exists. YouTube agrees with our banning you out of our living room.
McDonald's has the right to kick you out of McDonald's for talking shit. If you're annoying their customers, they can grab you, call the police, and the police come and take you out of McDonald's. You don't have that freedom of speech. Now, you can go somewhere else and talk. Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm going to have to mute for a bit, guys.
A woman.
Yes.
You guys want to be next?
I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to leave you with Chris.
Okay.
For a second.
Okay. Okay, so I'll play the video, if that works.
To each other like this.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know.
Oh no, I think it's echoing everywhere. Oh my god. Okay, so we'll just wait for Alf to come back for a second, and I guess I'll look at the chat in case there's any other crazy people here. I'm reading the chat. I'm so sad you were wrong on one topic and you're banning everyone. This is so sad, dude. No. And no, YouTube doesn't agree with you creating an echo chamber because this isn't an echo chamber. Alf doesn't have an echo chamber, first off. So, I would do a dance if I were. I would not do a dance. Never mind. Life is awesome at 7 for 11. I could see all the heads. Help me.
But you see what the problem is, right? Like, everybody just strawmans the argument, and then let's do it.
No, we're not banning or timing anybody out who doesn't agree with us. You guys keep making the exact same argument, and you can rewind and rehear what we've said earlier. But you're just being stubborn about it, saying the same thing. You guys are in the echo chamber. You
guys are the echo
What's
chamber.
Your name?
You're not willing to hear anything different. And I try to explain it to you, and you strawman me. Yeah, I try to explain it to you. You guys strawman me. When I try to explain that you guys are strawmanning me and try to explain to you what's actually happening, you guys continue to strawman me in the same way. How does that work?
Same thing.
You guys are the echo chamber. You guys are the echo chamber. We're trying to just... In fact, it's not even much of an argument. We're explaining a hypothetical. They're not even confronting the argument as if it's a hypothetical. They're missing the hypothetical. Who was the guy earlier who made that argument that tried to steel man me and got it wrong?
Oh, the Nintendo pal?
It wasn't the Nintendo guy. It was one guy who said, well, he was saying, I think it was this guy.
The say story.
Yeah. Here's what you are saying. Pedos should be allowed to tell everyone they are attached to kids. That was never part of the hypothetical. I don't know what part of the hypothetical that was part of.
Yeah.
But that's already allowed.
Right.
It's not illegal to do that.
No.
That's already allowed. And get therapy. Well, yeah, I mean, there should be therapy for that. And there probably already is therapy. All these things probably already exist, I think. And be accepted so they don't hurt kids. I don't care about them being accepted. But yeah, the accepted part is never part of the argument. That's never happened in this argument. So that's what I'm talking about, where they can't even steel man my argument. This is why I say I will continue to read and see if people will steel man my argument. If you steel man it properly, we'll have the argument.
Yes.
Random people explaining an argument to you isn't an echo chamber. Banning everyone. No. First off, random people aren't explaining an argument to me. What they're doing is straw manning my argument.
Yes.
Right?
So go sit with the others.
And then banning everyone who disagrees with you. I'm not banning everyone who disagrees with you. If you disagree with me, I'm fine with that. What I'm banning is you being an asshole. Yeah. That's what I'm banning. If you're going to come here and be an asshole, there's no expectation for me to keep you here. Why? Right. What am I keeping you here for? You know, for your own entertainment? I don't give a shit about your... I do this for me, you know? And there's some people who like to watch, so then I do that for that. But I don't need you here. Like, your voice, it doesn't matter to me. Your voice doesn't matter to me. This is an output.
This is called
not an output and an input. This isn't a community. This is me outputting. You know what I'm saying? And whenever I take the input, that's at my own discretion because I fucking feel like it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what this is. It's like if I go and if I was doing this on stage and people kept saying shit to me, I'm trying to explain something, and people keep saying or misrepresenting my argument and saying, you're saying this. No, I'm not saying that. Let me explain. What I'm saying is blah, blah, blah. You're saying that. But I just told that guy that I wasn't saying that. Now I got to explain it to you, all right? And then I go to explain that. What you're doing now is interrupting the show. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's not productive at all. Like, how is that productive? How is that fun even? Like, to me, it's fun to ban people. So that's where the fun comes for me. But it doesn't make any sense. Really, what you should do is you can ask questions.
Yeah, there's a better way to ask your question.
And this is where I always do this with arguments and ask people to steel man my arguments, because that's where the questions can start. Because people will keep straw manning you. You can explain it all you want, they still do it. And then you say, okay, steel man me. And then you get to see the parts of the arguments that are not yours. Like I just did with that guy, and almost every part of it wasn't. But now I can tell them, that's not my argument, that's not my argument, that's not my argument. Now they know that. Now they can ask me questions. Oh, so is this your... It's weird because they could just listen in the first place and just take what I say at face value and understand what it means and be like, okay. Now, but instead they have to keep adding things into what I'm saying in order to turn it into something it's not. You know?
They hear that one word and now they're shoving a bunch of their bullshit into it to make sense to what their opinion or their takeaway is. And that's still not what it is.
So totally not what it is. Yeah. And then I have to keep people who are straw manning me over and over around. Like, why? You're not disagreeing with me. You're being dishonest with me, and you're treating me like a person that I'm not. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You're doing what the left wingers do when they call everyone a Nazi for making certain arguments. You know what I'm saying? If I come up here, you know, it's funny because I do this and I'll get this argument, but I've done these same exact videos where I'm responding to somebody who's talking about black on black crime, and everybody else in the panel is misunderstanding what they're saying, and they're saying, oh, so you just want to lock up all black people, you're racist, and this and that. Exactly in the same way, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's exactly, this is what the point of me doing this video is, and the people in the chat just proved it, is that the further right you go, or the further left you go, the horseshoe effect is true. It takes effect, and the people have the same tactics, the same hard-headedness that comes with certain topics from the far right is the same hard-headedness you'll get from certain topics on the left. You bring up race on the left, oh, you're defending racists, you're defending Nazis, and then you bring up, you know, child sex crimes and say, oh, you're defending pedos, when nobody's defended pedos, not one person. Yeah. Destiny never did. I never did when I'm describing Destiny's point, right? Yeah. None of these girls did, so who did it? You know what I'm saying? Who defended pedos? People keep saying I did, but when?
Where?
When did I defend it? In fact, I agree it should be a crime. I agree people should go to jail for committing that crime. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm worried about is when people commit that crime, they've already committed it. I would prefer that they never commit it, you know, not for their sake, for their victim's sake. I prefer that there's never another serial killer, because I would prefer somebody not to go out and kill people, because not for their sake, for the people who were killed. Who are innocent. It only makes sense. You have to be almost somewhat, you know, mentally incapable of critical thought to not get to that conclusion, that your whole problem with it is not the people doing it. It's the people getting hurt. You don't want the people to get hurt. You don't want people getting hurt. That's the whole problem with the situation, right? Like even vegans, this is why I say with vegans' whole problem is what they say, and this is how you know they're lying. This is why these people are lying. And all these people that act like this way, they're inside their minds, they don't realize it, but they're lying in some way. Because with the vegans, they would say, oh, we want to stop suffering of animals.
Right.
So you'll make an argument to them that helps them reduce the suffering of it. Okay, animals are still going to suffer. We understand. But this way, in this solution, animals will suffer less. There'll be less suffering per animal on top of less animals having suffered.
Right.
And they go, no, you just got to stop eating meat altogether. It's not an issue. That's not their, they say, this is almost the reverse of a straw man. People straw man your argument. The truth is their own arguments are straw men.
Yeah.
Like they don't have an argument.
No.
They lie to you about what their argument is. Now, right here, one of these people could be like, oh, I'm against pedophilia because I don't want kids to get hurt. So then you bring up an argument like this, hypothetical. Well, let's say we found this way that would help prevent harm from the children, so the children won't get hurt. Oh, you're defending you know what I'm saying? Then your problem isn't with the children getting hurt.
Yeah.
You actually don't care about children getting hurt. You care more about punishing and catching somebody doing something bad as opposed to preventing the damage done by those things. You know what I'm saying? So are you pro sting operation? Are you going to keep hiding behind? I'm not against. When did I say I was against sting operations?
We're just saying sting operations
not part
haven't
of it.
helped anything. And to your second point, that what you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
if you're gonna have us have Alf re-explain what the comparison to vegans was just
Mm-hmm.
now, you're not listening, and this is why you're being timed out. This is
Yeah.
why you're being timed
Well,
out. Okay?
he also
Listen.
said, why are you comparing it to vegans? I explained the comparison. How
Yeah,
does he not know?
exactly.
The
That's why I'm
comparison
saying
is
you're
how
being timed
people
out.
make arguments about things they say they care about, but when you reach a solution for them, they're still against it.
Right.
So the truth is that that's not what the real argument is. That's the argument they tell you,
Yeah.
but that's not their real argument, because when you find a solution for that argument, they still don't want it, right?
Yeah.
Lefties do this all the time. When you find a solution for, like, say, black crime, which is like, well, less fatherless homes or something, then they won't accept that, right? They'll be like, no, but more homes with fathers in the black community would make less crime,
Less
right? Less
crimes.
black and black crime. Yeah, but no, I don't want that. No, like that's racist. You know what I'm saying? That's where you find out that their argument is a lie. Not for asking questions like you asked them to do. Well, we're timing people out just for the fun of it. Why not?
I timed that person out because he's not listening and is just too busy typing. So now, hopefully, now he's listening to what the clarification was.
Also, I did ask people to ask me questions, but I also declared earlier, and if you missed it, that's your bad. You can start watching this from the beginning if you want. But I declared that if you were going to straw man my argument, then you're acting in bad faith. And anybody who comes to my chat and acts in bad faith is getting banned. So if you want to know how the guy acted in bad faith, he said, look, and he's saying I said this.
This is why you're
he
being
said
put
there are
in front of
entrapment laws, so people like Chris Hansen did more harm. I didn't say that.
No.
When did I say Chris Hansen did more harm?
Yeah.
I'm just saying Chris Hansen didn't do as
not
much as you
helping
thought.
anything. Yeah.
Some people got away with those things
Yeah.
because of Chris Hansen.
Alf literally said those people that Chris Hansen got, like in
I
that
didn't say
sting
did more.
operation, were charged, but it didn't prevent anything from happening,
Mm-hmm.
and it's also being sold to be put on TV.
Mm-hmm.
No crimes are being prevented other than the ones that were caught in this whole big production for Chris Hansen to be like, well, how to sleep with a predator.
But
Okay,
I'm
that's not
for sting operations when done by the police and proper authorities. I'm not for sting operations like vigilantism. I'm not for vigilantism. I would probably let some people slide for catching pedophiles and shit like that, But that would be, that's not a moral thing. That's my own personal thing, that I would say that. But morally, by law, everybody deserves due process. And sting operations and vigilantism shouldn't be allowed. But sting operations by the federal government and stuff, or by the police, yeah, go for it. Why not? So you like Chris Hansen? Chris Hansen to me is a guy who's out for money and views. I don't think he actually cares about the things he's doing. Like, I think he just found a niche. He used to do other shit before this. But to catch a predator, he found a niche and now he's stuck with it.
Yeah.
But he's also fucked up other things. I think there was a thing with Onision and his girlfriend, and they could have been caught on shit. They were literally grooming 14-year-olds. And Chris Hansen fucked that up and alerted Onision to it and his wife or whatever. And the FBI actually did have a sting and were wiretapping them and looking into them.
Yeah.
And Chris Hansen kind of fucked that up. And now they're not
They tried to
being
sell
punished for grooming a 14-year-old
the
child.
information that they gathered instead of like bringing those people to justice.
Mhm.
And again, this person isn't
Yeah.
listening. Like,
No, he's not listening. And it's more nuanced. These people just think, oh, Chris Hansen, he does this, that's great. But it's more nuanced than that. A lot of people got away with doing shit.
Yeah.
A lot of people were tipped off, and which is fine. If that prevents them from doing something, that's fine. But they could have been caught earlier, basically. Sting operations done by vigilante groups can often have a negative impact on prosecutions. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And that, Chris Hansen did work with police, but in some of those situations, it was not done properly. And these people were just let go. It may be cool. You're watching the show and it looks like everybody got arrested. But just because people are arrested doesn't mean they're convicted.
Yeah.
Those are totally different things. If you look at the hit rates for convictions, I'm pretty sure they were pretty bad on To Catch a Predator.
Yeah.
Pretty sure a lot of those people didn't actually get arrested and get
we don't have a problem with Chris Hansen. We just don't think
So
that
if you
it's
could
preventing any
more
crimes from
stings,
being-
but you have a personal beef. I didn't say I want that. Like, where?
Yeah, like,
this is
you're
weird.
not
Like, you say
understanding
something and they just add stuff. I said I'm fine with stings when they're done by authority,
Yeah.
by people who are gonna actually do something and know the laws and know what not laws to violate or ways that they might get let go because they fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, the FBI understands that shit. The police understand that shit. Somebody like Chris Hansen, he doesn't always do that. He's a journalist. He doesn't go by the law every time.
Yeah.
So sometimes they don't get it all right. I'm not for or against Chris Hansen. I don't give a shit about Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
I don't care about him at all. Like, it's so weird that people even bring him up. Like, what? And also, why is this even talked about right now?
Yeah.
What part of this argument has anything to do with sting operations?
Yeah.
Like, at all. Nobody made an argument for or against sting operations in this video. It's so strange to be stuck on that, right?
Yeah.
So how would you prevent it? I don't know. I am not a scientist. I'm not a person who makes laws. I'm not a senator. I'm not a police officer. I'm not any person of any authority or knowledge on this topic. So I personally would not have a way to prevent this. It's not for me to do. I didn't study this. There's experts out there who are doing that, and that's their job. And I trust them to do their job. They're the ones who went to school all their lives and have studied this all their lives in order to do this. So it's not up to me. It's not up to Destiny. It's not up to Brittany. It's not up to Lauren. It's not up to Eugene Christ. It's not up to any of us to come up with ways to prevent it. It's up to us to have these discussions. Maybe there's hypotheticals. If you want to put up a hypothetical, that's cool. I'll tell you if I'm for or against that. But the hypothetical has to come with helping children, because my main goal, as was Destiny's in his interaction, was to help children. So that children are molested. And in fact, I think that has a recidivism effect where the less children that are molested and hurt as children means the less people will grow up to hurt children. Because a large number of pedophiles, a large number of people who hurt children is people who were hurt themselves, and they repeat this cycle of behavior. Talk is cheap without any... I don't care about that. You can try another slogan if you want. I don't care about that. I'm not for action. I'm not an advocate. If you want to come here and treat me like I'm an advocate, you're gonna feel so wrong, because you're gonna be like, this guy totally has no advocacy of anything.
Yeah.
All I do is talk about ideas, analyze arguments, and how the argument could be better, whether I'm for it or against it. You're in the wrong place if you think you're gonna shame me into some activism or something. Because I'm in my 40s. Any activism I was gonna do happened 20 years ago, bro. It is not happening anymore.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck trying to get me to have action on anything. Good luck. That is funny, though. Here, let's continue.
STD from all the cutlery.
Like, you see, already, here's where the uncharitability starts. You see, the second Destiny comes in, all these women start. You can't talk.
Chrissy, I think
they
you
all
have to
start
accept
talking.
Destiny into the room.
Okay.
I'm explaining
okay.
the psychology.
Accepted. Oh, Destiny's a man. I had no
Destiny's my
idea.
stripper friend.
I was imagining.
hardly.
I
When
was
you said
There you
imagining
go.
a
friend, I was
stripper.
imagining
He's
Get
the
it
height
up,
of a
up, up.
woman.
Yes.
You guys want to be next to each
He has
other?
the height of a
There you
woman,
go.
like straight
There you go.
And
insults.
I don't want to be that close.
Ad
And I might
homs.
catch STD from all the cuckery he goes through.
For all the cuckery.
Destiny gets some
Yeah,
nice
he's like
ladies.
openly a cuck. If you guys didn't know that.
Nice looking.
He loves to
Wow.
talk
Wow.
to his
3 or 4
girlfriend.
ad homs right off the bat. Are you really that?
I don't know. Maybe he is a cuck, but is it a cuck if you both mess with other people? Is that a cuck? I thought a cuck is
When only one
When-
of
yeah,
you are
when only
doing
one.
it. So they don't even understand that part. Right?
I'm pretty sure Destiny and his girlfriend are in open relationships, and they screw with people individually and together. So I
No
don't
one's
think-
forced. Yeah,
love this.
John Christ, you're not being forced to be here
Then why
if
should
you
we
don't want to
listen?
listen because we aren't
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about the things that you want to talk about and get to a solution.
Oh no! Wait, can I give him an answer?
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah.
How about that, Gene
How about-
Christ? Don't listen
You
to
know
me
what?
then.
That,
There you
yeah,
go.
Scratch what
Easy
I
as
said.
that.
Said, you know what?
If you don't like my channel, if you don't like what I'm saying, if you don't like, you have 100% the right to go somewhere else. Nobody's telling you should. I didn't go to you and say, "Hey, Gene Christ, you should come listen to me on my channel." I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I just started a stream and notified people that I was streaming, and you came.
Yeah. And you're not
That's right.
being
Have real
held accused.
conversation.
Actually,
Let's
that's
Actually,
All right,
Are you
go at
okay?
it. you two.
Yeah, are you
Need a
okay?
blanket?
Yeah.
Brittany's back.
Yeah, but you can see that's what I was talking about, the uncharitability. Like Brittany right away is like attacking him, ad hominem, making fun of the way
Yeah.
he talks. She starts making fun of his face, that when he thinks somebody's dumb and he does that face thing, he puts his hand on his face. Like she's already being antagonistic here. You know this is gonna be uncharitable. This is
But
just
okay.
like
I love Brittany.
Sean
Let's
Yeah,
debating
I'm
Lance or
obsessed.
something.
Did
And
you
Lance
ask
is
if I need a
completely
blanket? Are you
uncharitable.
the-
And for everything that Sean says, right, Lance will be like, "Oh yeah, because you hate black people."
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Like this is exactly what's going on, but on the other side,
A child, I think you need a blankie.
Oh shit.
Chrissy, please
Let's have a
put
real
them beside
conversation,
each
guys.
other.
Come on.
I want
Let's
to
have
go.
a real
I need to
debate.
go one
Let's have a
more.
real
Yeah, thank you.
conversation.
Feel cozy right here.
anytime you encounter a
Feel
group
like
of women,
nice
you're in
little
trouble. They
Brittany
rip
and
waiters
Lauren
apart.
sandwich,
Yeah,
I'm sure
Yeah, I
we'll
know
Of
what
course,
you
of
mean.
course he likes this. He's surrounded by several women. Of course he likes that.
Exactly.
Okay, so wait,
Just
let's
like a cuckold, right?
Alright, a little
clarify
background
your
on this
wait,
man.
wait, everyone. Clarify your take on the pedo question.
Okay,
Sid.
I
let me
don't even
just
think we
first off,
clarify.
okay.
I don't
See,
even
but-
think we get past like one of their one of their things.
This was bad already too because she just says the pedo question. Be specific. What's the argument? You know what I'm saying? That way, if Destiny doesn't agree with what that argument is, he could be like, "Nope, that's not my argument." And then, guess what's gonna happen? They're all gonna agree. They're all gonna be like, "Yeah, we all agree. They suck. Put them in jail, whatever." It's like, right. But what is not being is clarified is that Destiny's not talking about that. Destiny's talking on. We just saw the clip at the beginning. He's talking about a hypothetical
Yeah.
where the study's telling you that this causes less harm. So of course you're gonna go with what causes less harm. Right? It's so silly. And then they make all these other arguments, but the argument you're making doesn't work in the hypothetical. You just broke the hypothetical, and now the answer's changed.
Yeah.
So when you say when you say, okay, so if there's a study that says children are hurt less if we do this ethical CP thing for therapy, okay, I'm for that. And then you say, oh, but slippery slope and it's going to normalize and it's going to hurt more children. Okay, then I'm against it. Like you just broke the hypothetical. The hypothetical was that we know it would lead to good results, and you're saying no, it would lead to bad results. Well, now you broke the hypothetical, and now I don't agree with the hypothetical anymore.
Yeah.
Right? So where's the
what's
problem
so
here?
hard
This is what causes the problem here, because and Destiny says this a few times in this. He was like, well, if it ended up causing harm, then I would be against it.
Yeah.
Like the whole point of the hypothetical is that we knew that it wouldn't. If we knew,
Yeah.
But it's like people just don't understand what hypotheticals
They
are
can't
for some
believe
reason, or
the
thought
what if
experiments.
thing.
Like, they don't understand it, especially these girls, because they're so stuck in their position. They're so emotional about this that they can't understand the concept that Destiny isn't promoting anything or even making an argument for something. He's talking about a hypothetical. It's not even like he's addressing anything. It's a hypothetical.
Yeah.
It's a fake scenario.
The
But
what
he's
if
like, if
thing.
this scenario happened to meet all of these criterias, then I would be for it. But any one of those criterias is not there, then I would not be for it, right? That's how hypotheticals work. Like, so it's weird. No, you're incorrect. You are relying on one study. No, I'm not. What study?
What study? We haven't brought up a study.
What?
There's no study that we have.
That's
have
the flaw in
referred
your
to.
argument, but it's a hypothetical. I don't
not
understand.
even- it's
like, I don't
one
get.
of the
Can you
things that-
elaborate on that? Because you're not making any sense. Like, first off, I'm not relying on any study. I haven't brought up or shown any study. Not relying on any study at all. And I don't have an argument. My argument is that Destiny is talking about a hypothetical, and they're all straw manning him, and not understanding that what he's talking about was a hypothetical.
In his hypothetical, no studies were shown.
Destiny does. We watched this before you. I've watched this 3 times already. So you could say we watched this before you. I watched it before you. I watched it live. We watched it live, and then we watched it again the next day, and now we're watching it on the stream. All I did was cry and ban trolls. I'm like, all right, well,
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna cry more and ban more trolls. Yeah, but you know what's funny about this is ban. So he's admitting they're trolls. So I should ban them, right? Thanks for admitting it, at least. At least you admit you're a troll.
To the others that are sitting in
yeah,
the corner.
go complain to the other trolls then. But come here in good faith. You already came in bad faith. Your argument made no sense at all.
Yeah.
Like, I did not do. You strawmanned me again. More bad faith. Like, it's the same thing over and over again. And then you admit that you guys are all trolls. So why should I keep you? Why do I care about trolls? Does this say
Your friends can't even relay the proper fucking information. You're not staying around, okay?
Does this video say like Destiny versus Harpies and also come troll me? Like, I don't care about trolls. I don't care about you trolling. Why do I care about that? Go do that somewhere else.
Fuck Lauren. Okay. I didn't want to come in here and do this. Okay. She baited me into this.
But you're here.
You did it.
You have no problem with ambushing. You did it before. You did four with me last
Number
time.
2,
Do it
if
again.
me jumping into a call where 5 other people agree with you feels like an ambush, that's your problem, honey. Okay. Number 2, all right. This is not like.
Yikes.
Are you good?
Are you good?
Okay, so number 2, okay, I'll leave whenever you want. I don't want to like hijack this and turn it into like some big fucking debate thing. Okay, that's not, I didn't come here to do that. Okay, but this take gets thrown around a lot. Okay, so
It's so funny
quick
that you
version
can't even
is
do
there's a guy
a
called
video on this
Amosi
video
that
without
was
people
running
doing the
around
same
the
stupid low IQ shit that the girls are
argument
doing
that
in
the
this
age of
video.
consent should be
It's
0
over.
years old.
I
You can have
didn't
sex with
either. I
1-year-old
figured there'd be
children.
1 or 2 people
This guy
who didn't
was-
get it at first, but then they would get it. I had no idea. I had so many low IQ people watching my content. No idea.
Yes.
If you guys, I kind of feel like making a rule, like if you're under 35, like don't come
Don't even
here,
bother
right?
coming around.
Like why do I have dumb children showing up in my chat? Where did this happen from?
Very far
Yeah,
out
he's
there.
disgusting. I agree.
To the ocean.
So, but the thing that I noticed was that when he was debating all of the people in the skeptosphere, nobody really understood like why we have like consent or what informed consent means or what anything means about like sexual relationships or power date. Like nobody had any idea. So I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll try debating this guy because it seems like nobody can actually have a conversation about this or like say, well, why is it bad to fuck a 2-year-old aside from the fact that they're 2 years old? Nobody actually had a good answer to that, which was pretty
Thank
crazy.
you, Mr. Cox.
Now, in the
You're
course
40.
of our like 2-hour debate,
Did you say you had a good answer? To
I
that?
I do feel a lot of it is a young thing. A lot of these people are young. I mean, Brittany Venti herself is like, what, 22,
24 or
23?
something like that,
She's
yeah.
pretty young. This Ashton chick looks pretty young. I don't know about the rest of these girls, though. But you notice Lauren, this is why I think Lauren gets it. Because Lauren barely talks throughout this whole thing. But when she does, she's clarifying things Destiny said. So I think she didn't want to go against the narrative of the other girls because they're all her friends and they're all in the same circle and they're all right-wingers. And also in her circle, she doesn't want to be the kind of person who's like, no, you're not understanding, when it comes to this topic, right? Because they're all so emotional about it. But there are times where she clarifies things Destiny's saying because they try to strawman him. There's many times where they're like, "Oh, you're doing this, you're defending," and then Lauren's gotta be like, "Well, look, listen, guys. To be fair, I don't, he's not saying this, But besides that, she stays quiet the whole time, and this Leanne Star chick stays quiet too. And I'll show you the parts where they strawman him and make shit up, and you can see where they become uncharitable and how
I
they
said
are.
nobody had a good answer to that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Go
nobody
on.
In
had
the
a
course
good
of our 2-hour conversation, at one
Gary
point,
Cooper,
Amos asked me,
you're
and the debate is still on my
the
channel.
immature
He asked me, he's like,
child that you
"Well, do you think there can
were
ever
referring
be
to.
like a use for child
This
porn
guy
for
was
like
the-
pedophiles who like just want to jerk to
immature
child
child.
porn and don't want to hurt kids or whatever?"
More immature.
And somebody emailed me a ton of data because Portugal, I guess, legalized all porn.
Yeah, if you can't come
And in
to my
Portugal,
channel
when they
and act in
legalized a
good
bunch
faith,
of porn,
I have no
apparently
reason to
sex
keep
crimes dropped. Now, this was one study.
Why
that
should I
showed
care?
me, that
Give
when
me a
they
reason
legalized all
to
this porn,
care
a whole
why
bunch
I
of sex
should
crimes
keep
dropped,
there really is
including
none.
child sex crimes. So what I said was, well, if it is the case that as part of therapy for a pedophile, because I don't know if you know this, but when you are a pedophile,
although
like you can't not
my
be a
Streamlab
pedophile.
links is
My
in the
understanding is
description.
right now,
If you
there's
guys
no way
want
to
to
take somebody
donate
that
some
wants
money, I will
to, like,
gladly
have sex with children and make them not want
unban
that.
you
It's about as
for
easy
like
as
$20.
taking somebody's gay and making them straight. It just doesn't seem like you can do that right now. So if that was like part of their therapy for like not raping kids, then fine, fuck it. That was my answer to that. But then this one thing gets clipped.
In fact, send like $50 and I'll have you on and we can discuss this.
Absolutely not what the conversation
in
is
voice
about.
chat.
If you want to be critical of that position or whatever, that's fine. But they wrote around
Although I
like,
doubt
oh,
you would have good arguments. I mean,
such
you're already
especially when I was
strawmanning me
arguing
in
in
text.
favor of
Why
age
would you?
consent against a guy that is
You're strawmanning me in the chat. You're going to strawman me in voice anyway. But I will endure it for money. I'm just not going to endure it for nothing.
Here you go, people.
I think I'm going to do work for free. Hold on. Give me a second. So. Just 1 second. Okay, that's done.
If you or someone you know has been banned from Elfman's channel.
No, I've been banned and I can't get up.
a ton of data because Portugal, I guess, legalized all porn. And in Portugal, when they legalized a bunch of porn, apparently sex crimes.
It's called the troll tax.
Now, this was one study that was shown to me that when they legalized all this porn, a whole bunch of sex crimes dropped, including
even he's admitting it was one study that was shown to him. He even says it doesn't have conclusive effects. He's not saying he's 100% for this. He's saying in this hypothetical, if this did help and we had the study to show conclusively that it does help, then I would be for that because I want less children to be harmed, right? And they flip out about that. Yeah. that's what we're saying.
So what I said was, well, if it is the case that as part of therapy for a pedophile, because
These
I don't know if you know this, but when you are a pedophile, it doesn't seem like you can't not be
round up and put on an island or something like that. That kind of happened in a sense with like, you know, what's his name, Epstein, that Epstein guy or whatever. But you know what ended up happening? Young children were brought to that island to be harmed.
That would, you know what, that probably would end up becoming a business. Like some fucking unscrupulous ass douchebag would make the business of human trafficking children to that island.
Like, so even if you wanted to round all these pedophiles up and put them on an island, children are going to end up being harmed from that.
And then we'll have another Australia. Who wants that?
Yeah.
Who would want another Australia?
My understanding is right now there's no way to take somebody that wants to like have sex with children and make them not want that. It's about as easy as taking somebody who's gay and making
That's what he's saying. He's saying if there's no way to make them not want to do these things, then we have to work on ways to make them not want to do it, right? Like there's no natural way, or it's not like the punishment isn't working. Like it's already illegal. We're already punishing them. They still offend. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you know that's not working.
Deterring them from doing it.
We can make the punishment harsher, but does that work? Because in other situations that we've done that, we've seen that people end up working harder at doing that as opposed to stopping. You know, just like I said with drugs, some drugs have a harsher sentence. Those drugs go more underground. You know what I'm saying? And people mass produce those in underground pits and shit, you know, like crazy. And they even human traffic people. That's what I'm saying. It creates a bigger market for more criminality. People are human trafficked to produce these drugs underground in the United States and shit like that, you know.
I mean, it just doesn't seem like you can do that right now. So if that was like part of their therapy for like not raping kids, then fine, fuck it. That was my answer to that. But then this one thing gets clipped, and everybody's like, Destiny loves child porn, or his profile child porn. It's absolutely not what the.
You can see it in this chick's face already. Like, what? What are he saying? Lauren's just listening. She gets it. I think everybody else kind of gets it.
Conversation was
at this point.
You want to be critical of that position or whatever. That's fine. But they wrote around and just be like, oh, Destiny loves child porn. It was like such a stupid, especially when I was arguing in favor of an age of consent against a guy that is now, I think, convicted for. What was it?
Yeah, he was arguing against
underage sex and child porn. I think 6
and yet they
counts.
still think he's arguing
like within the past
for
month,
pedophiles. Like, what?
So you're just doing a lot of hypothetical. Like, let me do devil's advocate.
Kind of. It wasn't
kind of, but it wasn't even a devil's advocate. It was a hypothetical. Not all hypotheticals are devil's advocates. Like a devil's advocate has a purpose in an argument, but that's not even what that was. It was just a thought experiment, hypothetical.
It was like, I guess if this works or whatever, I'm generally in favor of like less kids being abused. So if that's like a thing that helps people not abuse kids, but obviously, and then there's always like these like stupid like level 0, like zero brain.
Exactly. Bingo. Oh my
counters,
God,
like,
that's so funny.
what if
Exactly
you
what
were
he's saying,
child
it's
porn?
true.
Like, I'm guessing if you were doing this, you'd only use old stuff. You're not going to go to the market and be like, hey guys, we're doing new therapy. Anybody have new child porn for us? Right? There'd be ways you would do this. But not only
Yeah,
that,
that's not
this would
what we're
probably never pass an ethics board anyway, because there's a whole bunch of weird shit about going to people and being like, hey, do you remember when you were raped as a kid? You want to use that?
You know, they might end up using pictures of, just like with whatever people were talking about the sting operations before, you're probably not going to put a child in danger in that type of situation in order to gotcha the guy, right? It's going to be a undercover agent or something like that, a police officer waiting for that person. So even with some of these images, although the example is using imagery that has been used in the past, and now those victims are adults, it could end up being also women that, or adults that look young but are adults. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, and it's a blurry picture or something.
I think one of the girls in this makes kind of an argument like that, where she says she was dating a guy that she found out he was into her with because of braces. And she's like, oh, see, I think that guy likes young girls, and he liked me because I had something that made me look like a young girl to him.
Yeah, the braces.
And yeah, I don't doubt that. We watched a few seasons of 90 Day Fiancé, and there's one, the first season has a guy who's like 50-something, and he dates like the skinny,
19.
little, like 19-year-old Filipina girl who looks like she's like 8. You know what I'm saying? Who looks like a little girl. Obviously, this guy likes young girls.
Yeah.
You know, obviously that's what he's dating. You know what I'm saying? That girl was younger than his daughter, right? His daughter was 21, and she was 19, and then he's expecting his daughter and her to hang out and shit. Like, it's weird. And, you know, the daughter's probably thinking like, damn, my dad likes girls younger than me. You know what I mean? It's a fucked up situation.
Yeah.
But that's where it's legal. And that technically is somebody who's doing something legal as a therapeutic way to not do something illegal, I guess, if you want to label it that way. It's weird. But it's not illegal. He could do it. I mean, so.
It's just funny that they're incorrect in thinking new images are going to be used of children now, but that it couldn't be like images that are of like just showing younger women, women that look younger than they actually are. You know, it's just
well.
So.
A lot of the harm from child pornography comes from taking the pictures, right?
Yeah.
It's the action of doing it. So that is also a way, when I've heard that posed, not that I agree with it, but I'm just saying that when I've heard that posed, they've also made the argument that, you know, they want to eliminate that happening as well. So we're using past pictures that have already been taken, so there's no more harm. In fact, that was Destiny's hypothetical itself said that there's no more new images being made. He said that was part of the hypothetical. No more new images would be made.
Right.
We would compensate old victims, you know, if they would want to, with their consent, and we would compensate them, and that would be used for a therapeutic way. But he's not even saying that that is something that's going to happen and he's advocating for. Like, it's just a hypothetical that he said, oh, well, if we knew that that worked and we knew that that would prevent harm, then yeah, I would be for that. Because I'd be for a lot of things that would prevent harm that would probably sound fucked up, but, you know, I mean, if people are starving, I'd be for people eating humans. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not killing each other for that, but if we have a plethora of dead bodies already, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, hey, eat up. You know, yeah, we're going to starve to death and more people are going to die just because we don't want to eat humans because we consider that taboo, you know? Like, no, we need people to live.
Therapy. I don't think that would ever pass anyway. But
wait, so
it was
never
like one
pass
hypothetical thing about this, and people run around
Can I
like.
ask a question?
Yeah.
So I just want to know something. Even if it's like old stuff, doesn't that still hurt the children that are involved? Like, shouldn't you know?
She already lost the hypothetical.
Yeah.
The hypothetical is, she's saying, even with old pictures that hurt the kids, the hypothetical is that they're already older, they're not children anymore, they've worked through their traumas, and they're being compensated and consent to this.
Yeah.
So it's not causing any harm.
Right.
On the responsibility of the person themselves. They are saying, this does not cause me any harm anymore. In fact, I would like this to be used to prevent harm from others.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like if I grew up one day and like my weirdo uncle took a video of me and that was used in like child porn therapy in Portugal,
But you would have to agree
You have
for that
agree
to be
it.
used.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no one's
That's
trying to
the
pull a fast
hypothetical.
one on somebody like that. That doesn't agree to that image or that video being used.
But this is where I say Destiny kind of fucks up because he doesn't make them stick to the hypothetical. He lets them bring it to other places. Like right here, all Destiny has to say was, well, the hypothetical accounts for that. It's the person has to consent to it and they're compensated. You know what I'm saying? And the whole premise is that no new photos are taken on top of it.
Yeah.
I would not be okay with that. It would mess
Yeah, you wouldn't be okay with it, so you would say no. So in the hypothetical, your photos would not be used. Yeah.
me up. And I feel like even like using old, child porn, that isn't ethical. That's still really fucked up. Like
I was thinking.
Yeah, nobody's saying it's not fucked up. What they're saying is if it produces less harm
to
children. This is kind of like, it kind of goes with the nuke argument too. Like, it's kind of like the gun argument everyone has. Like, how we're like, people want to get rid of guns and people have an argument and say, no, everyone should have a gun.
Yeah.
Because that's like, if everyone had a gun, even though that could mean everyone would kill each other and we'd have no more people, but that can also be a check. And it actually save more lives because less people would act out knowing that everyone has a gun, right? Yeah. So that these are kind of like in those lines of arguments, like where it's like you don't always gonna do things that are ethical in one way. Sometimes you have to break ethics to create less harm.
Yeah.
And this happens all the time. This is how sometimes we have to look backwards at things that are unethical, but still be appreciative of them.
Yeah.
I am against slavery. I look backwards at slavery as a bad thing, but also we have to be appreciative of the fact of the things that it helped with the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like, my parents came to this country for a reason. There's a reason this country's great.
Yeah.
Slavery might have been a part of that if it was. That this is a argument that God, I can't remember. I always forget this Indian dude's name, but he had an argument with Ken Kuger where he was saying for black people, if you look back, they are better off than their ancestors who stayed in Africa.
Right.
Cenk took that as, you think slavery's good? Well, I'm not going to sit here and say slavery's good, blah, blah. And it's like, you're not understanding what he's saying. Slavery's horrible. We understand that. But we also have to be realistic and truthful and understand that the people who were brought here as slaves were freed from slavery sooner than any other country that they came from. You know what I'm saying? They may still be slaves there now if they stayed in those countries, right? And they now have generationally, and at this point, have a better life than their ancestors when they stayed in Africa. And those ancestors, their descendants now in Africa that are related to them, have a worse life than them. Yeah. That's what he's saying. Right. And we have to be somewhat understanding and honest about that fact, even though it's an atrocity. The Japanese, World War II, I'm going to mute this so we get past that. The Japanese in World War II, they took Chinese people and they did horrible experiments with them, treated them like cattle and did terrible, terrible experiments with them. Now, they found some advancements from that, So in the long run, they saved tons of lives. That's unethical, what they did. But sometimes you get good results from doing things that are unethical. I'm not saying we should always do the unethical thing. I'm just saying that's a conversation to be had. It's not so cut and dry as in, well, this is unethical, so I don't care if children are going to continue to be harmed. Yeah. I'd rather children continue to be harmed than do this unethical thing, right? Yeah. That's like a vegan saying, I would rather you guys still continue to eat the same amount of meat than not stop eating meat altogether, right? Yeah. There's no like, I'm going to one day a week, I'm going to dedicate to not eating meat. Nope. I don't want that. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's kind of what these girls' arguments is. I don't like people eating meat. You can never eat meat. There is no ethical way, you know what I'm saying? And there's no way to make it better or more ethical than it's going on now. Or reduce harm, like basic. It's not an easy conversation.
Just contacting somebody saying like,
that doesn't mean you don't have the
I can
conversation.
Just play the actual video of you saying.
You have to Google
why do you keep? I don't understand. See, this is the same thing they do to Destiny. Like, I don't understand why they're bad analogies. I'm not making. You're doing the opposite. You don't understand. Like, they don't understand what analogy of critical thought is. I'm not saying they're equal in the levels of badness. I'm saying they're analogous in the way people have the argument of those things. Just like vegans will not bend with you or look at any other way to reduce harm. It's either all or nothing. Is the same way you guys are doing that. And it is what he's doing. Literally what this person's doing. Like, I guess you never, I don't know what that means. Why do you keep changing the side? And remember, I'm sticking to the argument. I'm sticking to the hypothetical. What argument have I changed?
Yeah.
I'm sticking to the hypothetical that Destiny's making. Or not making, the hypothetical he agreed to. He didn't even make the hypothetical, right? Bad analogies that don't fit. No, it's not a bad analogy. It was a perfect analogy. It's exactly how the far left act is exactly how the far right act.
Yeah.
They're super analogous. Vegans, same thing. The same way lefties think about fascists, the same way righties think about, these topics, what they have to do with children, anything that has to do with children. They close off, kill anybody who even looks at a child.
Yeah.
It's a ridiculous obsession. Like this is the thing. The left is obsessed with fascism. The right is obsessed with protecting children, like to a level of unreasonable.
Yeah.
And they're both super analogous to vegans who are super obsessed with getting people to stop eating meat to the point where if you give them alternative solutions or even say, look, this isn't a good way to do things, but it causes less harm, they still will be like, no, you got to stop eating meat altogether. And these people are exactly doing that. And they're telling me, they're lying about me and saying that I'm making bad analogies, which I don't totally in topic. Saying that I'm changing the subject. I didn't even change the subject with the analogies. I'm talking about the argument.
Yeah.
And I made an analogy to the argument. How is that? It doesn't make any sense, right? It's not helping you as much as you think. I mean, it's helping me for people who can critically think and understand what I'm saying. If you're dumb and you don't understand how to critically think and all you do is straw man people and act dishonestly, then it's not helping my argument. Because no matter what I say, you're going to straw man me until I say exactly what you're saying. Because what they want is, like you said, an echo chamber.
Yeah.
They're going to keep straw manning me either until I, ban them or I agree with their straw man. And now their straw man of my argument is my argument. You know what I'm saying? Or their argument is my argument. But that neither of those is my argument. Their straw man of my argument or their argument. Neither of those is my argument. And in fact, I still don't think these people understand the argument. I still think they're still straw manning Destiny. like they don't understand the argument at all. They don't
understand how their what they think is the right thing to do puts children at harm still. And this is talking about reducing harm to children, preventing harm to children.
Yeah.
Their
the hypothetical
and all this bullshit puts children in danger still.
The hypothetical is under the precedent that less children are harmed.
Yeah.
So the answer is forget the rest of it. Just go, are you for less children being harmed?
Yeah.
Yes. That's what Destiny did. The rest of it doesn't even matter and is completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Destiny verse Amosi, and then it's on. I don't even know.
Destiny's Child.
Okay, Brittany, you said you debated him on this topic, so
I would like to go back on
that
that
debate quotation
It was us
because
screaming at each other for an
Oh,
hour.
yeah, just scream.
I
Yeah,
was supposed to be streaming with
exactly.
She stormed
Because
off after like 5 minutes or something.
I like Destiny takes the high road on this, and he says it was us screaming at each other. I bet what it was Brittany coming in emotional as fuck, yelling at him, and him matching her.
Yeah.
Because as you can see, these people can't have this conversation. They just can't. They can't without straw manning it or changing what it is, or a Ahmad and Bailey. They just can't have this argument. You see it all the time. These people will constantly, like later on, this chick Ashton Birdie, she's gonna be like, "Are you saying that blah blah? Why are you comparing these two things?" And he's like, "I'm not. Like I'm making an analogy on the train of thought, not the actual things. Like you're not understanding how we come to conclusions. Like you don't know how to critical think, basically." And this girl, Nina Infinity, does it, and even almost doesn't know, but unintentionally admits she's being uncharitable to him, and she keeps saying, I don't know why, but I feel like you're protecting pedophiles. And he's like, I don't know why either. And she's like, well, are you saying this and that? And he's like, no, I'm not saying that. Oh, well, are you saying this and that? Nope. And she goes, oh, well, I don't know why, but it still sounds like you're... And it's like, yeah, that's you being uncharitable. That's you closing yourself off, being an idiot, and not caring to hear what he actually has to say.
Yeah.
You just, like Destiny says, you just want a virtue signal.
Like,
the second they hear this topic, it's virtue, 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 like, you know, at the top of their lungs.
Just taking up space. Like, there's no need for that Nina chick to be there, honestly. She's just taking up space because she's not listening to anything and just keeps recycling the same opinion that she's taken away from this, which is incorrect.
And then I think Brittany Venti and this Chrissy Marchek are intentionally uncharitable
just not
to
listening
him.
to him. Yeah.
I think they know that he's not saying what they are saying he's saying, and I think they just want to paint him that way.
Yeah.
Purposefully. I think these two girls, Nina Finney and Ashton Birdie, literally want to understand him, but emotionally they can't. Like, they just can't understand or grasp. I think this Ashton Birdie chick just doesn't have the capability of understanding the argument. She literally asks questions over and over again, and the questions she asks are things that he's not saying. And it's like, huh? Where are you getting that? Like, I don't think she has the concept. She has the mental capacity. This Nina chick, I think, kind of wants to understand, but she just can't. I think it must be an emotional thing. I don't know what it is. And then Lauren and Leanne Starr, I think, just stay quiet, because I think they kind of understand, and they don't want to interrupt. You know?
Sure.
And I think they get it.
Out of nowhere, Destiny joins the call, and then so I confront him about his position, and then it turned into an argument, which then he called a debate, basically, is what his viewers call a debate, I should say. I don't remember how the video exactly titled. I remember if you titled it debate, but yeah, it was framed as one when it wasn't.
So what were you were debating this subject?
She was screaming at me about, like, why are you pro child porn? This is how Brittany and all the other skeptos did it.
Which was the original straw man.
Pro child porn. It was just
I
that.
remember
It's the dumbest engagement possible with anything I said.
I remember when that happened, because I followed both of them back then on Twitter, and I still do now. But I remember for a while I didn't follow both of them, but now I'm following them again. But back then I was following both of them, and I remember this happening. And I remember Brittany putting out the clips and saying, "Oh, he's pro child porn," and blah blah, and her yelling about it. And then I remember seeing the clip that she posted, and it seemed kind of weird. But then I remember watching the full thing and being like, "That's not what he's saying. Get out of here." And first off, it was a hypothetical in the first place. It was not even an argument that anybody made. It was a hypothetical, like thought experiment. Like, if these things went this way and it all worked out, and you saw that these studies said that this worked this way and it was good, well, you know, would you be for it? Then it's like, yeah, because I don't want kids to be hurt, you know. If there's an alternative way, even more, that helps the same, but it's an alternative way where we don't do that, I'd be even more for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that hard to understand, but people like to twist it. And like I said, it has a lot to do with this emotional impact of it. And I do have a good video starting Brittany Venti, you're right. But it's the emotional impact of this that makes them not be able to reasonably have this discussion, and you just can't. And I think Brittany Venti kind of comes out with it later on, where she's like, "Why are you not furious about that?" And it's like, because we're having a discussion. Like, I'm trying to be reasonable. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's kind of almost admitting that the reason you're having this argument is out of rage and emotion. You know?
And you're making the exact same statement now. That
Wait,
you did
can you
in the
do
past.
that? Can you do that? Oh my god, you're so stupid pose too while you're saying that. Oh, you're just stupid, just like you do in all your thumbnails. Can you do that for me really quick? Like, oh, she's so dumb. Oh, idiot. Oh.
Brittany, are you?
I feel like we need one of those.
I see. All right, let's go. Hey. It's like the global warming argument. There are people who are polluting the world and will always be in denial. Okay. There will always be people like Captain Planet who will fight people who pollute, but there will be people who apologize for those who pollute, because you think we will never end pollution? How is that analogous to anything that's happening here? Children might think what I wrote is intelligent, but adults will realize it's a bad analogy because I'm too lazy to make a real point to my argument. No, it's a bad analogy because it's not analogous to anything. Because nobody's doing the part where who's doing apologetics.
Yeah.
Where are the apologetics in this? That's where I'm saying this is a bad analogy. My analogies were better because there were no apologetics in that. Yeah. It was an argument of what your argument is. Like I said, with vegans, the argument is they want to reduce harm to animals. But when you give them solutions to reduce harm for animals, they reject it. They don't even want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? They don't even have a good argument against that. They just don't want it. When you go on the right, when you have problems, there's like, I think the right does this a lot with stuff like welfare, right? There's something both right and left do.
Yeah.
The right doesn't want welfare, but you give them a solution that's better, or like a replacement that's going to affect their pockets less. Oh, what was that? Hold on. What did you? Oh, you knocked this out? No.
No, I didn't.
What's that noise?
Oh, it's Devin.
Did somebody come in here? Oh, it's Devin. Devin, we're streaming. It's loud. I mean.
Oh, he
Okay. Oh, you left. But like, damn, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, but with vegans, they won't move. With the right, I noticed this too, with the welfare thing. You give them solutions, something better, they don't want it. They don't want it at all, you know, and what they say, the argument for it isn't this, you know, even if it does better, like, oh, you know, they take money from my tax. Okay, but this solution takes less money off your taxes.
Right.
And they won't be for, no, get rid of it altogether. You know, and the same thing with the left. You argue UBI, and they get stuck on welfare. And even if you're giving them things that make it better, yeah, you get rid of welfare, but UBI gives them more money. So it replaces the welfare and actually helps them more, you know, while affecting our pockets a little less, you know, and they still will be against it. No, you're gonna get rid of welfare. No, I'm not getting. We're replacing it with something better.
Yeah.
Like they don't understand that concept, right? And they'll be like, oh no, you know. And that's my analogy: is the train of thought. He's thinking I'm saying child porn is analogous to veganism.
Like
no, that's not the analogy. See, this is what it is. I'm not making bad analogies. They're not understanding what the analogies are too.
Yeah.
They think I'm comparing one to one.
Nobody
on
said
the action.
they're equal. This is just like, you know what this is like? This is just like people, like, they're probably the group that would make this argument that the C word is just as worse or worse than the N word. And nobody has made that argument. Nobody has made that argument.
No, yeah, they do exactly.
Fucking take
this
that away.
is the same thing as when people are saying, oh yeah, you know, the left are saying, they're saying cracker is the same as the N word and blah blah. They're equal places. No, nobody says that. Nobody says that. Nobody said that.
But they do. They'll make that
UBI
argument.
isn't replacing welfare. It's just more welfare. Not if you're not if you're implementing it where you can't have welfare in that. Then it's a welfare.
Yeah.
It's not more welfare. It's just welfare. It's just a replacement for welfare. I don't understand that. Yeah. I don't know. Well, maybe unless they know like a politician. I don't know, but I've never seen a politician try to promote a UBI plus welfare. Welfare, like adding UBI to welfare. Yeah. Almost everybody who tries to advocate for UBI says that that you can't have both UBI and welfare. Like you'd have to choose one or the other. Or it would completely replace welfare. Which to me makes sense. If you have a UBI, what do you need welfare for? Everybody's already at a bottom line of money, right? And then there's no need for welfare. That becomes the welfare, basically. It replaces the welfare. Well, shit, this guy's going to get all of it. But like I said, they're thinking the analogy I'm making is from action to action, but my analogy is from thought process to thought process. How people reach a certain conclusion and how you can't back them away from that conclusion. Even when they're saying their argument is this, you tell them, yeah, but this does, but this will help that. And they'll still say no. And that works the same with a lot of topics. Different people's, like flat earthers. I can make an analogy to flat earthers, works the same. And no matter how you try to bring a flat earther back, they still, nothing you give them. They'll say, the reason I believe in flat earth is because of this. And then you prove that can be different. And they'll still say, well, I believe it because of this, and they'll always change and they'll never back away from that point, is what I'm saying. It's more welfare. You don't even understand your own. No, it's not.
People have to meet a certain type of qualification in order to get welfare, and that's not how UBI has been marketed.
Yeah.
That's
not what it is.
Basic income.
Okay, let's try flat Earth. There is no math in this one. Huh?
What?
I don't even know what that means.
Flat Earth. There's no math in this
one. Yeah,
one.
and these guys just come with sock accounts. So well, I don't even know what that means. So I can't even argue that because I don't know what he means with it.
Go sit in the corner with the
I already did the flat Earth, and I did the analogy where it's like no matter what you show them, their argument that they give you isn't their argument. Because when you bust that argument and you try to say this is, you make a hypothetical, the Earth is flat. You make a hypothetical. Why do you believe it's flat? Because everything I see is flat. Okay, well, let's make a hypothetical and say that I took you up really high up in some magic space elevator, and you look down and you see a curve. Are you still gonna believe it's flat? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then they go, no, it's still flat. It's still flat. I'm not gonna believe you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if I say I'm a vegan, I'm against the suffering in animals, and someone makes an argument to me and says, let's make a hypothetical that we create this machine that lets animals live their full life, and then it kills them painlessly, no suffering, we give them a great life. Is that, no, you still can't eat animals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like, no matter what they're telling you their argument is, it's
just
not
all
really what
bad.
their argument is.
Everything about it
Exactly.
is just bad.
And that's the analogy I'm making, is the train of thought. Not that eating animals is on the same level as
Who said that?
raping
Who
children. These
said
are two
that?
totally different
Jesus
things
Christ, you
of
guys.
two totally different fucking metrics. Like, no, that's not the analogy. This is why. That's what I'm saying. It's not that I'm making a bad analogy. Is that they don't know what I'm making an analogy to. They don't understand the analogy. Goes on a flat work analogy chat. Okay, who's talking flat Earth? No. Who's talking? Huh?
All right. You know
What?
what?
That doesn't make sense either. What? Then stop ruining your own. I didn't.
We're
No,
busting
nobody's ruining
your
my argument.
dork argument.
You guys
you don't understand
understand
the
the
shit that's being
argument.
said,
What?
and you can rewind this shit. Literally, you can
Yeah,
rewind
they
this.
can rewind it. They're just
Listen to
trolling
it
at this point. That's why we're banning.
Find the
They're just
original
trolling.
video.
Condescending to me.
Even earlier I was saying, like, I don't even believe that most of them don't get the argument.
Yeah.
I think they're just being.
I'm
gonna
just-
find
that's why I'm like,
the
why should I
original
even like
video
cater
so
to
you
you?
can
13-year-olds
watch it.
should not be on YouTube.
I just don't see
Go-
how
go
what
away.
what Destiny is. I don't know if you
Okay.
agree with it.
Destiny
To
is-
be
To
To
honest,
be
Like,
fair to
what-
Brittany,
what-
you did actually do the exact pose she's talking about.
Yeah, I do this all the time.
Yeah, he does it all the time.
That, I'm
his
gonna
name.
slap
So
and start calling people
stupid.
fucking
Oh,
morons, okay?
so-
And Brittany over here, there's
Everyone's
like a
a moron
metric
but me
fuck
'cause
ton
I'm
of
Destiny.
ammunition for this girl's
Oh.
personal and public life
Yeah,
you can use. I'm
Brittany's
trying
not
really
very
hard
bright
to be
on
a
this
nice
one.
person
She's
right
turned
now, okay?
herself
But
into
it
a
still
living
is not
Wow,
monster.
you're such a
Explain.
good
I-
person.
Yeah.
You look so good against that
Okay,
pedophile.
Yeah, this was very
wait. Fuck, I
My
don't know.
whole thing is
This is
children can't.
this is like
I
a
still
2-hour
have
debate,
issues
so I'm
with
gonna
it.
have to find it clipped.
Yeah. Sorry, Ashton, what were you saying?
I just again, children can't consent to something like this.
Correct.
I just don't see how
Destiny's
something
not saying
like
anything
this,
about it.
one, could
Huh?
ever go through as ethical, and
Huh?
two, if
See,
how it could
They
she
be-
make
already-
the interpretation.
Yeah,
that-
she's already. This is already a straw man. Destiny's not realizing this, but Destiny should go back to the hypothetical. Keep repeating it. She's thinking, he's saying if the child consents. He's not saying if the child consents. He's saying if adult consents, not a child. So she's already changed the hypothetical to something else.
and one is just gross. It's just all out gross. I
right,
cannot
nobody's saying
imagine
it's not
something
gross.
just being in a therapy
You rewind.
session.
You brought up
There
flat
has
earth.
to
I
be
got
a
mad.
different way to
I didn't get
reform
mad,
someone who's having.
No, that's not what happened. I brought up flat Earth, then someone else brought up flat Earth in a way that I didn't bring up flat Earth in a different way.
Yeah.
And I was like, huh? How does that make sense to the way I brought up flat Earth? You see how dumb these people
Yeah.
are? Oh
You
my
can
God.
throw another
That's so
example in
crazy.
as well, and we're
It's-
just saying
yeah,
the
it's so
reaction
funny.
of it's all bad is the same takeaway every time. Nobody's saying these things are the same
See, how are you this
to
bad?
child porn or child sexual crimes. Jesus Christ.
It's funny because it's almost like they're talking to themselves because that's not even what happened. You rewind.
Yeah.
You brought up flat Earth. Yes, I did. Then got mad when people said, okay, let's use your own analogy to talk about the topic. Yeah, but no, that's not what I got mad about. I got mad that it was a bad analogy. That's not how I was using my analogy. You're making the wrong analogy. You're you're making the analogy of action to action, where I'm doing train of thought to train of thought. You know, I'm not making analogies between the actions. I'm making an analogy on how people rationalize and come to certain stubborn and hard-headed decisions where they will not fold, even when it goes for what they want. You know what I'm saying? So, okay, now, how does your analogy that you made say what I just said right now? That's what I want to know. Like, the one guy, they're saying I got mad. I didn't get mad, but the one guy that I was saying, no, that's wrong, is the guy who says there was apologetics for pollution. Nobody made any apologetics for anything.
Yeah.
So how is that a proper analogy? You failed at steel manning my analogy. That's why nobody got mad here. How are you this bad at how are you bad at though exercises? That's not even English,
You gotta
but
slow down.
you're the guys that are bad at this. You're the ones not understanding what's being said. Okay, let's use your train of thought. Destiny shouldn't hide behind what? What do you mean hide? I don't understand. Can you elaborate on the hide behind the hypothetical? I don't know what that means. He should use facts. Why would you use facts and data on a hypothetical? I don't understand that.
No, you're mad.
Also, you are mad. No.
You're mad.
Well, I mean, if you want to say I'm mad, I don't care. I'm mad or not.
We're both laughing here, so
We are laughing. But this is an honest thing you're saying. I'm following this. No. Well, you got timed out. When you get back from the timeout,
yeah, take time
go
to listen and then think about it.
explain why he shouldn't hide behind a hypothetical. Like, I don't understand the hiding part. How do you hide behind a hypothetical? I don't understand what that means. If you can explain that when you get back. And then he should use facts and data. Why should he use facts and data for a hypothetical? That doesn't make sense to me either. Right. So if you can explain either of those two things, we'll continue down that train of thought, and we'll stop timing you out so we can continue on that. Yes. But as it is, I do not understand your point there. Like, why? I don't understand how someone even hides behind a hypothetical. Like, what does that mean? Are you saying that he's a pedophile and is pretending
throwing your own hypotheticals?
That's not what happened, though.
About sting operations and then killing the pedophile. So what?
Yeah, they were laying out hypotheticals.
Yeah.
So why can't he? Exactly. Like, I don't understand that. Yeah, and then use facts and data, but for why?
It's just a hypothetical that you don't agree with.
If you use using facts and data already eliminates the concept of a hypothetical. If you have facts and data and can prove your point, what is the use of a hypothetical then?
Right.
So that in itself is a contradiction. To say he should use facts and data already contradicts the entire point of the statement. Yeah. And the statement's eliminated, and he's not saying it anymore. Right? Because the point of what he was saying is, if we had the facts and the data, then, right? I don't feel like Destiny's hypothetical is convinced. I don't think it's supposed to be convincing.
I don't think he's wanting to convince you, because like he's said from the beginning, if it's doing more harm than good, he's not for it.
No. You guys don't understand the context. Maybe you guys should have watched the video or from the beginning, because his clip is played at the beginning. He is asked a hypothetical. Right. And he says, if all the criteria of thy hypothetical were to be met, and we knew these to be true, then I would be for that. He's not trying to convince anyone of anything. He's not even making an argument. This isn't even the argument. It's a hypothetical posed on him. Yeah. He's not even making an argument.
And if the reverse of that were, if it were doing harm and not helping anything, he wouldn't be for it.
Yeah, then he wouldn't be for it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The guy who's saying he should use facts and data, that eliminates the hypothetical, and therefore he wouldn't have that, then he wouldn't agree to that hypothetical anymore. If he had the facts and data to show that either it was good or bad, then he would go by that data. That's the point of the hypothetical, is him saying, I would go where the data shows. Right? That's what he's saying. So if he had the facts and data, he's literally stating that that's where he would go. Right? That's why that doesn't make sense. And then saying shouldn't hide behind, I don't know what that means. And then he's saying, I don't feel like Destiny's hypothetical is convincing. Again, he's not trying to convince anyone. I don't think that's the point of that.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any advocacy here. This is where I say it's a straw man, or you guys are just coming to the insinuation that he's doing some sort of advocacy, but he's not.
This isn't his
Words
solution.
are cheap. He's hiding behind a hypothetical because he's providing no solution. But why does he have the expectation of providing a solution? I don't understand that aspect. I don't think he's hiding behind a hypothetical. I think a hypothetical was posed onto him. It's not what I think. This is literally what happened. If you watch the video and you see the context, literally what happens is someone else poses a hypothetical to him with a whole bunch of criteria. And with all those criteria met, Destiny said, then yes, I would be for that. If all those criteria is met. So he's not providing a solution, because his statement is, if there was a solution and we knew it was a solution, he would be for it.
Yeah.
How is that wrong? You know what I'm saying? Or bad. In fact, I think all of you would say the same thing.
Yeah.
I think if somebody asked all of you right now, if you think there was a solution to pedophilia and we had data and facts to provide that it was a solution, would you be for it? And I think most of you would say yes. Exactly. So where's the problem? Yeah. You're right. So he is basically just saying we should think about it. Not really. He's not saying anything. He's responding to a hypothetical. What he's saying is he's not saying what all these other people are accusing him of saying. The argument here is that they're not understanding what his initial argument was. It was a straw man originally from the beginning, years ago. In 2017, it was a straw man. Mm-hmm. He came on here to explain how that was a straw man. It's like, how do you not get this? And he's never advocated for any of this. He hasn't made arguments for anything you guys are saying. He's only responded to a hypothetical. Yeah. And everything you guys are saying kind of eliminates the hypothetical.
Yeah.
So,
the straw man from the beginning is Brittany Venti labeling him as a pedophile or a pedophile apologist.
Or
from the
pro-child pornography.
Pro-child porn or whatever.
Because he responded to a hypothetical that if all met would mean that there would be less child pornography. Right?
And all of you in here are doing the same thing. The ones of you that have been put in the timeout corner are doing the same, pretty much the same thing. Like, nobody is advocating for support for like, you know, pedophile acceptance or anything like that. We're not talking about, you know, being sympathetic to the pedophile. We're talking about reducing harm to children, preventing harm to children from being done. Yeah. And all of you keep making the same straw man fucking argument.
So to me, these guys are all arguing to harm more children or to keep children being harmed.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing from these guys.
This isn't a
They're all coming on here typing my chat. No, the same amount of children should be harmed forever. We should never try to make less children be harmed here. No, but this guy doesn't know what a straw. If he doesn't provide a solution, it's just a straw man argument. That's not what a straw man is.
Not what a straw man
I would suggest you look up what a straw man is, because that's not what a straw man is. You're getting so mad at a straw man argument. No, he didn't make. In fact, again, Destiny's not making an argument. His argument is to say that they're straw manning him. That's what his argument is. If you guys want to talk about the argument that Destiny's making, the argument is that he's being strawmanned. So now if you want to argue about that, you have to address the straw man against Destiny. Destiny's not making a straw man argument. What's his claim that somebody's argument is? You know, that it's a straw man. There is none. He reacted to a hypothetical a long time ago, and he was labeled as pro-child pornography because of it. Mm-hmm. He's here to say that that was a straw man. I'm not that. I never made an argument towards that. Mm-hmm. They just made it seem like I did.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened. What happened was he was asked a hypothetical, and if all the criteria of the hypothetical was met, then he would be for that. That's all. And that's not even an argument he's making. He's agreeing to someone else's argument that if all of that was met, that he would be for that action. Mm-hmm. Straw man argument is a flawed line of reasoning that occurs when someone substitutes an opposing argument with a right. What argument is he substituting for a distorted, oversimplified? He's not even making an argument.
If it's good, awesome. If it's bad, I don't want it. Mm-hmm. That's literally what the argument has been from the start. Right. So what's the opposing thing that he's suggesting here?
Or a misrepresented version of it in order to make it easier to defeat. He's the one being strawman. Destiny's not even making an argument. If he is making an argument, it's the argument is you guys are strawman. Yeah. That's the only argument he's making. And he's right. He is being strawman. They're labeling him and misrepresenting his arguments. And in fact, this entire video, all they do is misrepresent what he said in the hypothetical. They misrepresent the hypothetical. Like She's already did it. The first thing she said was a child can't consent. That has nothing to do with the hypothetical, he said.
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with already. She has strawmanned his argument into being something about a child consenting, because her argument means nothing to the hypothetical he said.
She's not posing.
Well, so right now it seems like from everything that I've seen, you can't move people out of these like very innate sexual feelings. So we tried it for a long time with gay conversion therapy. People have tried it with trans conversion therapy.
Gays to
we're not talking about pedophiles.
But he's not comparing those. All he's saying is that when people have there's a certain percentage, it's not even all of them. There's a certain percentage who that is, you can't change their attraction, who they're attracted to. This is like saying, you know, I can't just suddenly be gay and be into gay guys. You know what I'm saying? Like my attraction, I'm attracted to women. I love fucking women. That's it. You know, I can't change that, you know? For some people, I think Destiny brings up a stat later. I don't know how true it is. You could look it up if you want to find out what it really is. But he says there's a certain percentage, I think it was like 10%, 15% of them who that is just who they're attracted to.
Right.
And they can't change that. That's constantly their attraction. So the best thing you would be able to do in that situation is have them not hurt anybody, right? Yeah, like you don't want them to hurt anybody. But that's what he's bringing up as a pretext, because like, well, if we're going to talk about finding ways to prevent people from offending, You know, we have to understand what it is first, right? We got to study and how many of them are, you know, is that's an attraction? How many of them is it like a power thing? You know, stuff like that. Just like you do with serial killers. Serial killers have different ways about them. You know, some killed animals when they were young, some didn't. You know, some didn't at all.
Yeah,
Some never hurt
that's what I'm
anybody
saying.
until
Like,
they
why do
became
you
serial
keep
killers.
doing that?
It's not the same
Wait,
thing.
why do I keep doing what?
I'm confused about why do you keep putting like
This is the same thing, and the same thing these people were doing to me in the chat, where he's making an analogy of how you reach certain conclusions, but he's not saying that those actions are analogous.
Right.
Like he's not saying, you know, child rape is the same as theft or something, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Or being gay. He's not saying those things are analogous and they're the same thing. He's saying when it comes to attraction, we know that for every kind of situation, even with gay, some people aren't gay from birth. Some of them are, you know, become gay because of some sort of sexual assault or some sort of trauma or, you know, just however they were raised. So we have different ways of, you know, we know there's different percentages for all of these, you know, and that's how we can figure out how to solve the problem is by knowing it. Can't just ignore
you're
the
bringing
stats
up
and
gay
the truth.
conversion therapy
It's not the same
and
thing.
trans conversion therapy to compare that to pedophile. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, I don't believe that being a pedophile is a sexual orientation. Do you think that it is?
It seems to be comparable to it, yeah.
Okay, wait.
But I wouldn't call it that. But he's saying it seems to be comparable, as in some people that's immutable, like they're attracted to kids and they can't. It could be a psychological problem, but I mean, but either way, the truth of the matter and the fact is they're attracted to people they shouldn't be attracted to. You know.
Before we move on,
hypothetical. He's
everyone in the
serious.
chat, if anyone has the link,
And it's not simple as just looking at the person saying, "Hey, you can't be attracted to those people," and then all of a sudden, okay, I'm not anymore. You know, like it's not a simple solution. You know, it's
exact
something
clip
that's
where
super
Amos,
difficult.
Yi, and Destiny are talking about this subject so we can actually get the context. I would really appreciate that. Send me the timestamp because I can't watch a 2-hour debate right now. Continue,
This
everyone.
is the problem. This is the problem with hypotheticals is that we
There is
get
no problem with
into
hypotheticals.
comparing pedophiles.
Yeah, so the problem with hypotheticals is people don't understand what a hypothetical is. Who cares what you compare it to? That doesn't mean anything. It's hypothetical. A hypothetical is just a thought experiment. It's not making an argument. It's not saying anything. You can use it to help an argument if you want, but you could just make it as a thought experiment.
Not comparable.
They're
Because
absolutely
people-
Because gay
No,
people
they're
dress
not.
way better.
Wow.
than
I want to hear
No,
Destiny's
no,
take
no,
on
no,
this.
no.
No, I want to hear his take on this. Go on.
So your issue is you don't like comparing.
Yeah, see, this guy's making the point. I was making that point earlier, where he was saying, by the way, it's important to understand things like psychopaths as well. Yeah, it can be even constructive not to get manipulated by one. For movies, you'd think they can't show emotions or they're complete psychos, but that's not true. Some can be great at copy. Yeah, exactly. And we study those things, you know, and we study them for a purpose of preventing people from being entrapped in those kind of situations where they're being manipulated by a psychopath. You know, it's like, yeah, totally, man. I agree. But it doesn't mean all of them will go out killing people due to lack of empathy. Yeah, exactly. That's what he's saying. Well, that's what the argument Destiny's making now is that there's a percentage of them that are attracted, and then from that percentage is a percentage that are evil sociopath people who will just take what they want, you know, without thought of penalty or how they're hurting other people. No empathy, right? Like, you would think even if someone was attracted to a child and they had empathy, they would refuse to do that, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? We all go through a period of time where we get really angry and we want to hurt somebody, punch someone, strangle someone, you know, whatever it may be. But we have empathy and we have a part in our mind that tells us, hey, no, that's going to hurt that person more than they hurt you. Like, that's not the right way to deal with this. Don't hurt other people. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, there's probably times someone's pissed you off so much that you wanted to respond in an exaggerated way. You know what I'm saying? Like, God, I'm going to take out all their teeth and rearrange their face. You know what I'm saying? In terrible ways, you know? But it doesn't mean you do that because you know that person's going to go through months of reconstructive surgery. They'll never look the same. It's horrible to maul people. You understand these things, so you don't do it. So that's part of the understanding of it, is like knowing who are people, who are other people who are, you know, can't
Comparing
resist.
them, because the object of the sexual affection for a gay person can be a consenting adult, but the object for the sexual objectification for a pedophile is somebody that can't consent. Whether or not they can or can't consent, though, doesn't mean that that person does or doesn't have an innate sexual desire for that.
This becomes bogged down on wording too, because then they start talking about the legal definition of what a pedophile is and how we use the word in common vernacular, which ends up being a problem with like evolution debates, right? Because you've heard that with theory and stuff. Oh, it's
Yeah.
just a theory, but
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, but in science, a theory means something else. It doesn't mean what you're saying.
Particular thing. Obviously, homosexuality or bisexuality or any of that is fine because the people that are the objects of your affection are people that can consent to sexual activity. But for pedophiles,
No, dude. Being gay means that you're attracted to someone of of the same sex. That's all being gay means. There's nothing that has nothing to do with whether that person consents or not. So even when you're a little kid, like if you're a little boy and you're gay, you will be attracted to a little boy that's gay. When you have your first crush, you will be attracted to a little boy. It has nothing to do with consent. It has to do with your sexual attraction to another being.
Sure.
And
what I'm saying is that for pedophiles, it seems like you have a sexual attraction towards people with prepubescent creatures.
Does that mean Matthew McConaughey's character in Dazed and Confused is part of the LGBT community, or is he just a creep? This is what I'm
You're
saying.
going
Is like,
away. I don't care about the
part-
social LGBT whatever bullshit question.
See, but that's something that they're already diverting it.
Hold on. This
This is where I say, Destiny, go right back to the hypothetical. Go right back to it. Nobody said anything about saying that it's LGBTQ.
It isn't even an argument. If you want right now, you can go to Google and you can type in, "Can you make pedophiles not pedophiles?" or Google conversion therapy pedophiles.
I don't want to be on a list though.
Yeah,
Okay.
no thanks.
Sure.
I'm already on it.
That's
now.
great, but I'm saying that right now,
Okay.
the current research is that it seems like if you're a pedophile, we don't know in therapy how to make somebody not be a pedophile. It seems to be a really
Shoot
innate
them.
thing that's pretty pegged in
Here.
there.
Hey, wait, where do
We
you
also
think?
don't know.
Where do you think that pedophilia comes from, Destiny? Like, where do you?
But you see, this is where they're gonna twist his argument soon, because this is what's gonna get twisted, where he's saying he wants to prevent pedophilia, but they're gonna turn it as being that he wants to be for the pedophile because he empathizes with the pedophile, but it's because he wants to have less harm to children. You know what I'm saying? So they're twisting his position.
Do you think it?
Hey,
That's
that's
probably
already
the
the
boring answer
initial
I'm going to give you is a
hypotheticals
combination of
if it,
some
helps children.
genetic markers that are flipped
If it
on or
stops
off by
children.
environmental factors
God.
that happen probably early on in life. So my guess
So
is
you
probably
think that a pedophile is actually born a pedophile?
no, that's not what I said. What I said
You
is
just
there's
said it has to do with
You
genetic
did say
markers.
genetic markers that are flipped on. or off.
Genes don't ever exist independent of an environment. There's no such thing as gene versus environment. Genes always express in an environment. So you probably have a proclivity to be a pedophile given some genetic background. That's what I mean when I say there's probably some genetic foundation for it. Like somebody might have a genetic foundation to be a really good chess player, but they might.
Well, to this one dude, I don't think being a pedophile is as simple as attraction to. Yeah, we were talking about that, and that it was already addressed. You might have not been paying attention, but they were talking about there's a percentage of them who it's like just an attraction, and there's a percentage of them that do it because they're sociopaths or they have power complex and they want to, harm. And some of them just literally want to harm children or repeat the harm that's been done to them to someone else. Yeah, like there's different reasons, and they explained that. But he said for some, it's just an attraction, and we have to figure out how to get them to not offend, so they don't hurt a child if we know that they have attraction. And then this guy said, going off topic helps your topic. See, that's a straw man again. I never said that. And I never went off topic. So I don't understand. I don't know. I think, they're the ones going off topic. Exactly. And I don't think, and the people coming in this chat, some of them, not everyone, but those people that we keep timing out, they don't understand what the topic is. They think the topic is, you're not looking at the title to this. The topic is Destiny versus these women. It's not the argument of whatever you think the argument is. This is why I'm saying these guys don't even understand what's going on. So they keep talking about, Destiny's argument. What's the argument? What argument? We're not making an argument. What we're showing is we're analyzing this debate and the train of thought this debate goes down and why these women can't seem to understand what his hypothetical entailed. They can't seem to understand.
Never play chess.
That's what
right?
That's on topic. That's why you guys kept thinking I was going off topic, because you guys don't understand what the topic of the stream is. The topic of the stream is the interaction of this debate, not the topic of the debate. I don't care about the topic of the debate. It's not my topic. I don't give a shit. I literally do not care about what the topic of this debate is. What I care about is how they go about this debate, how these women are uncharitable to what Destiny said and try to twist it in a way that makes him seem like he's saying something he's not.
Much
That's
the
the
same as
topic
somebody might have a
of this
genetic
stream.
proclivity towards being a pedophile, and maybe if they get sexually abused at an early age, maybe that flips that
Yeah.
on, and then they
If
become
you
a
get it,
pedophile. That might
that's
be
the
the case, right?
topic.
Because,
So
for
you
instance, a
can
lot
tell
of
your
people that
buddies.
are pedophiles
That's what
are
the
people that were
topic is
abused
of this
at
stream.
sexually,
Yes.
especially very
So they
early
know
age.
I'm not going off
However,
topic and
not
that it's
every
actually
single
them
person
who
that
are
gets
going
sexually
off
abused at
topic.
an early age becomes
I'm not,
pedophile. That
just
is
so
true.
you guys understand, I'm not on this panel. I'm not having a debate with anybody. I'm not having a debate with these people on this stream. This happened days ago. Like, I'm not part of this debate. I'm not here to make the argument of any topic here. I'm here to analyze the arguments they are making.
Yeah.
That's
There's
also
probably
true.
some like biological genetic thing that factors in there, or maybe there are other environmental factors, but those are like really complicated questions that aren't really easy to just give like one answer, because people respond to trauma and shit really differently depending on the person.
That's also
Okay.
true.
Okay, so trauma, yes, but it still doesn't explain how you can compare someone who's a pedophile
She
to
didn't get
someone
the
who's
comparison.
gay or trans.
This is
I
where,
don't-
again, this is like what happened to me, and these people say I make a bad analogy. His analogy wasn't to compare those two things. His analogy was to compare how people think and come to certain conclusions about those things,
Yeah.
right? And what we understand about those things. You're taking the analogy to mean the end when the analogy means the journey. You know what I'm saying? The journey is the analogy, not the end.
I don't see how the two are comparable.
Sure.
Someone who's a pedophile
yeah,
is
yeah,
see, you got
exactly.
40-year-old, right? He's attracted to strictly 9-year-olds.
And that's
That
not your
means
how
that
old
he's gonna be
we're terrible.
attracted to a 9-year-old.
No, you just
when
don't
they grow up to be
understand.
a 10 or
No
11
children
year
are
old.
allowed
He's
here,
gonna
so
move
They
on to
were
the next 9-year-old.
100% accurate analogies to what I was trying to say.
That's
Sounds like a
that's
no children.
that's a problem. that is a
Yeah, I think everybody
That is,
acknowledges that that's
yeah,
a problem. I
everybody
think
agrees
everybody here
that's a
thinks that
problem. That's a
pedophilia is pretty
predator.
bad, right?
Yeah.
Do we all? Is
All right,
everybody-
yeah,
We
okay,
all
we
agree.
can
Yes, we
agree
all
on that.
agree.
It's bad, but you can't compare the two. Because
No,
you
I don't
have-
think we
that's
all
the
agree
difference.
because of you. I think all of us except for you agree, actually.
Brittany, you know that when you run around constantly accusing other people of being
We're talking
pedophiles,
about
you know that makes you sound like a
predators.
pedophile, right? You know that's what
No,
everybody on the left does when guys run
actually
around and they say
at
like,
all.
oh my god, like
no,
all these
you.
girls,
No,
they just need a
you.
guy
That
like
is
me
the
who's a
thing
nice
the left
lefty
does,
person.
is
Because
to
like
say
all
that
those guys end up being
people are most
fucking
obsessed
rapists.
with
You know that.
I'm actually
He
gonna
really
use it.
said-
Why does
right now.
no one have
Oh
a
my God, Alex
timestamp?
Jones was right.
Why does no one have a timestamp of
Alex
this?
Jones was right.
He
Alex
actually
Jones was
said,
right. Holy crap.
I know you are, but what am I as an
All I'm
argument?
saying, yeah, and all you're saying is you are.
Hilarious.
Nice one, Brittany. All I'm saying is that it seems like when we have like really innate sexual things, it's really hard to just say we're
125,
completely
16.
pedophiles.
125,
Why are we?
16.
But why are we looking for ways to forgive and rehabilitate?
Nobody
like,
is. See, there,
pedophiles.
there's another straw man.
Again,
That's not
yeah.
what
You
anybody's
guys are on
looking
stream.
for.
Oh my god.
What people are looking for is to harm children less. Nobody's
Yeah.
talked about rehabilitation.
We don't look for ways to forgive and rehabilitate people who commit mass murder and people.
That's not true. We actually
We
do.
actually do.
We actually
What
do,
the
and
hell is
and
she
we
talking about?
actually give them last rites. We give them a priest before they go to death. There's tons of appeals they get, and there's usually
Therapy
huge
they
campaigns
go
for each
to.
appeal to try to get the person out of execution, at least to like life in prison. These things they actually do have stuff like that. Like she's
Yeah.
saying we don't give, but no, we do. We
We
do.
actually do.
fucking do disgusting things like
Well, okay, so
If
mass murder and
someone
disgusting
takes
things
out
are
on
wait,
it-
mass murder and disgusting things are two totally different things. Okay, some disgusting things are
it's in the
fine.
realm of unacceptable
Hurting a
behavior.
child is a pretty disgusting
Okay,
thing.
wait, guys, I have the take. Can we listen to
Yes,
the audio at
okay.
least so that we have context?
Yep.
Okay, so it's apparent. I'm sorry, I'm gonna play it on my phone because that's just the technology level we're at.
This is your argument.
Can everyone
is like
hear
almost
it?
tautological, and that's why
Yes.
we keep disagreeing. You keep saying consensual child sex, and I disagree. I think that's an oxymoron. I don't think children can consent to that. The things that I've heard discussed is I've heard that some researchers discuss the possibility of reaching out to people that are already of age. So reaching out to 20 or 30-year-old people that have had child pornography created for them, and then compensating them in some way, and then asking for use of that in treatments of pedophiles in order to keep them from offending. That's what I've read. And again, I'm not entirely sure what the conclusion is on that research, if that would prevent people from actually molesting children or not. If it would, then I would agree that that's something that should be pursued. If it wouldn't, then I would, maintain
There's
the
no
position we have right
problem
now.
with
But
that
Bessie chick
statement,
is
I think.
shaking her head.
Yeah, there's
Do you
no
remember
problem
when
with
she's
He
that.
not
makes that
here?
take on one
What the
study
age
that
group
didn't
of the
even
people would
result
be
in
now?
being a
They're
good.
20 to 30-year-old adults.
Yeah.
who agree to this being used. So I don't know why she's like shaking her head in disgust. It's like, if you were one of those people that wouldn't want that type of imagery shared for that purpose, they're not going to fucking use it. So I don't get it.
But some people are going to feel this. What I was saying is some people are going to feel a sense of responsibility for that. And I use the equivalent of like somebody who was raped, and sometimes they, you know, like some people get raped and they're embarrassed and don't want to say anything and don't talk about what happened to them. But there's those some people who come out right away and call the police, and they stop the person because they feel a sense of responsibility to stop. I know this about that person. I need to stop it now, you know, sooner. So they prevent harm, right? So like that's kind of the point of what they're saying. That's kind of what the hypothetical is saying. Somebody wants to use their old photos as a way to prevent harm for children in the future, right?
Yeah, but like,
just
Brittany,
like higher take on
I'm not saying that we should do it. I'm saying that if it works, but like it's a hypothetical.
I'm not saying,
like,
it's a
what is the
hypothetical.
point of like trying to take that?
Oh, if I say that.
Exactly, it's a
Said a
hypothetical.
few studies as well that he's heard this from a few studies, not one. They're insisting it's one, but he's heard like several.
But you see how already they're trying to turn. This is what somebody was saying in the chat. Why is he hiding behind hypotheticals? Like, that doesn't make any sense. It's a hypothetical. Why are you making a hypothetical such a big deal? You know what I'm saying? Knowing what a hypothetical is, why would you then go and label something based on a hypothetical?
Yeah,
like huh?
That's I can't. Yeah.
It seems like you have a low standard, then, right? Like people.
You're so afraid of this conversation. You have to brand somebody something so disgusting. Like,
Right.
That's.
It's almost like a cancel culture kind of thing. Like you're not allowed to joke about this one thing, and you can't say these things. And it's like, well, we can't do hypotheticals on things either now. Like, isn't that the same premise? Like, you tell me I can't make jokes about stuff. Well, you're saying I can make jokes about anything because I'm just joking, and everybody gets I'm joking. Like nobody thinks I'm serious when I make a joke.
The joke.
But when somebody makes a hypothetical, you think they're being serious.
Yeah.
Like, huh?
Like the joke is getting more attention than the crime itself.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Like everybody's saying, "Oh, that's an awful thing to think." Meanwhile, there's still crime happening.
I mean, this happened to Daniel Tosh, and the right defended Daniel Tosh. He made a rape joke about a woman who was heckling him.
Oh, right.
On stage, right? And I'm totally for that. He should be allowed to make that joke. So, again, then, to be consistent, I'm totally for Destiny being allowed to make that hypothetical. And I don't think that him making the hypothetical necessarily means that we should go around calling him pro-CP or anything. You know what I'm saying? Just like I don't think Daniel Tosh making that rape joke to that lady who was heckling him on stage, I don't think that means that we should go around calling him a rapist or a misogynist or anything. You know? It's not that hard of an understanding that a hypothetical, almost like a joke, is not meant to be taken seriously or not to be making like as a statement of clarity or truth. You know?
These people,
it's a thought experiment.
A lot of these people you can't play the what if game with because they'll be like, well, I can't even imagine. Like, I can't believe you saying
that. But hypotheticals is a good tool you can use for an argument, but it's also a good tool to vet the other person to see how honest and how good faith the other person is in the debate. Like I said, if you're debating a vegan and you know, and they're telling you that their argument is that they want to end suffering of animals.
Right.
A good hypothetical to do is to make a hypothetical where you just reduce the harm of animals, right? And make a hypothetical. And then that's a good way to see if they're honest with their argument or not, you know, depending on how they answer to the hypothetical. So if Destiny is saying, I'm for reducing harm to children, and the other person is making an argument on trying to say, like, as we can heard from the beginning of the clip, the other guy was trying to make an argument about a child. Well, but if a child consents, and Destiny's like, no, a child can't consent. Already, I disagree with you there. So the dude made another hypothetical to see where Destiny's line was. And Destiny's line was, it has to help kids. It has to be a consenting adult to their past. You know, we can't create any more CP. You know what I'm saying? There was tons of stipulations on that, you know. And any one of those stipulations you take out, Destiny doesn't agree with it anymore.
Doesn't agree with it.
And one of the stipulations was we knew from a fact, from data and studies, hypothetically, if we knew this for a fact from data and studies, and there was a fact that it would help kids, you know, then I would be for it. That's one of those that you take out. As of now, we don't have the data and stats on that, so take that out. He's not for it at the moment. But hypothetically, if we had all those factors, which we don't right now, And if we did, he would be for it.
Anybody that listens to that,
Makes
dude,
sense.
I've been on the internet for longer than you've been alive. Okay, if I was like involved in anything like this, I think it would have leaked by now. Okay, I feel pretty safe. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Number one.
Yeah.
Number two,
Destiny's
it's a
probably one of the most
hypothetical. Why are you
clipped
so
people
fixated on it?
on
And
the
anybody
internet.
listening to this knows,
The
like, oh, he's not saying he's
idea-
pro-child
the
porn.
idea-
It was part of an argument.
Hypothetically, pedophiles should be rewarded for their behavior. Nobody would be clapping for
We're
me.
not- it's
so
not
just
about-
because you
But
say
that's
it's
not what
hypothetical
I'm
in
sorry.
this
Okay,
context,
I'm
See,
sorry.
there's the straw man again. She straw manned his argument to be like, oh, if you thought if you make an argument to somebody that we should be rewarding pedophiles for their behavior, and he's like, what? Like, was that part of the argument? That's not part of the argument. Nobody's talking about rewarding anybody for their behavior.
It is the most boring thing in the world is people getting on Twitter and just screaming like, "Oh, fuck pedophiles! They're so evil. We can't." That is such a boring. Like, congratulations for the virtue signal. Like, you're a hero. Okay, listen,
Child
everybody,
trafficking is an actual
everybody claps for you. You're a hero. You're so brave.
Just admit you don't want to have the conversation and move on.
because you say hypothetically.
Admit that you're not
Actually bothered by
emotionally.
this.
What?
I'm really
Distant
bothered by
from
this
it
because
enough to have
I'm
the
not
conversation.
accusing Destiny of anything but child trafficking is a huge issue.
Yeah, but nobody's
and
saying
so
it's not.
for something like that to be tied to something like child pornography, no, yeah, saying something about pedophilia needs to be done.
Okay,
that's
hold on.
not
First,
that's
okay, yeah,
cringe.
okay. Child trafficking and pedophilia; these are two totally different things.
But they're linked.
No,
they're linked. They're very
Yeah,
linked.
yes.
They're linked.
Ashley,
They are
what does
different
what does
things,
it mean to
but
be a
they're linked,
pedophile?
yes. But there's a lot of adults being trafficked as well. I lived off it.
Are all pedophiles child traffickers?
I lived near a place where there were people that were human trafficked there, and I think it was like somebody in politics was involved in it, and they all got it busted for it. But apparently, there was somebody from Guatemala was importing women from Guatemala, basically saying they'll give them jobs at this bar and they'll work there and have an apartment and stuff. But instead, they were like locking them up in the back and having them, be prostitutes, forced prostitutes, with the promise of, oh, you're going to get your job, help you become citizen, and this and that. So, I mean, I think that happens probably a lot more than human trafficking. But these are different things, and both are a
There's a
problem.
huge link between them. Look what just happened
But there
with
is a
Epstein's
link between
Island.
them too.
Sure, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, that's
I'm just
If
saying
they act on it,
You're
they're
talking about, you're talking about fun,
the-
famous pedophiles, not famous pedophiles.
The goal is
Yeah, the
to
goal
have
is to have them
more
not.
Pedophilia is a huge
do it.
contributor to child trafficking. What are you talking about?
But there's already
huge
not the
link.
argument.
The
She's
goal
freaking
is-
out and having an argument with him on something that has nothing to do with the argument. Like she's
have
already
more
diverted onto
pedophiles
something else.
in treatment so that less children
No,
are
just
being
fucking
raped.
shoot them. I still maintain they should be shot in the head.
Why?
Like, no one's gonna miss them from
Why
society.
are you
Sorry.
like
Like,
for what?
Okay,
reason?
I mean,
don't
like,
know.
if you
I
want to
just
like,
think that
if you
does
want to
the
like
most
circle
good.
jerk about like dumb fantasies that'll never come true and have no policy implications,
What do
you
you
can
mean
do
it
that.
I mean,
doesn't?
I
There's
agree with
communists
him on
on
that
Twitter
too.
like to do the same. I guess.
I'm cool with that. If you want to do that, that's fine. But that's never gonna happen. We don't do that with murderers. Even like we don't just shoot murderers in the head and end it. Like there's a whole due process. There's whole constitutional rights that right wingers usually are for constitutional rights. All of a sudden they're like, oh, get rid of constitutional rights. Cruel and unusual punishment doesn't mean anything. But he's right. Realistically, you have a weak position. It's a position that's never going to happen. It's not realistic. Like, you're not helping the situation. And on top of that, we're already at a point where we're stopping people after they offend. What Destiny, the hypothetical for that was to prevent people from offending in the first place. Don't offend, don't ever hurt kids. That's his position. Her position is, no, let them hurt kids, and then we'll kill them after they hurt a kid. Because
that makes
the only way you're going to find out is if they hurt a kid, right? Like, that's the only time you're going to find out if they're offensive or not. So, before that, they're going to keep it secret, and you're never going to know until it happens, right? The other way is he's saying, if there was a way that we knew that we could help people not do that and never offend, I'd be for that. I would be for that with serial killers, too. If there was a way we could find out that someone would be a serial killer before they're going to be a serial killer, and there was a way to prevent him from wanting to go out and serial kill, I would be all for that. Yeah, I would be all for that, because then nobody would die from that, right? And I'm not for it because I feel bad for the killer. I'm for it because I feel bad for the victims. I don't want the victims to die. And it's kind of like a Minority Report thing, but we can't jail people for things they don't do. That's the Minority Report thing. But if we can have a sort of therapy or something that prevents them from doing it, then that's fantastic.
It's
How is
it's
it boring?
all
If you had a child and some fucking grown ass man raped them, you'd be like, let's rehabilitate this.
Well,
poor
First of all, I live in the United States of America, so we don't do revenge justice like that for a reason. Okay. Number two, I do have a child, and if somebody raped my child, I would want to fucking kill them. But there's a reason why we don't. But this is. But there's a reason. No. But that's a boring. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, none of us are bored by that take.
If somebody,
there's a reason why none of you are. There's a reason why none of them are bored by that take. Because they're low substance argumenters, you know, like they don't have good arguments. Yeah. It's really low bar, low substance shit, where they all just constantly agree with each other. Oh, let's talk about pedophilia. Okay, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Okay, what's the next topic? Yeah, you know, and nobody really has a good or can really break down the thought process of why. You know, hey, let's talk about why it's bad. Let's talk about why people commit it. You know, they can't.
If one of them said, I understand what Destiny's saying, that person would need to be lectured. The whole, a whole sit down would have to happen to understand why that person has the wrong opinion. Like they see Destiny having the wrong opinion.
Kid in the face, I would want to kill that person. That doesn't mean that we should have the death penalty for people that walk around kicking children, right? Okay. I'm just saying that, like, the goal.
It's different than putting your dick in them.
Now they get caught on that.
I'm a parent. If somebody kicked my child, of course I want to fucking kill that person. Are you serious?
A kick isn't going to tear a child when it comes to the rest of their
people
life.
are literally killed for that, for slapping another person's kid. Like, though I dare one of these women to go into the hood right now and slap someone's kid and see if they don't get killed, you know, for it. But that's kind of the point he's making is,
you don't
as
want
the parent,
have any harm come to your
you
child.
You don't get the parent to decide. I mean, you know, it happens and we turn the other fucking blind eye. But, you know, morally, when we talk about ethics, we don't think about letting the parent decide the justice for what happened to their child, because we understand that a parent has a biased view on it and is over emotional, is going to choose death, maybe where it's not relevant or where it is, whatever. But we think about that through the law system. We have jury for this, we have judges for this, we have sentences.
That's why when the parent leaps over the pews to attack the criminal that hurt their child, they're stopped. We understand why that parent has that anger, but this is why they're in court to
and sometimes they're lenient on those parents, and they don't give them you could get contempt of court and assault, and sometimes they'll give them a really low slap on the wrist, or even let them go with a warning. You know, there's a guy who a karate teacher kidnapped his kid that was a student, and he drove him off to another town and kidnapped him and kept him as a slave. You know, and the dad, when they got busted, the dad freaked out and he went to go meet him. You know, he heard that the cops were flying him in through Miami airport to go to trial in Florida, where they were from, where he kidnapped them. And the dad stood there by a phone booth, hidden with a hat and glasses on, and turned around and shot him in the head while the cops were transporting him, with his hands behind his back, and he shot him in the head, killed him on the spot. Dude died on the spot. Everybody's like, "Oh my god!" You hear the detectives like, "Oh my god!" And then they see who it is, and he's like, "Paul, I don't remember if his name's Paul, but just randomly like, "Paul, what are you doing? What have you done? Oh my god!" But guess what? He went to trial. The judge gave him a super light slap on the wrist. I don't think he even spent any time in prison. They gave him 2 years probation or something. They're like, it was 2 years probation. House arrest for 6 months and 2 years probation. Just for murder. You know what I'm saying? But under the circumstances, everybody understands. We're gonna turn a blind eye. We get it. But when we're talking about ethics and stuff like that, and we're talking about how these laws are written and what is the actual law, we can't just say the parent, let the parent decide. It doesn't work that way. That's the point of what Destiny's saying. They're not getting it. And now they're going to get bogged down for 20 minutes on, you're comparing slapping a kid, to the point where this Nina Infinity chick asks the dumbest question. And she says, so you get upset that somebody slaps your kid, but not if somebody has sex with them? It's like, what? It's like, what? That's not what he said. There's another example. How does this get... It's so funny how something somebody says gets twisted in such a way to say the opposite of what they're saying now.
what I'm
Right.
saying
a
is, what
child
I'm
being
saying
molested changes
is,
their entire life.
sure, there's a
whole
lot of
nother
things that change your
debate.
life. What I'm
But
saying is that if
Destiny, this is where you're
The fact-
losing
are
control
you-
because
whoa,
you don't have any
dismissing-
degrees. Like you're
you
going from
You
like,
don't have
right
any
now-
degrees. That's what he's saying. As a parent, you don't have degrees. You're over emotional about things happening to your kid. That's exactly what they're claiming he doesn't have something that he's explaining he has to them.
Yeah.
He's telling them, you're asking me what I would want as a parent. I don't have degrees as a parent.
Yeah.
You slap my kid, I'm gonna fuck
gonna
you
fuck
up.
you
You know
up.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like I'm gonna try to kill you. Like I'm gonna be enraged,
Yeah.
like, to a point where I might murder someone for a slight offense, And there are parents like this, that's what I'm saying.
Wait, ladies, can I jump in? As a hypothetical, I don't actually think his take was as bad as we're pretending it is.
See, here comes Lauren trying to bring some peace and bring it back.
Because she's a parent too. She gets it from a parent's perspective,
Right.
what Destiny is saying as well. And
Right, and what she's doing right now is trying to bring it back to the hypothetical because they've strayed so far away from the hypothetical. They're not even talking about that anymore. Now they're talking about the analogies that Destiny's made.
Yeah.
And they've totally left the argument. Now they're talking about how can you compare slapping a kid to having sex with a kid? How can you compare? Those things are not comparable. This isn't the argument. That's why she's like, to be fair, can we get back to that? That's not what the hypothetical was saying. Can we get back to that?
Understand we all hate pedophiles and
Yeah,
we
we
want
all-
them to not
It's
exist.
just the bravest virtue
Right,
signal,
but,
on
like,
social
Yeah,
media
virtue
to talk
signal,
about it so
Okay,
much.
wow,
It's
you're
so
so cool,
boring.
Destiny.
Yeah,
You're
but
so cool and edgy.
defending them doesn't make it.
I don't.
cool and
Who's
cool.
defending pedophiles?
Yeah, I don't.
Wait,
I
who's
don't
ever
think
defended a
he's
pedophile here?
like. I love you all.
Yeah, see, and then now he's defending a pedophile. He's like, wait, but who's defended a pedophile? What are you talking about? That's exactly what the people in my chat were saying too, right? They were like, oh, you're saying that you're defending, I'm not defending anybody. What are you talking about?
I don't think he's defending them.
I
I'm
don't
saying
think he's
this. I
defending
don't
them
think
Here's
he's
my
defending
argument as to why. Okay, but here's my argument as to why he is defending them. Because he wants to go around saying,
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a bad
actually, it's
argument.
hypothetical. It's great to play devil's advocate to prove points.
It's
I
not
agree.
even a devil's advocate.
However, in his hypothetical, he said, if it were to decrease the amount of children who get abused, I would be for it. You
Right.
took a position in saying that. And inherently, by you saying that they should get CP material at all, incentivizes a market. And it therefore increases.
That's not necessarily true. You could stop it from incentivizing a market.
And then
That's
you
not
want to sit
necessarily
in. No,
true.
I'm
Like,
talking.
you're 2 steps
But
away.
also,
Talk over me.
that just ends the hypothetical again, because if she's saying that in the long run it's going to incentivize a market and it's going to happen more, then that ends the hypothetical. The hypothetical was if there wasn't more made, and we knew it did harm. So already, what she's doing is breaking his hypothetical. So the hypothetical doesn't work anymore. What's the point of that, right? Like, it doesn't even make sense. So she's just saying things, it seems like, just to say things. Like, it doesn't even work with what he's saying. It makes no sense. The hypothetical would not stand anymore if we took that away, right?
You're just no. You will not talk over me. You are incentivizing pedophilia. You are incentivizing.
No, he's not. Actually, he's incentivizing less, but he's not incentivizing anything. Actually,
A market for it. You're incentivizing for it to be normalized. You're saying that they should be treated. It should be normal. It's like taking a fucking
it should be treated. What? No, that's not what he's saying.
Advil. No, it's
It's
not.
like taking an Advil. She said, like, what? He never said anything that it should be like taking an Advil. Like, what?
And the fact that you are not enraged by pedophiles is really suspicious when everybody else here is. And
See, yeah, but this is the part we got to go back and you got to watch this here. This is the part where she basically exposes that she's too over emotional to have this. But you can't hear me yet. You stretch your back. But she basically admits that, she says, I'm furious about it and everybody else is furious and I don't know why you're not furious about it. And it's like, well, because he's having a normal conversation. No one's being hurt by this conversation. Like, why are you so furious about it? Actually is an expose on yourself that you're too over emotional to have this conversation. You're pissed off right now. How can you have a rational argument?
I don't
saying
think
this
he's
from
Okay,
defending
but
his
here's
opinion.
my argument as to why. Okay, but here's my argument as to why he is.
Which it doesn't make any
Because he
sense.
wants to go around saying, "Oh, actually, it's hypothetical." It's great
why
to play
he is
devil's
defending.
advocate to prove points sometimes.
But he wasn't playing devil's advocate. That wasn't what that was. It was somebody testing his boundaries and seeing where he was.
I agree.
And then she says it's not a hypothetical. I don't know what she's saying it's not a hypothetical to. What's not a hypothetical? Like, huh? I thought the entire topic of this discussion was a hypothetical that Destiny agreed to once, like 5 years ago.
However, in his hypothetical, he said, if it were to decrease the amount of children that get abused, I would be for it. You took a position in saying that.
Mhm.
And
yeah, of course. Who wouldn't be for less children being harmed? What?
And if it did the reverse,
Yeah.
she's not for it.
And that's what she starts saying.
Talking
She's like, but it does this, which is worse. And then it's like, okay, then I'm not for it. Like, I don't understand what you're saying.
apparently, by you saying that
You're
they
basically
should get
just clarifying the hypothetical the same way he would. If it was to spiral and incentivize more CP, then he wouldn't do it because part of the hypothetical was that there would be no more. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
So if there was more, or if incentivized more, and more started coming up, then he would be against that.
That CP material at all incentivizes a market. And it therefore
Is it-
increases.
is it incent-
you want to pretend it doesn't,
Brittany,
and then you
let's-
want to
You didn't
sit
say
it.
it.
No,
You're
I'm
like,
talking.
you're 2 steps
no,
away,
you will not
Brittany.
talk over
You're
me.
2
You're
steps.
just
Yeah, he's like, you're
no.
almost there. Like you've almost
You
clarified that he's right though. She almost said he was like, you're 2 steps away. You've almost clarified the
Like,
hypothetical.
yeah, she gets, and then she does like
And
a
then-
sharp turn.
Yeah, and then a sharp turn.
Incentivizing pedophilia.
Mhm.
You are incentivizing a market for it. You are incentivizing
She's
for it
just
to be
repeating
normalized.
herself.
You are saying that they should
No
be
one
treated.
is
It should be
saying-
normalized.
they're
It's
not
like
even
fucking
listening.
Advil.
Both
No, it's not. And the
Ashton
fact that
and
you are not
Brittany.
enraged
That's
by
not what he said.
pedophiles
Yeah,
is
yeah,
really
that was
suspicious
nothing
when
what he said.
everybody else here is, and everybody
see,
else here
it's
seems to
furious.
understand how terrible.
But that's not a good argument for you, Brittany. You're basically saying everyone here is arguing out of emotion and not through reason, right?
thing it is, and you're comparing it to, oh, you know, it's the same as my kid getting kicked in the face. You clearly.
No, but that wasn't what the comparison was. He didn't say that those are equally bad. He's saying to him as a parent, he would be furious, extra furious, no matter what happened to his kid. Anybody does anything negative to his kid, he'd be quicker to jump to kill the person, you know, than a normal, than somebody outside of that would, you know, than a normal stranger would. You know?
You don't have a comprehension.
I never said
for
it
how
was
bad
the same, Brittany.
someone getting
I
touched
said
is.
just
It
because
changes their.
somebody
It
does
can
something to
change
your kid and you
everything
want to
about
kill
their
that person
life.
doesn't mean we should kill all the people that do that thing.
No, but
And then you-
Destiny, but you do come across.
He wants to play it down once again.
I don't come
How?
across as anything. Your brains
So
are.
here's what this chick is saying. But you come across us, and he's like, I don't. It's you. That, you know, it's your brains are rotten, and you don't realize. But it's true. They have that fucking party brain rot.
You're shut off on this issue. That's
Yeah,
it.
you're shut off on this
My
issue.
brain, trust me.
Oh, you're
my brain
so
is not shut
idiot.
off on
Brittany,
this issue.
Brittany, you literally opened
But
it
it's
saying
literally that
Destiny.
moment.
You said
She
that if
almost
less
had
children
that
were
hypothetical.
abused, you'd be okay with this thing. But what if it leads to more children being abused? Then guess what? I wouldn't
Wait.
be okay with it.
I-
Look at
I
how easy
wouldn't
that
be
was.
okay with
Look
it.
at
That's
how
how easy it is. There you go.
But-
But really, it was really that easy. The argument should be over right here. Oh, you'd be against. Oh, okay, and that's it. And it should be over here. But instead, it causes all these girls to freak out, and it keeps going on them saying he's a pedophile or something, or he's defending pedophiles. When right now he said no. If that was what would happen, and that was part of the hypothetical, then I would
I'm
be
not
against
for
it.
it.
Yeah. So funny,
Autistic
right?
right now, but can someone send me the Portugal study while you argue so I can read it?
I mean, the Portugal
Anyway,
study's really
no,
irrelevant
I don't
in
have
this
it.
because
All right,
nobody's
chat,
advocating.
I'll rely on
for
you
it.
again. You guys
It's a
keep at it,
hypothetical
chat.
that's posed. Like,
I
whether
want
studies
to
or
say
not,
something
it's
really
going to
quick.
stay the
Destiny,
same.
you keep bringing up hypotheticals, but you yourself are bringing up a hypothetical in which children may or may not be less harmed by a certain issue,
Mhm.
and that's what I'm.
But hold on. She says you keep bringing up hypothetical. First off,
He hasn't brought up.
I think Destiny, because if he had watched the clip before he came on, he would remember. But I don't think he remembers. But us, you know, with the benefit of watching the clip again at the beginning of this,
Right.
saw that the hypothetical was posed to him. He didn't make the hypothetical. Someone else made the hypothetical to him,
Right.
and they tried to find a way that he would be okay with. You know, like when he's saying,
I'm bringing here.
meet
We
all
really
these
don't know
criteria
what's going
to
to
be
fix the
met.
situation, and by bringing this idea of bringing child pornography to therapy, would it has a possibility to make it worse?
Yeah.
Why cause more harm than need to? Why
I
not
don't
take
know.
out the
I'm
problem?
not a researcher. I
But
don't know.
why
It's something
cause-
I'm
No, I-
researching.
See,
You
there's
know-
the thing is she said, why cause more harm? The whole point of the hypothetical is to cause less harm. Why is it causing more harm? Where's the more harm coming from? That's
What
I
it
want
is
to know.
No, you're a
like,
know-it-all though.
I think that you have a point, Destiny. Like, I understand because you were trying to play devil's advocate, and you're saying that.
hold on.
No, but he never even played devil's
What I
advocate.
would
People keep
want in
saying
an
that.
ideal world.
Hypotheticals aren't only used for devil's advocate.
If there are weird ways
You would
to
say
do
that, but that's the thing. Here's the thing: is what is being misunderstood, at least by me so far, is that your attitude coming across that like you are comparing like pedophilia to gay people.
What?
to,
No.
like,
Like
Oh,
classic
my gosh.
bullying.
Yeah, they're still hung up
If
on their
somebody-
misunderstanding of how the comparison worked. Oh my god.
If somebody says, "Can you come over to my house tomorrow?" and I say, "Yeah, sure. I'm gonna have to ride my bike because I don't have my car today." And then somebody's like, "Are you saying a bike is the same thing as a car?" No, I'm saying that both of these things are transportation I can use to get to my house. I'm not saying the same thing. When we talk about gayness and pedophilia, I'm not saying they're the same thing. What I'm saying is that innate, I don't know how many times I repeat this, and you all know this. When I say that there are innate sexual hooks that we have in our minds that are really hard to change. Like secondary sexual characters, when guys see boobs or butts, it's really hard to make a guy not find that attractive. Or when women see certain masculine features.
But
Those are like
I like how this chick legitimately is trying to understand.
and then she plays
She's
down
not
afterwards
understanding,
at
but
the
she
end.
tries to. This girl says
She
she
is
wants to
so
understand. I think she can't understand.
she-
I think
it's
this
gone
is a
over her head.
situation where everything he says she's misunderstanding
Yeah,
and
she's
thinking
too
about like
emotional about
you see
it.
that completely different attitude. She went what
the
and is
fuck?
making confused like I'm pissed off faces
Yeah.
while this lady's saying yeah, understanding what he's saying up to this point, right?
being really fucking deep to who you are.
No,
And it
it's the
seems
same with
to
a
be,
gay man for a gay man.
and it
Yeah,
seems to be the
Yeah,
case
see, now she
that
got
for
that far.
pedophiles, that whatever it is that makes them attracted to children is also really
Yeah, but it's
deeply
caused
built
by
in.
trauma.
What's your
Who cares
point
what
in
it's
pointing that
caused
out?
by? If you can't
No,
retroactively
no,
get rid of trauma.
You know what's funny because
Hold
at the
up,
end,
hold up.
later on, Stardust comes in and says like maybe it's she like Chrissy just said like it's trauma, could be trauma. Stardust comes in and makes that argument that some of those pedophiles, they're victims themselves.
Are victims themselves, yeah.
But they just want to kill all the pedophiles and stuff.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
then the guy was
But
like,
they're
but the second
victims.
they act, you kill them. But then that leads to the same circle where it's like, but we're trying to prevent them from acting at all.
Yeah,
Like, we don't want any kids being hurt. And then right now, they just made an argument that they don't realize they're making on Destiny's hypothetical that they were talking about before. She just said, wait, what was it? What was this Chrissy chick just said? Because she's making an argument for him almost and doesn't even realize it.
That whatever it is that makes them attracted to children is also really
Yeah, but it's
deeply
caused
built in.
by trauma.
Yeah, but it's caused by trauma.
Caused by trauma. So
Yeah.
their attraction to children is caused by trauma.
Right.
And she just wants to kill all the pedophiles.
Right. But how better way to prevent further trauma and more people growing up with that trauma causing them to repeat that trauma on someone else than to lower the amounts or lower the rate of people being traumatized, right? Yeah. So the less children being molested, the less children being put in these situations, they get traumatized. Well, we should see, I don't know if this is true, I'm not a statistician, I'm not an expert in this, but we should see a drop on the rate of pedophiles, basically, because there's those people who become that based on the traumas won't becoming that based on trauma. This will be happening less. That's what we're looking for, right? That's what he's basically agreeing to a hypothetical of that.
Caused by, if you can't retroactively.
But that's why I said, who cares what they're caused by? Because you can't retroactively stop, so you can't go back and prevent that trauma, which is not true, because Destiny's hypothetical technically does that. Because less people will be offending, less people will become victims, less people will be traumatized, right? So Destiny doesn't even realize it right here, but his hypothetical prevents that and actually does that. It does go back and erase trauma technically, right? But it stays forward and prevents trauma now to prevent future occurrences. But he's saying for real world problems in the current, we can't go back and prevent the trauma.
Yeah.
So we have to prevent it from
occurring
happening in the
anymore.
future.
Yeah.
For future traumas, we have to prevent. So we can't prevent past
Hold up,
trauma.
hold up.
But they're saying, they get caught up on him saying, who cares what causes it? Because that's not the point of the hypothetical right now. I mean, there is a way to look into what causes it and all this stuff. But that's not what he's saying. To the ends of this hypothetical, it doesn't matter what causes it. We're trying to prevent it, right?
That's the thing. When
For
you
you
say
to say-
who cares, that matters because you're now differentiating someone who is born normal and gay doesn't have that.
We don't know. We don't even know if people are born gay. We don't even know that.
We do know that.
We
That is-
absolutely.
that's
I
crazy.
promise you that we do not know that people are born gay. We absolutely
Do we
don't.
know that people are born hetero then?
Most likely, but we don't even know that. There's so many environmental factors.
Wait.
Listen, hold on. Let me clarify something because everybody forget. When I said that it doesn't matter if it's caused by early trauma. What I'm saying is that you can't fix a pedophile at age 2 because the trauma hasn't happened yet. If you've got a guy that's like 20 or 30 or 40 and they're a pedophile, and you say, well, it's caused by early trauma. Okay, that we can't do anything.
Yeah,
about
what does that do?
So you actually don't have a position
Trauma,
because
you
you
can
don't
help
think
them.
anyone's born anything. You
Actually
think you
don't
don't
have
think
a
that
position.
that
Just because
people
I
are
don't
born
think somebody's
straight, you don't
born
think people
something
are
doesn't
born
mean I
gay,
don't-
But
you
we're not
do
even
think
talking
people are
about a
born
position.
pedophiles.
Like, we're
minute,
talking
I
about a
have a question.
Wait,
hypothetical.
I never said that
Didn't
people
say
were
that.
born
Oh my
pedophiles.
God.
It's like
on,
now
you
they're
did
trying to
say
force
that.
him into
But
a
you just
Absolutely
said-
did not say that at any point.
Okay,
Wait a
can,
minute.
ladies,
Wait a
can I
minute.
clarify?
Wait a
He had a position where he said some people may have a higher genetic disposition
Yeah.
to have pedophilic behaviors that are switched on and off by environmental factors. So
Yeah.
not
That's how
necessarily
all
that there's
genes
war
work.
in it,
Trauma
but that it can
or
be
other-
turned on or off by
idiot.
certain.
Happy New Year, Ryan.
Screenshot,
Doing it again.
Screenshot.
I did.
I can't believe it.
I did find a study that said that consumption of child pornography. Okay, wait, I'm going to make one comment and then Ashton will go to you. I did find a study
Okay,
that
thank you.
found that the consumption of child pornography had almost no effect, positive or negative, on violent sex offending. I'll have to read through it more. But Ashton,
The
to
study
your
doesn't even support it at all.
so it doesn't support
And
or
you based
negate.
it on this
Okay,
one
so then
study.
the
That didn't
hypothetical
even
is
support
no.
it.
You don't even
Negate
know
it.
if that's bro.
This
Brittany,
isn't the
if at
study,
the end
this
of
is
the
just
day,
one.
Brittany,
But-
if you showed me,
Dude,
here's the weird
buddy,
thing because you think I'm so
how?
married to this idea. If you were like Destiny, here's 5 studies that show that the consumption of child porn either worsens a pedophile's desire to harm a child or it has no effect. Then you know what I would say? I would say, wow, sounds like we definitely shouldn't fucking give pedophiles child porn then. That was really easy. Do you see how simple that was?
You know what
See
I
how
would
easy
say?
it is to
I
make a
would
It's very
fact-based
easy.
argument? You can just show me something like, oh yeah, sure. That's it. True.
Wow,
That makes
you're
sense.
you're so logical.
Yeah,
And
see,
you know
that
what
should
I
be
would
the end of
say?
the argument
I would
again.
say,
That's the
using
second
my
thing.
common
Yeah.
sense. Oh, wouldn't that create a market for it? Wouldn't that normalize pedophilia?
Right, and then the
therefore more children
hypothetical
get
is
harmed
ended,
because it
right?
gets normalized because it's treated as if it were like any other mental illness or as if it were a sexuality. Because my common sense says
Thank
that. 'cause
you.
I'm
Yeah,
not
but then
fucking
the answer to his
autistic.
Okay,
hypothetical
so
is no.
anytime
So
you
what's
use
the
the phrase
problem?
common
No
sense in an
offense to
argument,
autists,
you
you're
are
not listening to
demonstrating
that.
autism, Brittany. That's what you just did.
Oh
my
okay? That's
God,
what you just
Destiny,
did.
stop.
Number 1,
He
okay?
called me autistic.
Number two. Well, I only brought up propensity character evidence to deny your character evidence, okay?
You
You
didn't
said
bring
you
up
weren't
my
fucking
truth
autistic. I believe
allergy.
the case of the opposite. But regardless, okay? Regardless, right? All I'm saying is that the goal in any society should be to get as many pedophiles into treatment or whatever is possible so that less kids are getting abused. I don't think that's that controversial of a position.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Yeah.
controversial.
But they are
either.
trying to normalize it. Absolutely.
You're except
Who's
you're
trying to
normalizing
normalize
it, and
Yeah,
you're
but-
having and
yeah,
you're
but
In what
even-
way are they trying to normalize it? This Leanne person brings up way at the end, or maybe she brought it up here and we missed it, that teachers are trying to normalize this with that whole MAPS thing or whatever. One teacher is her example. So they're complaining about Destiny
person.
bringing up a few studies he's seen, talking about this whatever solution, if it were to help reduce children being harmed. This Leanne person has one example in the form of a TikTok video of some stupid teacher who's probably being looked into and removed because guess what? Parents aren't going to agree to this shit, Leanne. Parents aren't going to be wanting pedophilia or
No parent's
MAPS
gonna agree
being
to that. That's not
normalized
gonna-
in school.
that's not
So
gonna be
what the
normalized.
hell are you talking
I actually have no fear of it being normalized because I
Yeah.
don't think it ever can be. I don't
No.
understand how it can. There's no way it could. But her bringing this in is just she doesn't really have any point against Destiny, so she just went to change the subject because nobody's talking about normalizing it. I don't understand why that's even part of the argument. Brittany brought it up, but Destiny hypothetical is if it normalized it and it created a negative effect, then he would be against it. So there's no argument there. They actually both agree, and she doesn't realize that they both agree. And then this girl goes from the normalized aspect of it, and she's just like, oh,
they are
normalizing
one
it.
teacher
yeah.
on TikTok. Wow.
But nobody's talking about normalizing. That was never part of Destiny's argument. Was he never said the hypothetical was
and
never.
we've established that.
Even if it
You constantly
normalizes
try to
it.
downplay what they say.
Also,
you
dislike
constantly
counter. We're
back
saying the
pedal,
exact
constantly-
same thing
but then
Destiny
it's a
is saying.
hypothetical.
So you're lost. You're
Yeah.
lost out here, man.
hypothetical, but you did take a position.
When do I?
You
Wait,
But you did take a position. Well, yeah, but his position is to reduce the harm.
Yeah.
That's the position.
And
of
if
the
it doesn't
hypothetical.
reduce harm, he's
Yeah.
not for it.
Yeah,
so
just
he's
like-
already he's already like covered both of the solutions or the reactions to the outcomes to that. He's already responded to both outcomes.
And if you add what she says to the hypothetical, then he's against it. So
Yeah.
what's the problem? Then there's no problem here. Like
No.
there really isn't,
You're
and she's
insisting it's
making a
something that-
problem out of something that isn't. They
It's-
both
yeah.
basically agree with that hypothetical. I don't see why Brittany would
They
disagree.
want to be like,
downplay
oh, but
what
they
happened
can't
to her.
change it. But they can't change it. You're constantly trying to sympathize
wait.
and empathize.
Hold on,
with
I'm
them.
But he's not. That's not
Nobody's
empathizing. That's
empathizing,
literally
it's
been
empathizing.
studied. That some of them are just attracted. It's just how attraction works for some people.
What reason?
It's not even all of them. He did say it was just a percentage.
I'm not
For what
sympathizing.
reason? You wouldn't do this with rapists. You wouldn't do this with
Yeah,
murderers,
we do. We actually do this with rapists and murderers all the time. Actually,
but you do it with pedophiles.
I do it with literally anything.
Yeah,
If
he
somebody
does. Yeah,
can't
we
do
do
it,
do
there's
that.
another-
Common sense.
Here-
you would
there's
want to
common sense
prevent
doesn't
people
make
from
sense
murdering
because
and
somebody
raping as
disagrees with
well.
you is a different common
Actually,
sense.
it's not logical.
And if you
Here's an-
showed me something and said, well, if we had like past rape porn or something that somebody said that they would be, they were the victim of it, and they, under the same hypothetical, and I want to use that to prevent, and we know by study that it would definitely prevent people from harming more people, then yeah, I would probably agree with that one too. I would do that with that and with murder too, like, with everything. The point is to have less harm. That's the point. Is we're looking for ways for people to be harmed less, and with a lot of these things, they're cyclical, especially when it comes to like, predators and stuff like that. These are cyclical traumas that continue to happen from one person to the next generation to the next generation. So the more you prevent,
somebody
the less
that
that's
isn't
gonna branch
somebody
out.
that is an alcoholic, okay,
Christ.
that actually like severe alcoholism probably should never ever drink. That like once they're past that addiction phase, they don't have casual drinks, right?
But guys,
Now-
what if we? But what if you treated them with more alcohol? Then like it's fine.
no,
and then
because
what if
the
they go and hurt
alcohol-
other people while they?
because
You
the
know, it's
alcohol
fine as long as
itself
they're
is
drinking.
the alcohol
No,
itself
but-
is bad, Brittany. So we wouldn't.
But you do wean them off, though. You don't make somebody who's a severe alcoholic go
Quit
straight
right
from
away,
alcohol
like, kill
to
them.
no alcohol. Yeah, they could die from that. They have actually medication. The same thing with heroin. They give you methadone. Like there's other chemicals they have to give you to get you off of it. Or if not, your addiction stays.
have them drink
And
alcohol.
it still takes months after that for them to stay away from those things to fight their addiction.
Yeah,
right?
and the CP
But
itself is bad. So
just
stop
because-
trying to
just
justify
because-
creating
just
a market
because I'm
for
saying-
it.
just
She's
because
not
I'm
You're
saying-
creating a market
Just
for it.
if you're gonna create a market for it, then don't do it, honey. It's that easy.
Yeah,
Do you
the
understand?
hypothetical
You're
itself
solving-
was under the pretext that there was no more being made. He said, if
These people
part of
think
it,
that this is going to make a market for
No.
the content being.
but that was already the funny thing is that was already addressed in the hypothetical
Yeah.
that there would be no more made. That
Yeah.
was part of the hypothetical.
If it
You
was
take
making
that
more,
part
he's
out,
not
then he
for
would
it.
say no to the hypothetical, right? That's
Like,
part
well,
of the
Jeremy's
stipulation
don't
of the
call her
hypothetical.
Just because Destiny may have been molested as a
condescend
youth
to me.
doesn't
He-
mean that this is all okay
He's like,
and
"Huh?"
we should be creating a
Yeah, this
market.
Chrissy chick. That's where I say I
Like,
think
that's
she's
okay.
just.
I
being
actually
malicious.
have an
This is like
issue.
I think she's
I
just
have a
malicious.
question. Topic.
Can I
This
have
is
a
the
question?
ultimate brain rot topic.
Am I allowed to ask a question on my
He's
show?
smarter than you.
Can I have my show back?
200 IQ, guys. He's smarter than you. He's
But you notice Lauren
Stand on
has
his
not
feet.
argued anything except to clarify Destiny and bring it back to the hypothetical, really,
Yeah.
and clarify Destiny's point. Lauren gets what's going on
Yeah,
here. She's
yeah.
like, God, this is turning into a shit show. Let's get back to the original thing, which was the
He's just
hypothetical. Like, we're
superior.
so
He's
fucked up.
looking down on
And
you.
Brittany's trying to argue it, but she's actually making an argument she doesn't realize that he actually
He
made
already
himself.
addressed,
He already
yeah.
addressed that. in the
Same with
hypothetical.
Ashton. She's
That's
making the
addressed.
same argument that's already been addressed.
Yeah,
She
same thing.
doesn't
And Ashton
realize
brings
that.
up things that were also addressed. She was
Yeah.
saying a child can't consent, but we're talking about adults. We're not talking about children.
with his hypotheticals because he's the devil's
having a
advocate, and that's
concern.
100
Okay,
with
wait,
the
wait,
IQ
wait.
position.
Y'all, this is my show, so I'm going to ask a question. Destiny, one question that Brittany had was, do you see it as the same thing as being a rapist? So do you think being a rapist is a genetic thing that can be turned on or off by certain events in your life?
I mean, everything we do is influenced by genes. So like, there might be one scenario where one person would rape somebody and another person wouldn't.
Then
I mean,
that's
there's
a
gonna be, like,
weird,
an influential
weirdly
factor
phrased
there.
question.
But I mean, at the
Do you
end
think
of
it's
the day,
based on?
Because saying it's based on that, but I don't think it's literally like a genetic thing that says that that you rape people. I think it's like a kind of empathy or sociopathic gene that gets shut off, that you don't have empathy. You know what I'm saying? Where you care more about your gratification than other people's experiences in your life. You know, like you don't care about. That's why you see, you know, they treat this like with serial killers. I was saying, from as they're a child, they show you that their gratification comes at the expense of other people's suffering, right? Like that's what it is. So I think it's like, if you want to talk about it being genetic, it's that kind of genetic where you just don't have empathic feelings for it. You don't feel or think of other beings around you as you know, you being able to put them in their shoes, you know. Well, empathy is you putting yourself in the other person's shoes, right? So some people have that, some people don't. Genetically, they just don't have that trait, and that's how we get serial killers and people who act out in those ways.
It's on like how you were born, though.
But you can also
like,
raise
genetic,
people
the
that
same
way.
way we
I mean,
view pedophilia potentially. No, I want you to clarify. I'm just asking.
Okay.
Just asking questions.
Every single thing in your life is based on how you are born, but that doesn't mean that that's the sole determining factor. Right? So you might have a higher propensity to engage in a bad action, but you engaging in that bad action is still your choice. So for instance, a pedophile might be born a pedophile, but that doesn't make it okay for them to abuse a child. That's still a choice that they're making that is wrong and evil. You shouldn't fucking do that.
But no, they
right?
should get a treatment for it, right? They should.
If
they
you
should
don't
get the
want them
content
to
that they
hurt
enjoy
anybody.
jerking off
Oh my
to your
god,
kid
that was
and
just,
touch,
oh my,
though,
Brittany,
right?
you just destroyed
treatment
everything
is so
I said.
they
You're
don't
so
hurt
smart,
people. Not
queen.
for their
Ashton,
benefit,
Oh
but
wow,
the
he did
benefit
the
of
know
the
you
people.
again. Isn't he so high
you
IQ?
just, my brain is expanding right
No,
now.
the
Sorry.
Uno reverse.
Are we
know you?
having a discussion or insult? Like, are we showing shit? Or
Yeah, why
Ashton, you wanted to
keep doing that?
contribute something?
If you wanted a proper debate, then you would title it that, and then you would like schedule that. That's not what this is, and we already established that at the beginning.
This isn't a debate. This is
Okay,
what I call a
simple
shit show.
question.
This is a trash fire, my audience.
Well, it is a shit show. This is a shit
It really
show.
is a
Thank you
shit
for
show,
being
but
here.
it's 'cause
We've
of
got
the
a lot of
women.
viewers, though.
I understand.
Yeah, they got a lot of
I
views on this.
understand Brittany's frustration.
On this was Destiny's.
Because I am having a little
Matt Lawrence
concern
stream,
over
which
here.
is
I
different.
don't think, Destiny, that you condone this stuff with pedophilia. I don't think you condone it.
Yeah, he's like, oh, thank
Here,
you.
however,
Like,
I am
obviously.
concerned because I feel like what you're.
I am concerned. Why? What are you concerned about? Did he agree to some hypothetical in the middle of like a 5-hour
Your
debate? Like, who gives a shit?
synthesizing can be turned into something else that could
No.
later lead into something very dangerous, and that's my only
I don't think
concern.
so.
And what Brittany's concern is, I think, what she's
Incorrect.
trying to say
If it
is that
were
it
to
could
turn
build
into
the
something
market, it
dangerous, he's
could
already
build
addressed
some
that.
loopholes, and it could lead to more issues, and it could lead to more harm.
But then he would be against it. Like, here we go again. Like,
No.
this is where
Like,
it
how
cycles
many
back.
times
How do
has
they
he-
not understand this concept?
He's clarified this so
Mhm.
many times at this point for these people.
Yeah, and
It
it's
shouldn't
just,
be confusing at this point.
it just goes in circles. Like, really, it's laughable at this point.
And that's
how
a
they
huge
don't
problem I
understand
have,
what the
And
hypothetical
I feel
entails.
like, I don't know if we're talking about strictly people who still have thoughts or have done something, but my firm belief is once someone has touched a child and has hurt a child, there's no going back. And another concern I had too is when it was brought up that, you know, trauma, when someone molests a child, it can ruin that child's entire life. And you simply said, well, a lot of things can ruin someone's entire life.
No, I did not say.
But if somebody touched someone, it could ruin their entire life, then wouldn't you want to prevent that thing from happening and make it happen less, so there's less of that happening? Like, I don't understand how this is so hard of a thing to grasp.
That.
You literally
okay?
said that.
No.
You
what I
gaslight
said, hold
her.
on. No,
Yeah, they're
no.
twisting what he said.
Somebody said was that if somebody molested your child, you'd want to kill that person? And I said, yeah, that's true, but that doesn't mean that it's right to kill a person that does something.
But
like
you also said that if
a lot of
someone
things
kicked
can
your kid, you
If
would
I
kill
said-
the
because
person.
I said if-
because he would want to kill a person for kicking his kid. What don't they understand?
somebody
that?
kicked my kid, I would also want to kill that person. There's a reason why we have a separate judicial system that decides on punishments and
Yeah, and
everything.
not
And
for
it's not
parents. Yeah,
like,
this
well,
is
what would you
simple.
do if somebody
Not
did
up to-
that thing
yeah,
to
use
you?
Super
that
I wanna kill
example
them.
But there-
this is
that's
why
what
we
I'm
go
saying,
to
that-
the parents in order to punish the criminal for a crime unto the
It's
child.
such a simple system that we address this with the founding of our law system in this country. As long as this country has had a law system, that entire thing has been addressed. And it's weird to even bring it up in a discussion and have to explain to somebody why what you would want to do to somebody out of emotion isn't necessarily a moral argument for that thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't work. Like, yeah, what I would want to do to somebody as a parent for hurting my child is different than what should be done legally by the law to this person. Right?
Destiny, there's a varying degree. You're comparing kicking someone to
no, he's not.
He's not comparing these
He's
things.
not. He's comparing the emotion of a family, somebody part of your family has, to the emotion, to separating emotion of it, to find out a logical, like reasonable punishment or whatever, a penalty for certain crimes. A parent of a victim is not a good unbiased judge or sentencer in a situation.
There's a lot of things they might want to kill the guy for that doesn't, like, the crime doesn't outweigh the punishment, or the punishment doesn't outweigh the crime.
So he's telling you it's not a good idea for us to allow parents to make the punishment for somebody hurting their child, because in my instance, I would create a horrific punishment for somebody kicking my kid, to the point of, like, you would probably think of that outside of your kid as being like, that's not deserving of that. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, wow, he just kicked his kid and this guy wants his feet to be chopped off? That's crazy. That's a little much. You know what I'm saying? But that's what Destiny's saying. He's like, somebody even like fucking spits on my kid. At that moment, I might want to strangle that dude to death. You know what I'm saying? And in my mind, be completely justified in me fucking strangling this dude to death. You know what I'm saying? So that's not a good way to judge the situation. You know what I'm saying? We have to leave that outside. That was the point.
Someone at a young age. You have to have varying degrees here. I understand that you have a point, and you can look as frustrated as you possibly want to be. But listen, this is your communication skills.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's
not, because I understand what he's saying. You understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
Lauren understands what he's saying. You don't see Lauren arguing against him. I'm even gonna fathom to say that this Leanne chick gets what he's saying, and that's why the only thing she ever brings up is the normalization stuff, because that's the only thing she can argue on. Because everything else, she's like, I kind of agree with her. I want less kids to be hurt, right? And these other girls are trying to twist it into something he's not saying. It's kind of ridiculous. Hey, Jamie. Happy New Year. Hope everything's going well for you. I hope you had a great time.
Six intelligent women here, and we're all understanding the same thing that you are saying. You are not.
All right. Oh no, I lost it.
That's why we keep disagreeing. You keep saying.
I think I understand. I think.
Oftentimes, people don't care about solving anything. They just, since a pedophile might be born a pedophile.
We established that at the beginning.
This isn't a debate. This is what I call a shit.
Separate judicial system that decides on punishments and everything. And it's not like, well, what would you do if somebody did that thing to you? Well, I'd want to kill them.
But that's just a dumb question anyway. What do you want done to somebody if they did that to your kid? It's just a dumb question. That's not even what the argument's about. No. We're not talking about what we would want to do to people who hurt our children. There's a whole lot of discussion there that you can have, and you can have a fanfic of the torture stuff that you would do. That I would be totally for you doing, but I mean, not legally, I don't know. But I'd be quiet if I knew you were doing that. I probably wouldn't turn you in.
Comparing kicking someone to molesting someone at a young age. You have to have varying degrees here. I understand that you have a point, and you can look as frustrated as you possibly want to be. But listen, this is your communication.
You can look as frustrated as you want. This is your communication. Blah, blah. And I'm like, nah. We all get this.
I understand.
I think reasonable people get this. She's talking about the people on the stream. I don't think the people on the stream are reasonable people.
No.
But she also says that part, y'all, we have 6 intelligent women here and we're all getting the same thing. I don't think that's true. I think Lauren understands. I think this Leanne chick probably understands. I think Chrissy and Brittany are intentionally not understanding. I think they do know what Destiny's saying. And I think they're intentionally and maliciously not understanding because they want to fight with Destiny. And I think this Ashton and Nina chick really are not off this level to understand what's going on here. I think this Nina chick doesn't even understand that she's viewing this
Viewing it.
maliciously and not even
Yeah.
understanding,
I don't know
because she
why
brings
she's
that
there.
up, right? Like, I don't know why, but yeah, you don't know why because you're making it up in your mind. Like, that's why.
Skills.
So
So if you have
frustrated.
like, we have what, three, we,
Oh, she said 3 at first. So you have 3, and then she said 6. But
6 intelligent women here,
But
and
they're
we
not.
are all
You're not all
understanding
in
the same
agreement.
thing
There's
that
2
you are
of you that are
saying.
silent.
You are not coming across how you want to be coming across.
Okay. Let me try one more time. Okay. Let me. Yeah,
Let me
sure,
try
I-
again, but more arrogant.
She's gonna try one more time.
Okay, let me
Explain.
try one more
Try
time.
again,
Hold on.
but more
Okay, yeah,
arrogant.
because
So,
we're
okay,
also-
but I mean, he's explained it over and over again, and they're
And
not
they're
getting
still
it.
saying the same thing.
And they keep adding things to it and saying things he's not saying, trying to bust him with their own thing of what their hypothetical would lead to, that if that did lead to that, he would say no.
Yeah.
Because that's part of the hypotheticals, that there would be no more. So it's like, what?
so dumb and we don't get it. So please,
Yeah, I think that's a big part
tell
of it.
us
They're all
one
dumb
more
and they don't get it.
time
Okay. So
how wrong we are.
somebody said, okay, if a person molested your child, you would want to kill that person. Now the implication there, or what they're suggesting, seems to be that if I want to kill that person, then society should kill that person.
Then that would be the
Therefore,
justification.
so if anybody does something to your kid that makes you want to kill them, it seems like whatever the parent
the
wants to
logic
do
doesn't
to the
tap.
person that hurt their kid is how the judicial system should act. So I said, well, hold on. My counter to that was, people could do a lot of things to my kid that would make me want to kill that person. But that doesn't mean that killing that person is an action that the justice system should take. There's a reason why
I
we
agree with
separate out the justice system
have due
from what
process.
individuals want to do. Otherwise, we just have
That's
lynching.
not- yeah, we'll have
right? So
lynching
when
and
somebody
mob
said,
mentality.
if somebody molests your kid, you want to
We
kill
had
that
to bring
person.
racism into it somehow.
What? The lynching,
Lynching
doesn't
has
have to do
nothing
with
to do with race,
That's
Brittany.
funny.
Please find.
Brittany made a joke that it was an incorrect joke because he brought up lynching. And she said, oh, you had to bring race into this. He's like, Brittany, lynching has nothing to do with race. What are you talking about?
Other circles on the internet to hang out in for like 2 seconds. Your mind is rotted, okay? So I'm just saying that when somebody says
Oh, my
that
Ryan's
if-
rotted?
if-
You're the one
My,
sitting here
my
trying
Ryan's
to...
modded? Is that what she said? Oh, my Ryan's modded?
She said brains and minds in the same sentence. What a dork.
Pathetically, this is why we should have
But I think she
CP
was
and
just
the
joking.
judicial system doesn't punish us, therefore we shouldn't shoot pedophiles. And meanwhile, you're
What?
playing back
That's not-
everything about, oh, what should be done to pedophiles? You do anything to lessen it. You'll do
Yes.
anything
Okay.
to
So
No.
harm
Brittany,
less
hold on,
to
hold
them.
on.
not
So what
what he's
is your
saying.
actual stance, Destiny? Like, what do you think
Oh,
right
punish.
now should be happening to a pedophile that touches your kid? Like, what would
if a
you have
pedophile,
had
whatever the
done?
charges in the books are for molestation, I don't know, whatever you happens in court for a child rape
Yeah,
or
we
whatever.
have
I don't know
laws.
what the charges are. It would probably vary state by state. It's probably a state crime.
Okay. Oh, actually, okay. No,
I
this
might
is an
agree.
interesting question.
I might
'cause,
agree
like,
that the sentencing should
I
be
100%
worse in
get, and I
certain
don't
states,
agree
but I think
with the
overall,
girls who are
Kathy,
saying
a
you're
lot of
pro
the laws
pedophile.
and
I agree with
sentences are
people
Wow,
that have
thanks, Lauren.
questions.
I try not to be.
We do
I
see
don't think you're
sometimes
pro pedophile.
stuff where people
I'll
get
give you
less
that
sentences
one.
or only get like
I'll
2
give you
years.
that one.
Borderline,
We'll see.
But,
I don't want to write it
that's
out
all.
completely. I like to keep it
I
open
think in
mind.
general,
Am I? Oh,
it's
okay.
gonna be pretty decent.
So like
But
you know,
yeah,
you said we can't have people just deciding what they want to be the law. You can't have lynch mobs. Agree with that
Right.
completely. That makes sense.
Mhm.
But I think we would both agree
Which was the
that
point of that,
molesting a
you know?
child and, you know, being angry at someone for pushing your kid over on the playground are extremely different levels of anger. Like very, very different.
Yeah, I'm just saying that like
Correct, but what he's saying is that if you leave that to the parents of the victim to judge, the levels are even more different than they would be for somebody who's unbiased,
Right.
unbiasedly thinking of what
Yeah.
the punishment is. Why is that hard to understand? I don't get it. Because she's like, yeah, these things are at different levels. Correct, but
Right.
the parents' level is even more at a
More
different level.
extreme, yeah.
So a thing that's like a lesser thing to anyone else who would be like, well, he just smacked the kid. There's some people out there who would say, kill them
Kill
and
that
have,
guy.
and I promise you, millions of times this has happened that somebody was killed because they slapped someone's kid.
Yeah.
I promise you this.
Fender benders. People probably have killed people over honking
Yeah.
or flipping them off just driving.
Yeah.
You know
Or
what I mean?
almost
Like,
hitting their kid.
yeah, or-
with
or
a car
almost
or
hitting their
something.
kid.
People have been murdered for that.
Like,
Like, trust
how
me,
is
it
this
happens. And if you leave it to parents to make decisions, they might be making harsh decisions. It's just a good reason why we come to these decisions in another way, and saying that making the argument, what would you do as a parent, is not a good argument for this.
Exactly.
Because we're making an argument outside of emotion, and they're trying to add emotion into it. And they're trying to say, oh well, if it happened to your kid, but that's not the argument we're having. We're not.
And like if you are someone who wants to kill a person because they pushed your kid over on the playground, you probably have a less logical response than 99.9% of parents who would probably want to kill someone who molested your child sexually.
I mean, sure. I'm just saying that like people that do bad things to your kids will evoke incredibly crazy responses out of, or that's my feeling. Maybe not every parent is like that. If I saw an adult hit my kid, I would be
You're not gonna
irrationally
sit back and
angry.
be like, oh,
It wouldn't be like, oh well, I see that you
Keep
struck
going.
my child, and now I'm going to call the cops because you. Wait, I can't even imagine what it would be like to see an adult put a hand on my kid.
Why
Exactly.
does it seem
Exactly.
like you have such a huge
But listen to
problem
this.
with someone
You know what?
hitting your kid
You know what's a good
rather
example
than
for this? What Destiny just said. We've probably all seen this article of a woman, a mother who gets arrested because she was standing up for her child being bullied. She got in the face of some other kids bullying her child on the playground, and the mother was charged for it. She probably didn't serve any jail time, but she was taken into custody and she was fined, because you can't, as a parent, berate a child for bullying your child, right?
No,
Just
this
like
happens
you
all the time
can't-
where a kid gets bullied and the parent comes and beats the shit out of that kid.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch in television and shows and stuff, but that's illegal.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's seriously
That's-
illegal.
that's
And
kind of
people serve
the-
serious sentences for that.
Like, that's kind of relevant to the example that Destiny is trying to make, and is
Yeah.
going over these most
Right.
of these women's heads, is that the law
Yeah.
is not taken into the hands, like you've also been saying.
You as a relative of the
parent,
victim are
relative,
not in unbiased mind to
Exactly.
create a sentence for someone.
Yeah.
Because your heightened emotions, you're connected to the situation. No, it makes sense. But then look what this chick says, and this is a total showing of how uncharitability, where they just want to think the worst of what he's saying, as opposed to looking at what he's saying either neutrally or looking at it charitably and thinking the best of what he's saying. This whole thing would be avoided if people just looked at if Brittany just heard that clip of him in that hypothetical and thought the best of what he was saying and was charitable and
or
was said,
apologize now and be like, I was out of line, and I shouldn't have said those things.
you hear it, but if you listen to that charitably, you would never say, oh, he's promoting this. You would say, you know what? I think he's agreeing to this hypothetical because it's not something that actually he's saying that if we knew this, I get it. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that you're entering it already in an uncharitable position makes you hear the worst of everything a person is saying.
You're shutting them down before they can
Right.
even...
And this is what I say when Lance, this is why Destiny calls him a weasel. But when Lance debated Sean, we saw the same thing where Lance just came in uncharitably. So everything that Sean said led him to an uncharitable, this guy's a racist and blah, blah. He's saying this, condom theory. And it's like, that's not what he was saying. You can't even get the example correct. Yeah. And it's all from uncharitability, because he doesn't come into the discussion to make you to hear what you have to say. He comes in to make you look bad. He wants to. They're about optics, so what they want to do is make you look bad and mock you and not listen to anything you're saying. You know, so the whole concept is to be uncharitable.
Different levels of anger, like very, very different.
Yeah, I'm just saying that like
and like if you are someone who wants to kill a person because they pushed your kid over on the playground, you probably have a less logical response than 99.9% of parents who would probably want to kill someone who molested your child sexually.
I mean, sure. I'm just saying that like people that do bad things to your kids will evoke incredibly crazy responses out of, or that's my feeling. Maybe not every parent is like that. If I saw an adult hit my kid, I would be irrationally angry. It wouldn't be like, oh well, I see that you struck my child, and now I'm going to call the cops because I can't even imagine what it would be like to see an adult put a hand on my kid.
I think most dads
Why
wouldn't
does
call
it
the
seem
cops
like
and would
you
go
have
after the
such
dude
a
and beat
huge
the shit out
problem
of
with
anybody,
someone
right?
hitting your kid rather than fucking them? I don't.
Why
really
do you think I
understand
wouldn't
it.
have a problem with that?
Because it depends what the kid was wearing, if they were asking for it, if they were
How you were
flirting.
talking about it.
Hold on, I
The
couldn't
way
hear you over
you-
Chrissy being a pedophile. What did you say, Nina?
Oh God.
How
relax.
you are communicating, like how you are coming
Why is that
across.
saying
You
that?
just seem so much more offended by someone kicking your kid than
I
someone
get it.
fucking
Okay,
your
wait.
kid. It
I
seems
get what they're saying. Nina is looking at the emotion in Destiny when he's saying, if someone hit my kid, I would just, I don't know what I would do. And she's saying he is more emotional about that than if somebody were, then when he brings up if somebody were to rape my child or sexually molest
because one is obvious and the other one he is telling you that this evokes more than what the obvious response would be for that. You know what I'm saying, to a normal person.
His emotion doesn't match or doesn't like trump the emotion to his example of somebody hitting his child, like which is
it's the same example. He's saying that he doesn't have a range between there. He gets incredibly upset regardless of the gradients of harm there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Really weird.
I can't even imagine
it's
the
so
universe your mind is shared with right now. That you would even come to that conclusion.
You just said that.
Okay, hold on. Let me just say that. If somebody raped my kid, I would want to kill them.
This girl thinks
ran over my kid, I would want to kill them.
This guy thinks Destiny literally said it. She was like, "You just said that, though. You just said that." He's like, "No." So here's where Destiny realizes they don't understand the comparison, and now he has to make that comparison with everything else. And he's like, I would strangle somebody who did this to my kid, strangle somebody who did that to my kid, did this to my kid. He's got to go through all of them now so they can understand that he feels the same about it. That what he's saying is he doesn't, as a parent, he doesn't have a gradient to what makes him fly off the handle to happening to his kid.
If they stabbed my kid, if they shot my kid, if they choked my kid, how many things do I need to publicly disavow that would happen to my child?
Destiny, so then right now, that's what your stance is. Your stance is that if somebody did something bad to your kid, no matter what it is, you'd want to kill them.
Right? As a parent, that's how I feel. I'm defense for my child.
That sounds very normal. That sounds like a very normal reaction, especially
everything he said
from a parent's perspective.
Where you lose me is when you start to make excuses for pedophilia. And that sounds
he's never made
weird.
an excuse.
Okay. Let me.
He didn't make any excuse.
Yeah, when you make excuses, I don't know if there's a conservative
what excuse?
You guys
he should have asked what excuse
they changed the laws so that if you knowingly gave somebody HIV, they changed it from a felony
this
to
is
a
a good example.
Yes. Okay. I'm sure you all heard about that. I bet you all tweeted about it. You were so mad and angry and blah 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 because it's normal. But so the reason why that was done.
Yeah, I was really pissed.
Okay, that's great. It was a good change. Okay,
I think she's
the reason
freaking out,
why
so
they
she's coming
changed
in
it
late.
to be the way that it is because as it stood,
So I remember this
if
point when we were
you
watching it live
transmitted
that she
HIV
kept
from one
responding
person to
really
another,
late
Being
to
from
things.
California, I think it's disgusting.
Yeah, see, she's still talking about the HIV.
Yeah.
You transferred HIV from one person to another. It was a felony, but
She's
every
behind
other
though because
STD
the Discord will do that.
a,
You know how
was a misdemeanor. Now the issue that was
robotic.
coming up from this was there were gay people that were like, okay, well, hold on. Why the fuck would I ever get tested for HIV when if I get tested for HIV and then if for whatever reason I end up giving that to somebody, now I have a greater charge than any other STD. People saw it as a disincentive to ever get tested for the disease in the first place.
So was it only based on prior knowledge of having
yes,
HIV?
that's what it was based on. So the incentive was, well, hold on, if I'm gonna get fucked for this, I'm
Lauren
just not
gets
gonna
it.
fucking test for it because fuck it, who cares?
So why wouldn't they just change the law to make it if
but
you
that's a
didn't get
different
tested anyways, like a manslaughter kind of thing?
Well, it still is. If you try, because the whole point of the law is if you knowingly transferred it. But if they change it to a misdemeanor, now it isn't as heavily stigmatized that, well, if you get HIV, it's not like you're going to get like a huge felony charge or whatever. So there's more likelihood to go and get tested for it. So when we compare this situation, now please follow me. I'm not saying STDs are the same as pedophilia or STDs are the same as raping kids. When we compare to the situation, the goal should be that if there is a pedophilic person, you want that person to have as few roadblocks between them and finding treatment as possible, because the more likely they are to find treatment, the less likely they are to find a child and abuse a child. That's all I'm saying. So whenever we talk about pedophilia, it's not about making excuses or empathizing or blah, blah, blah. It's saying like, well, what do we need to do so that if you're a pedophile, you feel comfortable walking into a fucking treatment center or some shit so that you're not trying to walk into a preschool and find a kid to abuse.
Okay,
That's how I view that
But
situation.
like when I look at your HIV claim,
I
I
don't see
think
that's
more
a
so
bad
that
thing.
should be like a
know
wobbler
if I had
offense instead of
HIV.
downgraded to a misdemeanor, right? Like it should be dependent on when the
Lauren,
court looks at it.
like,
and
who
says,
cares?
okay,
What does this
did
have to do with
person
anything?
do due diligence. They knew they had sex with 20
That
people.
go
during
argue
this
that
period
with
of time period,
California.
didn't get
Like
tested,
he's just saying
then
the
had sex with
incentive
another
for them to
person.
have made that was that.
We can now
Sure,
have a
there could have
wobbler
been other
position, and we
solutions.
can make that a felony, or we can
you have
not.
to think about this from the legal system, though. You like
gonna
imagine
argue this.
you're a prosecutor, okay, and
has
John
nothing to do
James
with it.
comes in, and you have to press charges against this guy, and now you have to go and find out how many people he had sex with. Like you're never pressing charges. In those
No,
cases.
of course, no,
Those never
but
know,
that's why the legal system prefer wobbler offenses to just having strict misdemeanors, because that's why you're having all these problems with shoplifting and people not being put away in California right now, San Francisco, everything, because all of these things that you used to be able to make it a felony or not make it a felony, you now absolutely cannot make a felony, and people are being released and not put in jail. So to me, the answer isn't to make it not as strict laws, but to give the option to the judges and the judicial system instead of taking that option away. And,
sure, and that option might exist. Well. That option might exist.
I don't know. Yeah,
you
that
can get
could
an
be
assault charge or maybe something elevated. Or whatever.
I'm
not here to argue about the specifics of the charge. I'm just saying that there's a reason why you want to destigmatize something, even if they seem really bad, like how we do with like drug abuse or whatever, right? Like drug abuse is heavily stigmatized, but the less it's stigmatized, hopefully, the more people are encouraged to go and get help for it.
Clarify how that connects to pedophilia. Just clarify for me.
So when people run around and they're on Twitter all day, just bravely tweeting like when a murderer or pedophiles, shoot. I think what Chrissy said earlier, we should shoot them all in the head or whatever, right? We have an environment.
Wait, which ones do we not shoot, Chrissy?
But then you defeat the argument.
Gosh,
she's gonna say
that's
just the ones
tough.
that offend.
I think the
but then
ones
if it's
that
the
are
ones that
like
offend, then
maybe they are in quarantine somewhere, or they have their dicks cut off. That would be good.
Okay, all right, Destiny, go.
Yeah, so the goal is that if the person has the feeling that if I tell anybody I'm a pedophile, if I go to get help or treatment or whatever, everybody is going to find out, and then my life will be over, people are going to try to fucking kill you or whatever. That person is probably less likely to go to any official, and they're more likely to keep it under wraps, and they might, in the future, find a kid, and they might exercise their crazy sexual paraphernalia
but
on
didn't
that
you
child.
say there's not a way to help them? So
I never said there wasn't a way to help them, Brittany. Have you been following any of the conversation?
No, I couldn't follow it considering how much you're just rambling on and on.
Okay,
no, but in all seriousness,
feel free to ask me to clarify, okay?
No, but in all seriousness, you said it earlier.
She's gonna go back to
what I said earlier was you can't take a pedophile and change their innate desire.
So then what's the point in them going to therapy then?
Because there are other ways that you can help.
I was going to ask the same thing.
Oh, this is
so
easy,
one way that some people
the concept.
Maybe the fact that they're in therapy.
So one way you can do it are there are drugs that you can take that can. I think the most popular.
They're missing the point. They're saying you can't change them. The point isn't to change them. The point is to not get them to offend in the real world.
Right.
We don't want the real life consequences of allowing them to offend before we discover who they are. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe
that's
a good
the point.
Thing they're in therapy.
Yeah,
they're not doing that.
And then maybe we can't change their what they want and their attraction, but we could change and work at them not while resisting their urges, because that's what we do. That's what we do with alcoholics or any kind of addiction or something. Is you work on trying to separate them from their urges. Their urges want you to do a certain thing, don't do it. That's how I quit smoking. I kept drilling. My head kept telling me, get cigarettes. Why is it every time I went to the store, get cigarettes? I had to keep telling myself, no, and I had to keep resisting the urge to. It was super easy. I would be there getting coffee. It's so easy to ask for the pack of cigarettes. I would do all the time, every day, to the same person at the same store all the time. But instead, don't ask for it this time. Just get the coffee. Just get the donut or whatever.
Therapy is there are drugs that you can take that dramatically lower your libido, and I think that's like the most success people have had, to where if you get somebody in a regimen of drugs like that over a long period of time, they just don't have
and then there's drugs that lower their libido, so they don't have their sexual desires greatly reduced, which will help them resist any urges they have.
Why would someone want to voluntarily take those drugs though?
Because it's probably better than
because it's better than harming people.
When we watched this, I said this, and I know that a lot of these people watch the same person. This person, Ready to Glare, she a while ago, a few years ago, had a conversation with somebody that is a self-proclaimed pedophile. They haven't offended anybody, but they were in therapy, if I remember correctly, and I think they were taking a certain type of drug which lowers their sex drive and stuff like that. And the reason was they don't want to hurt children, but they know they have those urges and that sexual desire, and they're doing whatever they can to not hurt anybody.
Yeah, that's the point.
So how
it's
that's
the
an
same
inconceivable thing to this one girl. It's it's ridiculous.
I mean, even with serial killers, a lot of them want to be caught. Like they have this thing where they have an urge to commit the murders they commit. Some of them are rapers as well, and they do all this rape, torture, kill, BTK, whatever. But some of them want to get caught, and that's the point of how they leave messages and they leave code, and they have this urge to do it, but can't stop themselves, but they don't want to do it, you know? So they kind of seek help by trying to get themselves caught so that the police can take them out of society, you know? Like, that's kind of their way of doing it. But the point for this would be to catch it before it even starts, to get to that point where they're seeking help before they even commit the first murder, you know? Like, and that would be the point of the analogy that they're making.
Raping kids?
But if a person, like, I'm just imagining this person does not want to lower their libido. Like, most men don't want to lower their libido.
If a person is a pedophile, their life is going to be negatively impacted in a fuck ton of ways, and they'd probably rather live a normal life as a non-pedophile who's asexual than as somebody that's constantly trying to fuck a kid and then get murdered by a family or thrown in jail forever by the courts.
But just how do you get someone to take those drugs, though?
If they're in therapy and they want to go to therapy and they don't want to be a pedophile, they're probably willing to do it themselves. I mean, that's how the therapy works now.
I like how even when he says that though, like you notice how it's like slightly sympathetic toward them, like but maybe they wouldn't want to get murdered, and maybe they wouldn't want to get hurt.
I feel like that like when
but this is all emotion. I feel like you see how it sounds like. What do you mean it sounds like that? If you listen to his exact words, it doesn't sound like that at all.
Yeah, like.
I don't know what you're doing. But there's where I talk about uncharitability. They're looking for there to be something negative there. It's not there,
And
but
it's
they're
not
looking
there,
for it.
but
So
they're
they're adding
insisting.
it to the situation.
Destiny, and I'm being honest. Like I'm not trying to attack you or anything.
Mina's like
You
the least
do-
cunty one of us.
You do just it. I don't know what it is that comes across in this situation. You feel like
It doesn't
you
come across
sound
though. It
a
doesn't
little
come across to me.
sympathetic. I don't know what it is. Like
Doesn't to me.
and it's not even
To me, it seems like
maybe it's
he's
something like
sympathetic to the children.
You
That's
know
what
why
it sounds like.
it sounds sympathetic? Because Destiny doesn't have a problem with them going to therapy for their issue.
Right.
They don't think you should give any attention.
No,
to
yeah,
these
that's what I'm
people
saying. Basically, they're
whatsoever.
making an argument to just let people offend and then you murder them after they
Yeah,
offend.
yeah.
But we should in no way look to seek to prevent the people from offending in the first place and never offending, which in place is gonna never drop the amount of people who want to offend because the trauma cycle continues,
Yeah.
but the less people offend, the less trauma there's going to be, the less cycle there's going to be.
maybe you think that maybe you pity them. I don't know what it is that comes across that.
Because you have to have some basic level of human sympathy to communicate with and engage
Not for
with
pedophiles, no.
for literally
They're
for
easy.
Nazis, for pedophiles, even for Trump supporters. Yes, you have to have a basic level of
Trump
sympathy,
supporters are the
okay,
same as
for everybody in
pedophiles
society.
He's not saying they're the same. He's making a joke for one, but he's saying you have to have a level of sympathy for. There's what he's arguing the same thing as like what you would do for a serial killer. Like you have to have a level of I think he's using the wrong word. The word isn't sympathy. They keep using sympathy. What he's using is empathy and saying that like you have to in at least a small bit of way you have to put yourself in their shoes and find out why they can't resist their urges and stuff or find out what their urges are so you know how to prevent it and what sates it and keeps them from offending and hurting children. Like you have to have some level, just like with serial killers, we have to have some level of understanding what motivates a serial killer and stepping in their shoes and getting in their minds to understand how to prevent them or stop them or catch them, whatever it may be.
So we can prevent
Yeah.
In order for everything to work, not because you like everybody or respect everybody, but just in order to figure out how do people
Disagreeing
think and what do we
politically
do
is the same
to
as
build a better
pedophiles,
society. That's how, I'm sorry, that's how it works.
Pedophiles equal Trump supporters.
Hey, Sean, happy New Year.
Who said that? Brittany, your mind makes some very crazy associations.
Okay,
I
are
just
you-
talked
are
about
you-
drug abuse in here. It sounds like
Literally
you're hitting on some
comparing
personal
that
notes
to-
for you.
Are we
And
talking
the
about
comparison.
offending? Are you talking about offending people or people who just have these thoughts, Destiny? When you
People
talk
these
about
thought so here are like two really weird stats. One, the majority of pedophiles aren't child rapists, they don't offend. And two, the majority of children that get molested aren't even molested by pedophiles.
who are they
okay?
molested by?
By other people that are like
Usually
family members that are
relatives,
sexually abusing them and
parents.
stuff.
But
You
how
know what
are
people-
how are
If you
those
molest
family
a child,
members?
you're a fucking
Guess what they
pedophile. What are you
make
talking about? Are you
a
high?
weird
Like I know I had two glasses of wine.
definitional-
Were you
Okay,
fucking
There's a
high?
definitional miscommunication now because he's using pedophile with two definitions. One is in the legal sense, and one is in the action sense, right? Like in the person sense. What he's saying is, he's using it in the psychological sense, where pedophile is someone who's attracted to minors.
Right.
Legally, anybody who touches a minor, whether you're attracted to it or not, you're a pedophile, right? But psychologically, that's not how the term is used. So when he's saying is most of the time these people are doing it out of power. I think we were talking about the other day how there's these like incel kind of people, and sometimes they just go for young people because that's what they can manipulate. Because people their age won't have sex with them because they're nerds and fat and not good looking, or maybe they're childish themselves. So it's not really that they're attracted to the young girls, it's more that that's the only kind of girl they can get. Yeah, and that's the only ones because they have to manipulate and groom basically in order to even have somebody have any sexual interaction with them. And that's what he's saying. He's saying he's seen a stat that the majority of offenders of that tend to be stuff like that, people that are abusive of power dynamics or using brainwashing and stuff like that.
I don't want to argue stat. Google it if you
Can I
want.
please
Okay?
ask You're going to tell us
Google
how
if you want.
someone who
Okay.
lost a child is a
No.
pedophile.
I'm genuinely curious. Like what? Sorry, I think I'm using a you-ism, Destiny. But I'm genuinely curious. But what is
But there is a distinction between people
what
who are
like?
attracted
How
to
does someone?
isn't a pedophile.
Well, Brittany, let's let him explain. How does someone who molested a child not be a pedophile? Like, how does that work?
So pedophilia means that you are attracted to prepubescent bodies that haven't gone through puberty yet. That's what pedophilia is, right? But there are people that can abuse children because of like, I don't know if their family, I don't know why, I don't know. I haven't had the desire to abuse a child. But my understanding is people that are like in a position of power over a child, where they have like a fucking relationship with the child, that these people will go to like sexually abuse children, but they're not like a pedophile. Like when you follow them through their life, they've had normal sexual interactions. They've like,
If you touch a child,
because you can Google it. I don't know. Why would you Google? Don't ask me. I don't know. Fucking
Someone who touches a child,
and you want to wonder why we say you sympathize with them. After you just
and then this is funny too, because this makes no sense to do this what they're doing. Like they're arguing with him about a study he saw as if he did the study. Like, I didn't do the study. That's why he's like, you can Google it up. I'm just relaying to you what I read in a study. If you really want to know, go look it up. Like, and then they're arguing with him about the study, but he's like, I'm not the arbiter of the study. I'm just relaying to you a study I saw one time.
At what point have I said like pedophiles should be allowed to rape kids or pedophiles are okay to do whatever? I've never said this.
So is it like if I make out with a girl once, I'm not gay kind of thing? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Are you hold on? Are you talking
If
about?
I make out with a girl once, I'm not. No, if you make out with girls and you're not attracted to women, then you're not gay. You're just making out with girls.
Probably.
You're not doing it. Yeah, you're not doing it because you're attracted to women. Then you're not gay. You're not a lesbian. Lesbians are attracted to women. I know there's a thing that guys do this too with like being gay and stuff, and it's like, oh, if you do anything with a dude, you're gay. That's it. But I mean, if you're not attracted to men, you're not gay. Like that doesn't make any sense. To be gay, you have to be. You have to have an attraction to men.
When there's a certain age involved, because there is a word for that as well.
No. Hold on. The hebephilia, whatever that bullshit is.
That's not what
if
he's
you're
talking
touching a 12-year-old, like is that what you're referring
he didn't
to?
say
Okay,
that.
what I'm saying
How
is
did
that
she
there
not
are-
understand what he said? He just explained it, and she's like, "Are you referring to?" Which is a totally different thing than what he's saying. What?
Jesus, this conversation. There are people that there are pedophiles, okay? So they go through life having an attraction to prepubescent children, okay?
Yes.
Okay, what I'm also saying is that there might be like a babysitter or a family member or whatever, and they've gone through their whole life, they have normal sexual interactions, they're not like attracted to children or whatever, but for whatever reason, they're put in a position of power over a child, and they molest that child for however that plays out, right? And my understanding is that the majority of children that end up being molested aren't actually molested by pedophiles. There are people that like groom the child or in some other way were in a position of power over the child, and they don't have like a history of pedophilia. And when
It's
they go
not
down,
because
they're
they're
not
attracted
like
to
They're
children.
still
But there's
because they
pedophiles
are
that are
sociopaths and want to
pedophiles.
control the
Yeah.
child
That's
and
the
use
thing. You
sexuality.
sympathize with
normal people.
This is how
normal people.
This is how cults work as well. Cult leaders will use sexuality as a control tool. It won't even be them doing it. They'll have like parents molest their children and stuff and say that it's part of their religion, and they won't even be part of it. So it's not pleasing them. They do it as a way to control people. Yeah. And it's all a position of power, and and it's a manipulation tactic. And that's what he's saying. The majority of offenders are people who are in positions of power and they use their power to control people through sexuality.
Oh, they would be considered a pedophile. I don't know where you're getting your vocabulary from. Like,
Okay, Nina, what do you think a pedophile is?
See, but they're talking different aspects. Legally, a pedophile is anybody who offends on a child, that violates a child. Legally. Psychologically, when we're talking through a psychological lens, we're talking about people who are attracted to minors, right?
Who's
that's the distinction.
What is a justification meaning? Why do you think I'm justifying anything here? I've never said anything.
Touches a child isn't a pedophile when they are, and everybody else knows it because that's the definition of a pedophile. Someone who is sexually attracted to children. If you sexually touch a child and it's not for like, oh, I'm a doctor, it's a medical purpose, you're a pedophile.
Okay, let me bring up the definition of pedophile.
She just ruined her argument.
More than one.
Okay, so pedophile is someone who is sexually attracted to children.
I never had
hold on.
an urge to
Hold on. There's a very specific. If you want to have a conversation about pedophilia, okay? The things that we tend to be attracted to outwardly, okay, are like the secondary sexual characteristics that develop in
That's why I say
men bodies
Destiny's
and
actually
women's bodies.
I'll be right back.
Not fully equipped to have this conversation, but he's somewhat equipped that it can at least have this logical
muscles and all this shit, right? These are the things that tend to be attracted to, right? Pedophiles are
and they're
attracted
not
to the smooth,
emotionally
whatever
ready to have this
skin-bodied of a
conversation
fucking
either. They're not
prepubescent
emotionally
child.
mature
That's what a
enough to have this
pedophile is. Not somebody that's attracted to a 17-year-old or whatever other hebophilia bullshit. It's somebody that's attracted to a prepubescent child. That's what a pedophile is, like psychologically speaking. That's my definition. So I don't people were saying
you literally said if someone touches a child that if they just do it once, because they're
if
in
they
position
just do
of
it
power,
once,
they're not
wasn't the
pedophiles.
concept
They literally
of
are.
it. You
I'm
guys
going to
said
take
that
the
they just do
position
it
that
once. He never
you
said
are
that.
supportive
He's just saying
of
the person
pedophilia.
doesn't have
I
a
don't
history
like
of
to
being
put words in
attracted to
people's
children.
mouths.
So
I
that
like
would
to
lead
put
you to
words in
think that
people's
it's
mouths.
something else.
However, you have shown time and time again that you
doesn't
sympathize
get
with
it.
it. You have basically said that somebody. You've said that somebody who
And
touches
he's not
a
even
kid
saying
isn't
that's
a
true.
pedophile,
He's just saying he
and you
saw us
argue for the
like
social
this.
acceptance of
And
it
they're
by
freaking out
saying,
about it.
"Oh, well, if it helps, then they should get the CP. It's ethical CP." You have promoted the normalization of it. So you
No.
keep saying, "Oh, actually,
He
I support this and
he
that."
actually
Hypothetically,
promoted it
you
not
took your
being
position,
debated
and it shows
anymore
with how you talk
and
about it.
hurting
It
less
shows
children
with your
is what he
lack of enragement with it. That's why it's so
The
weird
lack
to you
of
that everyone else is
enragement
so
of it.
enraged
Because
by
it's a
it. It's
conversation.
because
Why
you sympathize with
you
them.
can't
You're the
talk
only
about
one who's
anything
not enraged
that
by it.
pisses you off without
Because you
actually getting
sympathize with them,
pissed
you
off.
constantly try to justify. You constantly
I
try
think
to
that
remove
kind of
the
excludes you
label
from an
and how
argument
bad
if
it
you can't
is,
control
and you
your
constantly
emotions
compared it
to
to
make a
other things
reasonable
like
argument.
such as punting a kid with kicking them in the face and
my
Trump
issue,
supporters.
my issue,
You play
Brittany,
it down.
my issue, Brittany.
That is your
play it
position.
issue is
Stop
No, in
that
fact, he
lying.
I have
played
a
kicking
child.
a
Some
kid
people never
up.
have, okay? I have a
He
child.
did the
My child's
opposite.
very
He
important.
played
yeah,
kicking
you
a
would.
kid
If
up,
I got
not
cucked
playing
like you, I would.
5-minute
PlayStation
fucking
down.
Yas
You did
Queen
the
rant.
If I
opposite.
Okay,
10 different
congratulations.
men,
Okay?
maybe I would.
My issue is
That's
that
so funny.
when
You
we
did the
talk
opposite
about
of that.
issues in society, oftentimes people don't care about solving anything. They just
They
want a
just want a
virtue
virtue
signal.
signal.
That's why
Exactly.
people on the left will go on
Yep.
Twitter and say, fuck billionaires.
That's what
and
the
fuck
left
rich. Okay,
does, and
where
the
the
right
fuck
does
that
this
get us,
too.
right?
This shows
Or it's
it
why
right here.
people on
They
the
just
right
do
will
it
go
on
on
their
and
own
say, like,
topics,
all
but they
fucking
do it
Democrats are evil or all fucking lefties or whatever,
Like
right?
how you
It
just
doesn't
did with
get
Trump
us anywhere,
supporters
okay?
of comparing
So
them to pedophiles.
when people
No,
go
she did
online
that.
and all they
Yeah,
want to say
she
is
did
blah,
it.
blah,
She
blah,
did
blah,
it.
blah, blah, blah,
Oh
blah.
my
We don't
God.
advance any of the policy
You
conversations
didn't
that
advance
we
shit,
need
Destiny.
to be
Your
having
solution is
in order
bullshit,
to
and
make
nobody
our
fucking
society a
likes
better
it.
place. So when I want a society where less children are getting
That's
Oh
not
my
a
God.
that means
solution.
more
No, you
to
He didn't say that was his solution. He was just agreed to a hypothetical that if it and in the hypothetical the agreement is that it would hurt less children. How do you not understand this?
than going online and virtue signaling to all of my friends
Yeah,
about
virtue
how much I
signaling.
hate pedophiles. Everybody
How
hates.
did he virtue signal to pedophiles for wanting children to be harmed less? Like that makes no sense.
Pedophiles. Everybody likes kids
Wow, you're
to be
so
safe.
edgy.
Everybody hates child rape.
Yeah.
Nobody is
That's
giving you any-
Destiny's point is that they all agree on this. They don't realize it.
No one's
They
advocating
are
for
not
this.
agreeing
Like,
or understanding Destiny based on a virtue signal because they
Yeah.
want to be like kill them up. Pedophilia is bad. Yeah, we all agree with this. Yeah, like nobody's saying that to disagree with it.
any points for this, Brittany. Nobody gives a fuck that
Yeah,
you're
nobody's
anti-child rape.
any
Everybody's
point.
anti-child rape, Brittany.
That's
Yeah, everybody
Yeah,
is.
because
Yeah.
you
Is that
sympathize
somebody
with them
like
the
me wants to
entire
advance
stream,
the
entire
necessary
debate.
conversations, even if they're hard, to figure out how to have less children
We've
getting
had
raped.
this
But
conversation.
you
We
would rather
established
have
you're
more
sympathetic
kids
to
getting
them.
raped
That's
as long
what I
as you
said
get to
from
go
the
on Twitter
beginning,
and
yeah.
shit post all day, just like fucking
And
BLM
that
and
is the gist of it, is that exactly the analogies I was making before with the vegan stuff and all the other stuff, is that they get so locked into a position that you cannot have this conversation.
No.
You can't have a reasonable conversation about this. You can never talk about it, because anytime you talk about it, they're gonna straw man you uncharitably and turn it into you're pro this, you're blah blah, you hate kids and you want kids to get hurt, and it's like, what? No, none of that. You don't understand what I'm saying. This whole stream shows that, how easily that happens and how you can't have this conversation with certain people. And the left does this, the right does this, the vegans do this.
And Antifa and any crazy
Everybody is
Proud
too
Boy, whatever
obsessed
other
with the
dumb shit you see
situation.
online, okay? That's the difference between you and me.
Position.
I
Wow.
just want to
Can't
make
have
the
a
point
You're
that the
you're
only
different than any
study.
other Twitter users. You don't virtue signal. It's not like your entire fucking career is based on that. You want to talk about, oh, you know
His
what?
career's
Yeah,
about
I'm so much
virtue
smarter than you, and I'm trying to find a solution for a problem. You're not a fucking hero. You've been on this entire stream. This
He didn't even
entire
say he
time,
was trying to find a
sympathizing with
solution.
them,
They're
playing
the
down what
ones
they
asking
do,
him
not
for the
understanding
solution,
on an
and he's
empathetic
not
level,
saying
despite
this.
being a father, and you want to use your
This
kid
is
as a
a
fucking
child
shield
having
to ask to
interpretation.
justify your
How are you
position.
saying I'm not an
Exactly.
empathetic level? Brittany, you have no idea what it's like to even be a parent. What the fuck are you even talking about? How the
Oh,
fuck are you even in this conversation?
No, you're
Other
right,
than the
because
fact
I
that you're
can't get
still a child.
cuckolded by
I don't know how
20
you're
men.
relevant to a child
Like
porn
how you
conversation.
offer your
Other-
girlfriends to get
other than you
cuckolded.
still
You're
being a
so
child.
right.
Okay,
No, you don't
let other
tell me
people
yourself.
chime in here,
You
okay?
can tell me what to do.
Let someone else
Are
chime
you
in.
on
You
the
got your whole
left? Are
fucking
you
Twitter,
supposed to be
YouTube channel, go
pro-women,
teach.
let
I don't
women
even know what you
talk?
have left
That's
anymore,
really
actually, at this point.
interesting.
You clearly
No,
don't have
that's
any brain cells
interesting.
left.
No, you're so
Dude.
stupid. I have so many more brain cells, so I'm galaxy brain destiny.
Can someone else chime in, please?
Yeah,
I mean, you're
will-
making
I
fun
will
of him
say
saying that,
here.
but you're
Okay, so
kind of
what
showing that
I
he's
fi- I
smarter
think
than
that-
you
I
by
find
acting
your
this way.
arguments really fascinating, Destiny, because one of the things that I think that
There wasn't even any
you were
arguments
referring to,
until
because you
this.
brought up empathy, and I think that's really interesting, because I think that there is a I have a theory, an ongoing
It's
theory.
so funny.
That,
This girl
there's
literally
another,
agrees with Destiny. She just thinks it seems like he's
entity
being,
or whatever you want to call it on this earth.
or
And that's
She's
sympathetic
trying
to
to be
them.
charitable, but
psychopath.
she's not being
And
charitable.
I feel like the
Charitable to
people
him
who are
at all.
born
But
without
meanwhile, it
empathy,
seems like she
and
totally
people
agrees
who
with everything he said.
that are natural born psychopaths do exist, and they are usually predators. And so when a natural born psychopath happens, it has been caused by basically, like, if you hit on your head, or you have head trauma or something like that, that gets rid of the empathy strand in your brain as well. Like it does happen. So either if you're born without one, or if you have injury, like head injury or something that gets rid of it, usually you are a predator, and you will remain a predator for the rest of your life.
Right. So
And
wouldn't
usually
you want
those are
to
the
figure out a
people
way to
who
have people
prey on
not
children,
to act out
and they
on
do become pedophiles,
their predator
not
urges?
because
Right?
they are born, having a sexual orientation to be a pedophile. They are
In
just
fact,
born
that's
as predators.
what's funny is this is what Destiny said. Destiny said the majority of cases, it's only like 10% of cases that it's because someone's attracted to a minor. Like the majority of cases are psychological issues and stuff like that.
And
Sociopathic,
therefore
like
go
manipulation.
on to live their life by preying on weaker people and weaker beings, including children. So that's one of the outliers that you pointed out to earlier in the conversation, where you were saying that you believe that some of them are genetically dispositioned, or that kind of thing happens. I think that you're talking about the psychopath. I think that you're talking about a natural born psychopath.
Right. And
I
with
think
psychopaths, we study that in order to try
I think
to prevent
that's
psychopaths
true.
from
It
acting
could
out and
happen,
hurting
but I
society.
still think that
Consistently.
your
We're always
entire
studying.
conversation that I've
always
gotten
looking
to
for
listen to, you still sound like you're trying to normalize it. You
Okay.
sound like you're trying to
I'm not
normalize
even close to
pedophilia.
Yeah,
all
not
I want
even
to
close.
normalize
He
is
Like, how-
less
explain
child
that,
rape.
like, how-
That's my goal. Okay,
Yeah,
I don't know
less
what
child
position you're starting from, but my position is less child rape. Okay.
Destiny,
Okay,
what-
wait.
Pedos have CP,
Can I
which
respond to
normalizes
720
it.
thing? I'll be really quick. I'll be super fast. I swear.
Okay, I'm jumping
Okay.
in next though. Go
Sure.
on.
So, psychopath and
And let Chrissy
sociopath.
talk.
Okay, then
And
Chrissy.
Leanne. I'm sorry.
So psychopath and
no one else
sociopath are
talked.
terms that aren't used anymore. These are antiquated. It's all under something called ASPD now in the DSM-5, antisocial personality disorder. Okay, there's a whole cluster of personality things that psychologists talk
This
about
is
that
way above
resemble, I
theirs.
guess, what we used to
You're
say
not-
were
you're not gonna
psychopathy and
understand
sociopathy.
anything.
Okay, but the idea that people are born these things and it's not influenced by environmental factors, we have no idea about that. No psychology.
Antisocial personality disorders is very different than an actual psychopath. Too.
No,
you're talking about
no. Hold on. Psychopath and sociopath are now called. All of those things are exhumed now, or subsumed.
You're saying,
under,
they're in an umbrella term, dude. You don't have to be like trying to school me on we have to use words that everyone knows here. here, right?
Sure. Well, okay.
Like,
Well, here's the important part. Okay, is that people in general have this idea that people are born evil, okay, or people are born good. That's not true. Given the right set of circumstances, anybody can be a Nazi, or anybody can be some fucked up person that does horrible things. And the reason why it's important for us to understand that is because when we view other people as being of a fundamentally different material than us, it inhibits our ability to, one, stop people from turning into that, and two, figure out how to get those other people integrated into society or away from society in a way that minimizes harm to society. That's all I'm
okay,
saying.
so
right
hold
there.
on. So that's the thing, though. But if you want to get them away from society, so like I think we all agree that we don't like pedophiles here, including yourself. So you're saying that you want to get them away from society. So what do you do with pedophiles then, if you want to get them from society? Chrissy came at it from an angle of getting them away from society by killing them, like actually getting rid of them. And that's a valid point. And people used to do that.
No, but she said by killing them, but that would remove them from society after they offended, unless you want to do some Minority Report thing and we're just going to guess.
They don't get
Or
that.
go by like, oh, this guy looks like a pedophile, let's kill him, right? Like, how else are you going to do it unless you wait for them to offend? And in that case, it's already too late. They have offended. Destiny's hypothetical was a thing to prevent them from acting in the first place. And so that there's never a victim of, people, of these people.
So, do you think every single child that gets raped by a pedophile should be murdered?
The child? No.
Yes. Okay, what about children that grow up to become pedophiles because they're raped by pedophiles, Chrissy? Do you understand that's what you're saying?
That's not what I said.
That is absolutely what you're saying. Because
no, it's not.
you acknowledge that a lot of pedophiles grow up to become pedophiles because they're raped as children.
Like, I don't know what
Yeah,
you're
but it's not
basing that on.
every.
Well, no, wait,
not
make her answer that question.
child.
This is so obvious. The answer is obviously yes. A lot of children that grow up who were
He's
molested
just
as
having
children.
a conversation with himself. I love it.
But you're not even
Yeah,
answering my
be here.
question. You just started going at Chrissy. So what is
because she said something really fucking
solution
stupid.
of getting
my
them
God.
away from society? What is your
I didn't say
solution?
we have to get somebody away from society, but if that is the last thing, then that was what we do. If
Yeah,
you've
it's
got
a
a person that just
hypothetical.
can't help themselves and they don't want to
that
fucking rape
works-
each other,
if that's
yeah,
the
they have
last
to be
resort, then
excluded
we
from
have no
society
other
somehow, or at
option,
least
then,
put
yeah,
away
get
from
rid.
all the fucking kids, right? Same thing with mass
Hold
murderers,
on.
or same thing with people that torture
Whoa,
animals, or whatever. Right? You
whoa.
typically remove
Can
these people
I
from
can I
society.
jump in here quick?
Can I say something on that? Because I think it's really important we do point out that when someone gets molested or hurt as a child, it doesn't mean 100% they're going to grow up to be a pedophile.
Right.
Now, a
Everybody
lot
knows
of people
this.
who are
This is such a
pedophiles
stupid thing to
happen
bring
to
up.
have a history of childhood trauma and child molestation and were hurt by someone
Everybody
when they were a
knows
child. But that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody who was molested at one point
Useless.
grows up to be a pedophile. What I'm talking about, my concern is someone who actually acts out in pedophilia and harms
Right, they already
Right.
passed the argument.
Okay, I'm just gonna-
because
I
the
don't
argument is
think
before
that
they act.
person has a part in society.
This
I
is
don't
the
think it should
problem.
be done.
Here's the
I just
problem with
don't
this
see
argument
how
is that
giving
none of
child
them realize
pornography-
that the argument is before they act and preventing them from acting, so that there's no children hurt. Like, how do they not understand that's what the argument is, and they keep going around it and not getting
as
it?
therapy,
It's
as
crazy.
it was originally discussed, is going to help the situation.
Well, if it doesn't, it doesn't. But the hypothetical is that it does, and we know it does. And within the hypothetical is that we know that it does help the situation. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. Then he would be against it.
That's all I'm
Like,
gonna say.
I'm jumping in here real quick. There's a really difficult point I need to make here, which is the only reason Destiny is in this conversation right now and talking to us is because Destiny actually is willing to consider and accept the most bizarre ideas that are hated by society, including talking to Lauren Southern. So I appreciate that aspect of him, and I can see the benefit
people
of
that
that.
won't
But
even
also,
come on here and
like,
talk to
I
us.
do think there are some crimes in society that are worse than having the wrong politics, like Lauren, or being accused of having the wrong politics, like me. Like, you know, murder, rape, these kind of things. I'd consider them
There's a
worse
gradient.
than
You get
considering,
that.
you know,
Nobody said there wasn't
this
a
person is an outcast of society because they said the wrong thing or did a wrong joke a while ago. Or, I mean, people accuse me of killing migrants, to be fair, but thank you for listening. Some people would say that your argument that, you know,
you didn't have an argument.
pedophiles or parents who rape kids or uncles who rape kids aren't usually pedophiles would be the same as saying people who murder aren't usually considered murderers, or they wouldn't usually consider themselves murderers, right? They murder for the first time and they wouldn't consider themselves a murderer. It was a crime of passion. They aren't like a Dexter out here planning
No,
it.
but this still works. Yeah, they're not a serial killer. Then.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? This is like if you're wanting to call somebody a serial killer who has never had the urge to hurt anything their entire life, never killed an animal, and then one day they commit a crime of passion where they freak out, they snap, and they murder somebody, and then now you want to say
him a serial killer now.
He's a sociopathic serial killer. If we let him out, he's gonna kill more people, and blah blah. These are different things, and we understand those to be different things, right? That's what he's saying is that in some cases there's statistics for this. You can look them up, but in some cases it's because the person is attracted to them, and the other cases because they want to control a situation or manipulate and abuse in a different way.
But they're still a murderer no matter
for
what.
a different
Someone who rapes a
reason,
kid,
that's what
whether
it
they
is.
consider themselves a pedophile
Right, they're still a
or not.
murderer, and if they're legally, they're still a pedophile. It's because we don't have a differentiation in this word, but they're still a child molester, regardless. It's just they're not they didn't do it for attraction's sake. They did it for a different sake, is what they're saying. Which in that case, you would have to study that separately. That can't be the same treatment as something else, or you don't prevent that the same way as you would prevent another thing. That's difficult. That's why we study sociopathy to prevent that.
Destiny thinks you should get one freebie.
Yeah, see, that's a straw man right there. He never said you get.
Chris, you have a really nice dress on, okay? I just want to say you look stunning tonight.
Let's not jump to conclusions. Everyone gets one
Chrissy.
freebie.
Sometimes I talk to some women and I'm like, man, it is so good for your life that you look pretty, okay? Lauren, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
To be, I just want to say,
let's say,
I like how
Can I
Destiny
make the point
completely
also?
insults people like
Yeah, that's exactly
How was I
the
insulting
case.
her?
That's why I say they
Point
can't have this
that
conversation because they can't
beers
listen.
Okay?
Yeah.
So there's a conversation that they can never
This
really
is my
have.
Destiny, you have a habit
by
of
the way.
You're pretty
talking
because you're such
skulls
an
and like
idiot.
buying
Now it's
stuff
getting
you
crazy.
said a few minutes ago.
Again with the
Like I'm
Talking
no.
circles.
You
We're
just
talking
basically
in
said
circles.
you're
People asked
like
her,
you're
just
lucky
talking
you're
in
pretty
circles.
because otherwise she's a fucking moron is what you're insinuating.
Whoa.
And I fucking
If you want to
resent
interpret it that
something like
way,
that
if
because
you
you
want to
think
interpret
you're
it that
being
way,
smart and cute.
I mean,
you're
if
not.
everybody's
You're
gonna be
not.
honest.
No,
That's
he's
fine,
saying
okay?
you're
What
dressed
were you
really
gonna
nice and I
say?
don't want to be mean
okay,
to you.
if you get super
But-
wasted and you make out with a girl and you
You're
do it
probably
one
not
time,
right.
She's the one
does that
being
make you
defensive.
bisexual
She's
or
the one being
lesbian?
No, but
Yes,
but there are
yeah.
certain
Why would you
times
get
like.
drunk?
But
if
I
you
will
get
say it again, I
super
honestly
wasted? Why
think
would you
she's
get drunk
someone,
and
does
make
that
out
make
with a
you a
kid?
murderer?
Malicious
Why would you
and
get
saying these
drunk
things,
and make
knowing
out with
that's
a
not the
kid?
argument.
I don't know. Have you done it
you get
before?
drunk?
Why are
I
you
don't know. Have
asking
you
us?
done it
I don't
before?
know.
No, because you just oh my gosh, you're basically talking about getting drunk and making out with like two girls making out to pedophilia. That's
No,
what you're
you just
comparing.
tried to jump 10 meters to the point, okay? When you can only jump like 2 meters, okay?
Okay,
Slow down,
wait.
all right?
I think
So-
she made a fine point.
It wasn't a fine point, okay? I'll explain why,
Okay.
okay? But Lauren, what I'm saying is that this is a pedophile, okay? I'm gonna okay. Holy
I'm
fuck,
listening.
this conversation.
I think
Tell
your
us,
own
tell us what a
listening.
pedophile
A
is thinking,
pedophile is
Destiny.
not somebody that has a sexual interaction with a child, or even a million sexual interactions with a child. A pedophile is somebody that has a sexual attraction towards prepubescent children. That's what
Right.
a
If you have a
pedophile
sexual
is.
interaction
Okay.
with someone, you are
So
sexually
if
attracted
a-
to them, period.
That's
Yes.
not true.
Brittany, really? So if you get raped by somebody, you have a sexual attraction to
No,
them?
no, I'm interested. I'm
Good one, Brittany.
That's
Really
not
smart there.
consensual,
Really,
though.
really
I mean, just because you're a lonely dude in the middle of the woods and you bang a goat, that doesn't mean you're attracted to that goat. You know what I'm saying? This is a thing that happens in jail too. A lot of dudes rape men in jail, but they don't when they get out, and they don't outside of jail. But they only do when they're in jail. Yeah, it's like a desperation thing. They just desperately want to.
Attraction.
Yeah.
Dork.
So they don't literally have to be attracted to the person. You know.
All
Win
right.
there, Brittany. Congratulations, okay?
But that's
Okay,
not
sorry, what was I
what
saying,
she
Lauren?
said, and
I don't-
You're ignoring consent, apparently.
Lauren, move my box.
Not
I don't want to be near her
surprising
anymore.
from
Move my
the
box.
pedo
Move my
sympathizer.
box.
My
Lauren, move me to the bottom row. I don't want to be near her.
Not surprising from pedo sympathizer. He doesn't
It's
consider
making me dumber.
consent
Put me
as a
down.
factor.
I can't move the boxes. It's Chrissy's. Okay, I think I understand. I
It's
think I
making me
understand.
dumb.
No,
Put me down.
I'm really drunk, but I think I
There
understand.
you
So
go.
give me a chance
Now
here.
Lauren's
All
in
right,
between.
my 7 Coronas in brain.
Thank you for moving
Is gonna interpret this. That was Chrissy.
You're so mean. I'll never forgive you.
So pedophilia is an attraction to children. The argument that
Yes.
Destiny is making is that someone who does, I guess, a crime of passion, might not be like attracted to children on a regular basis, but just does it as a power play or some bullshit or whatever.
It's that you would need
I don't
a
think you
different
can do.
tactic to
My
prevent
personal
them from
opinion
doing
is
things.
I don't
It's
think you
for
can do
different
something like that
psychological
without
reasons.
having
Their
a sexual
argument is
attraction.
that
So,
they
like,
only get
I've
one
kissed
Yeah.
because they're
people
gonna
before,
get to do it
drunk
once
at a
and then
party.
die.
Yeah.
But I've
And
also
then be
been
killed
attracted
for
to
His
it.
that
argument is to
person.
prevent
Maybe
the
I
one
am a
from
lesbian.
happening.
I don't care. I'll say it for the debate. Maybe I am. Fuck it.
And he's saying
Mostly,
the same
I like
tactic
men.
won't work
That's
for
my
people
You want to
who
go
are
to
literally
Home Depot
attracted
is
to
the
children
only
all the
difference.
time. It won't work the same as
But
somebody
like, I don't think you
who's
can
doing
do
it for
something like
a
that
different
without
reason.
having an
It would have to be a
attraction to them,
different
even if
tactic,
it is mostly for a power play. Like, I just don't
Okay,
see
I
that.
understand what you're saying. Okay, you're the only one that is engaging with me on this
how
in
is
good
that
faith. So
compatible?
thank you. Okay,
That's so
so
funny.
what I'm
Anyone
saying
engaging
is when
with me
those
in good faith.
Lauren is drunk, and
And
she's
she's
able
doing
to
a better
understand
job
this
of
shit. That shows
understanding
how dumb or how much
than
they're
these girls
playing
are,
dumb.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
this is easy to
It's
understand.
pretty bad.
Drunk.
It's funny that even a drunk Lauren gets it better than these girls from the beginning.
people are engaging sexually with that child, they're doing it in spite of them being a child, not because they're a child. They're doing it because they have the opportunity, or because they have lack of other shit to do, or they're in a position of power so they can do it to that
That's
child.
right.
But
That's
what
what I was
they're doing.
saying about like the incel loser, like internet dude that would probably groom a 13-year-old because that's their only option, right? You know, so they don't have any. They're not doing it literally because they want to, because they're attracted to young girls. They're doing it more because it's their only option to get laid, because people their age or or older aren't attracted to them. They're losers. They're fat, pimply faced losers.
Because what I'm saying is that the majority of people that are, my understanding is the majority of people that are child molesters, they don't have a history of molesting children, and they've got a lot of normal, healthy sexual relationships. So when they do it to this one person, it's not because they're a
How is
pedophile
that a
victim, because the
justification?
opportunity
It's an
presented itself, and this is what they decided.
But what I'm saying is,
He's not saying this makes it okay. Yeah, he's not saying this makes it okay. He's just, we're just trying to explain what
have the
a small
opportunity.
degree. Like, I wouldn't make out with a girl at a party if I didn't find her at least a little
I'm gonna
hot.
start
Even
Yeah,
if
but
I'm
that's
mostly
you.
I think
But
it's
some
appropriate
people aren't
for
like that. Some people
sympathizers
get
to
drunk
like
and just
this.
make
I
out
think
with
that's
anybody.
when
Some
it's
people get caught
appropriate to do.
Okay,
blackout drunk
Destiny,
making out with a
honest
dog.
question.
Yeah,
Again,
making
I
out with a
don't
pillow.
think
Yeah.
you
First time,
approve
long
of
time.
Ophelia. I want
Okay. I appreciate it. Every time you say that, I feel less like a child molester. Everything you say. Thank you so much.
trying
Okay,
to
go ahead.
understand. I'm trying to understand the logic and the comparison of things. You're comparing a lot of things together with
Yeah,
with
because
what's
you don't
talking
understand how
about. I'm just
comparisons
like,
work.
I
Okay.
do not understand. But I'm trying.
Yes.
I'm trying to have a
Try.
conversation.
You're not gonna.
Okay.
You're not gonna understand.
So when it
You're not
comes
gonna get it.
down to what you're saying about people, according to you, people who touch children doesn't mean they're exactly a pedophile. It just means they touched the child. What would you say is another reason besides
That's not
pedophilia for that person to touch a child?
He's already said
So my understanding is that if you don't have another source of sexual gratification and you have easy access to another person, then much like if a fucking kid does a weird shit with an animal like once in their life, or with their friends once in their life, or some dumb shit, but they never repeat it,
It
then
doesn't
sometimes
mean they're
people
into
will just look for
bestiality,
sexual
yeah,
outlets.
they're
Or
not
women
always
that hump
going
couches might
to
not be sexually attracted couches, or
shit,
kids,
you know?
or teenage boys that fuck their stuffed animals, I don't know, whatever crazy shit or furry shit or whatever, right? Whatever people do, just because you do it because you have the opportunity is a different thing, not good, not acceptable. It's still horrible
Not a
and bad,
justification.
but it's a fundamentally different thing than doing something because you're like super attracted to it, right? We would say there's a difference between like a woman that like humps a couch because she wants to get off versus somebody that humps a couch because they have like a fetish for couches. These are like two fundamentally
Yeah, but
different
it could one could
Yeah.
lead to the other
Are we
though.
talking tier one
It could.
imports?
Nobody's saying it couldn't lead to the other. Yeah, what
Okay.
lead to the other? Sure.
So
Nobody's
again,
saying it
we're
couldn't.
failing to acknowledge consent,
What-
by
what-
the way.
how is that
Like,
an
he just
argument?
Who
mentioned
is failing
once
to acknowledge
again.
consent?
You,
What?
because
Hold
you're
on.
comparing children
Hold on.
doing
I have a
things
question.
and children can't consent.
Destiny.
I never said
Destiny.
children could consent. That's why having
You
sex
just
with
use
children
them
is
as an
bad.
example as if they could. Oh, what
Hold
if a
on.
kid has an animal, blah, blah, blah. Children can't consent, period.
Wait,
So
hold
no,
on.
it's
Just,
not an argument.
I'm not saying
What?
children
You fail
can't
to
consent.
understand that concept.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know
swear
what
to God.
she's saying. I don't understand what her argument is. And then she brought it to you're saying kids with an animal. Yeah, what?
Neither
No,
of
that-
those two can consent.
Yeah, neither of them
Brittany.
can. A kid can't consent, an animal can't consent. Either one can't consent. What does that have to do with what Destiny's saying? All he's saying is that a kid who like touches a goat or maybe bangs a goat once when they're a kid doesn't mean they're gonna bang goats for the rest of their life, and that they have a fetish for goats. You know?
Yeah.
That doesn't always mean that. That's all he's saying. But it's weird that like you say things and they add all these other things to it. That's what I'm saying. That's why they can't have this
Way
conversation.
better than you do. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about right now. Couches
I'm
don't
sure
consent to being
Destiny,
humped.
can I ask you?
Cows don't
Concept of
consent.
Destiny, can I ask you something?
Anything you want, Ash.
Destiny, what would you if you could decide right now what happens to those people who touch children and do those things to them? Okay, what would you do with those people? Like, you personally, what would you do?
He said the judicial system.
He said
That's
the
what
judicial
we have a
system
law
based on
What
what
should
the
we do,
state
like,
says.
prosecutorally?
If you were president of America, or like
Okay, and I could set
king of the
whatever
world,
This argument.
yes,
Yeah, this
on
is-
those
You
people
would-
who touch children. That's all I want.
Well, why is this argument even
I don't,
happening?
whatever the appropriate
I don't get it.
charges for like raping, statutory rape, it would probably be
Right,
along
but
those lines.
Wait,
What?
wait. Statutory rape, like, wait, for a pubescent child?
If you
It's all
have
statutory.
sex with a minor as a major, as
This
an
is where they
as
get
a
to
major
the
majority
argument of
person,
this,
as an
but this
adult,
is why there's a
that's
problem when
default
you
is
have these
statutory rape.
arguments.
It's always
Right,
considered rape.
But you
Words
said
that have different
pedophilia was
meanings
different.
because statutory rape.
You
never
said
said
it's
it
not
was
a
okay, Brittany. Are
you
you
said it
okay?
wasn't a prepubescent body, so
Brittany,
why
do
is
you
it now
want me
the
to
same
justify this?
thing?
Do you have a 15-year-old you're trying to fuck, Brittany? I'm not here to help you with that argument, okay?
Okay,
Find
here we
somebody
go
else,
again
sweetie.
with him doing this every
Okay.
time I make a point. He's
You're
like,
not
oh,
making
wait a
any
minute.
points,
No,
Brittany.
actually,
You think you're making a point,
It
okay?
spirals
Because
out
the
of
6
control
brain
right
cells you
now.
borrowed from your friend or whatever are
Destiny,
firing
you're
at
avoiding
maximum
my
capacity
question.
right now, okay?
Oh, the
I'm
two
sorry,
that
Ashley,
you
Yeah,
what do you
yeah,
had
yeah.
say?
earlier with your hand over your
Ashley,
eyes?
what do you say?
God.
I can't
Earlier,
hear
he
you.
said
This
that
is
Over
he
Brittany's
said that
screeching.
It's just
hebephilia.
chaos.
He said that hebephilia.
Even 2 windows
is
away, I
different
can
than
still hear her like
pedophilia.
she's right next to me, like we're neighbors again.
It is
But
different.
the only reason he made this distinction between pedophilia and hebephilia is because of this girl misunderstood some analogy he said before, and now they're stuck on that, on something that he was just saying to clarify with this chick who was incorrect about something he was saying. Like, this is how mad this gets and how crazy this
Are
gets.
different because they're not prepubescent bodies, but now he wants to act like they're the same by calling it statutory rape instead
Legally,
of
it
pedophilia.
is.
Brittany has a
What?
point.
16.
How
Oh,
is
now
that a
the same
problem?
as 8-year-old.
That is the
Can I
law.
please-
Statutory rape is the
Brittany has
legal
a point.
prosecution.
So,
for
Destiny,
it.
I want to make it clear. I'm talking about people who touch prepubescent,
What's your
not
camera
like
back,
like a
Ashton?
25-year-old
Can't see
having
your
sex with a
face.
17-year-old. I'm talking about
But
someone
she
who's
doesn't understand
old
that that's still
touching a
legally called
prepubescent child. Do
statutory
you think that should be
rape.
statutory
That's
rape?
what that's called.
So
Or
my,
what do you think
my
about
guess is what it should be is you would probably charge and convict
the
on statutory
sentence
rape,
would be
and then
different.
2, once the person is out of jail or whatever, you would probably, if they still have those urges or if they can't prove they don't, then they'd be committed to some
She asked for
psychiatric
your
institution.
opinion, not
That's
what
what
you
I
would
just
probably
said. My
Why-
Yeah,
opinion
that's what he
is
just said.
what I'm saying
Why
is
only
they should be
statutory
put they should be put in because that's what the
Because
charge
that's what it is.
statutory
Yeah,
rape.
that's
You
what
put
the
them in
charge is.
jail for statutory rape, and then if
I
they
think
still
you should
have
agree
the same as
charge.
hebephilia.
what?
I mean,
You
she is
said you're
also
saying that
saying
it should be treated the same as a
What's wrong with this?
17-year-old and a
Like,
25-year-old as an 8-year-old and a 40-year-old. That's essentially what you're saying. The
That's what
charges
I'm
should be the
Eight-year-olds having
same.
sex with
Yeah,
4-year-olds?
she
What the
didn't
fuck
say.
are you
Well,
talking
the
about,
charge is
Brittany?
the
Wait,
same.
what?
I'm talking about in the
If
example.
you murder a 2-year-old or you murder a 90-year-old, that's the same charge. Like, they're not different charges. You might sentence it different, but the charge would be the same, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure statutory rape covers 18 and under, like all of it, like not just
Brittany,
Hold
I
up.
think you have
It's just the
one
sentence
of your
is different
girlfriends
depending
are
on
all
the
right
person.
on your
There's a
desktop,
lot
Brittany.
of
And if you
document
close it,
files.
okay?
And
Has
add
sex with
reading
an
on the
older
screen in front
person.
of you and
He
engage
He
in
asked me a question. He
conversation.
doesn't let me answer. So you
This is a lot
said
of dodging. Brittany, you had okay. Let him
There's
talk.
not a lot of
I
dodging. I
actually-
think he
here's
explained
the thing.
exactly.
Yeah, what I think is what should happen is you should be charged
Which is
with
what it is now.
statutory rape because you're having
So
sex with a
even
minor.
if it's a 25-year-old with a 5-year-old, they should get the same charge as a 25-year-old with a 17-year-old.
Yeah, it's all statutory rape. It's all bad.
there you go.
Yeah.
Oh my
That's
God.
what
See,
it's
this
for.
You get a
is
different
why
sentence,
this
but
is
that's
your
how it is
evidence.
legally.
Oh
I don't think they know that
Now
that's how
I'm
the
doing
law
it.
works.
This isn't his
Like,
opinion.
holy
This
shit,
is
Wait, hold on,
a
wait.
hypothetical.
Dude, really
He
Do you
asked
think
me
that,
to
wait,
say
do you think that like 30 or 40-year-olds should be able to fuck 17-year-olds? Okay,
Not-
those are really bad things, right?
But it's totally different than
But
a
it's
Yeah, but nobody's saying that
100%
it's same.
everything.
There's
A
not a different
17-year-old at
charge
least
for
has had
every
a
age level.
sexual
It's the same
education
charge,
and
we just
has an
sentence different.
emotional understanding of what's going on. Whereas then you're talking about a 5-year-old versus a fucking like what?
They're the ones that have
20-year-old.
the
No, I'm
emotional
actually
understanding
okay.
about this stuff.
Okay,
Like,
Yeah,
I
they
think-
don't
okay,
understand,
wait,
and they don't know what they're
is it
talking
worse to kill a
about
6-year-old
because
or
it's
worse to kill a
statutory rape.
17-year-old?
What the fuck does that have to do
Answer
with
the- please answer
what?
the
Because
question.
that's how we
Okay,
treat
so
things
everything
legally.
has to
It's
do
a
with-
charge
wait,
is
wait,
the
can I say
crime, and
something?
then
No,
the
I want you
sentence
to
is
answer the
based
question. Is
on
it
the
worse to kill a
severity of
17-year-old or
it.
worse to kill an 8-year-old?
It doesn't really.
No, answer the question. Don't answer the question. Is it worse to kill someone?
That's an 8-year-old's innocent. It's bad, though.
Killing and fucking are not equal.
I'm waiting for Nina to answer. I don't know what I got.
17-year-old has a
Is it worse to kill an 8-year-old or a 17-year-old?
But killing and fucking are equal.
Listen, both are bad, but I
an
guess
8-year-old inherently
the
innocent
8-year-old because he has a
comprehension.
longer life to live than the 17-year-old.
So are you gonna charge like different crimes then for killing an 8-year-old versus killing a 17-year-old?
No,
Why do you keep? Hang on. Why do
they should both be charged appropriately, but it is worse to kill a child.
About pedophilia,
Yeah, but
and
no,
you're
but he
trying
didn't
to
say it
Can
was
I
a
please say
He just
something
said
about
that's
this?
the
Can I
charge.
please make a point here? A
I don't know why
25-year-old
you're laughing.
having
You said it's fine.
relationship.
Because it's a
He's
one-to-one
laughing 'cause they're
comparison.
not
Your brain is like falling
understanding.
apart, seeing how
A
obvious it is.
25-year-old
Chances are,
having a
if you
consensual
have,
relationship
if you,
with a 17-year-old is way different than a 25-year-old touching a 4-year-old. It's way different.
Okay,
Nobody
what would
said
you
it's the
charge?
same.
You just said.
What do you think should be charged? What should the charge be?
I
Ashton?
want to clarify something with you.
I want to hear. No, I want to hear you
said-
tell us. What should the charge be then?
Let me say this first. You said earlier that someone attracted to a 17-year-old is different than someone attracted to a 5-year-old because pedophilia is technically someone attracted to
What? That's not
someone
what he
who's
said.
invested.
True.
Because a 17-year-old
He clarified that, but
it
that
looks
wasn't
more
his
like an
point.
adult,
That
right?
was her
So
point.
why would you give the same sentence for someone having sex with a
He didn't say
17-year-old
anything about giving the
as
same
someone having
sentence.
sex with a 5-year-old?
He didn't say
I never
that.
said
Exactly.
the
Why
same
would you give the same
sentence. Wait,
I
I
never
never
said the
said
same
Oh,
sentence.
wait a
He
yes,
never said the same
You
sentence. No.
legit
You
just
can
did
gaslight
it.
on
No,
a
he
stream
didn't.
that you can
No,
literally
he didn't.
take
He
clips
said
from. I'm
same
sure
charge.
everybody
He didn't say
said
same sentence.
You
understand-
Charges and sentences are
Do you
different.
understand that charging
You get
somebody
different
with the same
sentences
crime
for
doesn't
murder.
mean that the sentencing guidelines are always going to be the same.
That's
for the
why
same
you
crime.
get the charge that's like 10 to 25 because it can range depending on the severity of the crime that you committed. Depending on its severity, you could be charged from 10 to 25 years. And they think that he's saying that, oh, we're going to charge somebody the same if they molest a 17-year-old or a 5-year-old. It's like, no, it's the same charge, but it's a different sentence. The severity of the crime is different. The severity of the crime doesn't change. It's still the same crime. It's just the severity of that crime. And that's what you sentence.
You can sentence people. You can sentence people
Child
different.
rape is different than statutory rape.
What? You can sentence people
But you could charge them both. You still get charged with statutory rape.
to greater like
Even if you're gonna charge somebody with child rape, that's still a statutory rape charge.
Yeah. Rape is different than child rape, man.
you can
Oh my
sentence
God.
people to greater prison times for the same crime as another person.
Yeah, and you can stack
raping a
charges as
7-year-old
well.
is probably worse than raping a 17-year-old. I agree with you on that.
Probably.
Right?
No, he can't say with confidence. He can't. He has to always downplay pedophilia.
Yeah, but
He
who
always
cares?
downplay it.
Because we're talking
I'm
about
not even saying
hypotheticals. I
rape
can't
Yeah,
tell you
they're
every
very
single
No,
case.
she asked you your
Who
opinion.
cares
We're not
that
talking about
he's sexual?
hypotheticals.
My opinion is if I could hypothetically change the law, right?
cares
you
if
can
he's
charge
saying
two people with
probably?
statutory
He's
rape. It
not
doesn't mean that the
an
sentencing is going to be the
an
exact
advocate.
same.
He's
Somebody
not
that has the
trying to
propensity to rape a
promote-
7-year-old
Child
versus a
rape is
17-year-old is obviously way fucking
Can I say
different in
something
society.
really quick? Hold up. Statutory rape implies that the 17-year-old and a 25-year-old had a consensual relationship, and the statutory rape is there because the 17-year-old's obviously a minor. Child rape and statutory rape are very different things.
Is there like a specific crime for child rape?
Yeah, I don't know if there is. I always thought you
We
get
don't
charged with
care
statutory
about the
rape for the
sexual
whole thing, and
rape. We
it's
care that one is obviously even worse than the other because
then
no,
why
but it's
not
not
just-
about
why
what
not
you
just-
care.
no
You're talking about
comprehension.
what is
Why
the
not
law.
just wait? Hold on.
Because
then why
he's
not
saying
just
he
ask-
agrees with the
17-year-old
law,
and
whatever the law is.
25-year-old's
I'd rather go with
consensual.
that, and
Do you
then
think
give
that
rehabilitation.
there is no such thing as
Therapy
minor
after that.
adult consensual sex? That's why it's called statutory rape if they're a minor. That's what
Yeah,
statutory
there's
means.
no
It's
such
always
thing.
considered
Right.
rape in the eyes of the law, right?
But
Okay.
comparing that 7-year-old and 25-year-old, which you did,
I'm
No,
not
he
comparing
didn't.
it. I
No, he
think the
didn't.
fucking
He
charge
just
of
said
the
it's the
police
same
is
charge,
That's
different
all I'm
sentence.
saying. I don't know what the. I'm not a fucking prosecutor. I don't know how you charge child sex crimes, right? If you're asking me, is one worse than the other? Yeah, it seems to be probably the case. And if you're asking me too, should somebody get sentenced to like a longer
Probably the
prison term
case.
for it? Then yeah, probably that's also the case as well. Sure.
You
yeah.
can't ever take a stance. It has to be
Yeah,
hypothetically.
but
so
why
you can
is
answer
it?
way
Why
around
does he
things.
have?
You can never
I
take
always
your
say
opinion.
this: why does he have to take a stance if he's
Yeah.
not advocating anything? He's here making an argument. That's it. He's not advocating anything. Why does he have to have a stance?
Everyone's making it seem as if he is advocating something.
Mm-hmm.
Opinion when someone even asks you directly.
I
your
literally
opinion.
just wrote my opinion, Brittany.
Why can't you say with confidence that pedophilia is fucking worse than all these other things. Why?
Oh yeah, he started. It's funny because she's saying, "Why can't you take a stance that pedophilia is bad over all these other things?"
He already has.
That was the start of this entire stream. He came in and started with Lauren asked the question, "Is pedophilia bad?" Yet we all agree with that, right? So from the beginning, this has been acknowledged that he agrees and that they all agree on this. And yet it's been an hour and 17 minutes of them trying to say that he's not what he said he was at the
Burned
beginning.
through one of them. I saw it.
Yes. Oh wow!
How
How many brain cell jokes do you want to make? You want to put your hand on your face again?
He already made the stance.
Because
Like,
you
it's
know
too late.
that I'm correct, and you just want to go and I can just go and insult her, and that'll dismantle her.
Okay, Brittany, can I ask you a serious
we can
question?
have our ad hocs back and forth.
Brittany,
That's
can I ask you
fine.
can I
But
ask
every
you a serious
time I
question?
make a point, we're gonna retort with that, and then come.
Brittany, can I ask you a serious
Stardust
question?
gets
Yes,
it.
Ashley, I do. They're not relevant to this conversation.
Okay,
Brittany,
Stardust
do you-
is
do you-
here. Everyone
Brittany,
say hi
do
to
you think that I
Stardust.
think
Hello,
that raping a
Stardust.
7-year-old is the
Thanks.
same thing as raping a 17-year-old?
Thanks for bringing me.
And then I think
So-
Haz might be joining.
Oh,
It's gonna
God.
get.
I don't
That's
know
gonna
why.
get stupid when they
Okay,
bring that
hold
guy
on.
on.
Romeo
I
and
don't know why they
Juliet
bring him.
laws are very relevant in this conversation.
Romeo and
40
Juliet laws are not relevant to this conversation. Those are laws for when people some states
3 to
is
5
5
years
max,
older,
but this
yeah.
is within the age. This is what we don't all call them that. In Jersey, I think they call it a grace period, and you have
Right.
you have a grace period of consent where it's like a 16-year-old and a 19-year-old.
Yeah,
You know,
Canada
2
has
years
it.
apart, we let it slide, right? Like, but it's within 3 years.
Yeah.
So, if you're, 16, 19-year-old is the limit, then 17, 20, right? Like that. But that's what she's talking about. That has nothing to do with this argument at all.
No.
Nobody brought that up.
Your
There's no
cannot
reason
Romeo
to
and
bring
Juliet his way to a 17-year-old's pussy. That's not how that works. I'm sorry. It's
I
not
said
relevant to this conversation.
22, 25-year-olds, and 17.
25
We're not talking about 22, 20. If you want to talk about 20, 25-year-old, there's
She
probably
said
nothing wrong with a
that. I
20
There's
just
nowhere in the
I
United
just
States
said
where
that.
Romeo and
I
Juliet
just
law
said that.
covers a
You wanna change
25
I
year
compared a
old.
25-year-old.
Maybe 22
No,
at the
no,
most, but
I
not
compared a
25.
25-year-old and a 17-year-old like dating.
No Romeo
right?
and
And
Juliet
I
laws.
think it's
No.
weird, but I've seen people do that compared to a 25-year-old, with a 5-year-old. That
No, but she's the one who made that comparison.
Yeah.
No, he didn't make that comparison. He said that's all the same charge of statutory rape. The sentencing is different based on the severity. They're the ones who made him compare that when nobody compared it. Like it
That's why I
didn't make
My
compared
sense.
understanding is that
And
a
you said they
Romeo and
get the same
Juliet law
sentence.
won't cover a 25-year-old
Yeah,
and a
it won't.
17-year-old.
There's nowhere in the United States where it will cover a
You have to be
25
it's within like
22-year-old
it's
and
usually like 2 or
17-year-old.
3 years of age.
Yeah.
But
That is
that's not
correct.
even
It is
relevant.
within 2
Listen,
or 3
I'll
years
give you
of
the
age.
answer
Is
you
that
want.
law?
If a person is like raping a kid versus raping like a teen, the kid rape is obviously fucking worse. They should obviously be charged, and they should be sentenced to a greater probably sentence than the person that raped a
Okay.
17-year-old.
It looks
Yeah,
like
that's-
it hurts you to say that. It took you so long just to even
No,
say
because
without
that
using
wasn't
the word
like
Those are the
you
ad
hours.
homs.
Because
They don't have an
unfortunately,
argument
I
with
have
him anymore.
more
So
than
they
a
have to
level
talk
1
about his
engagement
tone
with the
of
fucking legal
voice
system.
or-
Okay, when you ask me
or
what
his
you can be
attitude.
charged with,
We're not
it doesn't mean he's
asking
charged
about
with a
legal
crime.
system, we're
Doesn't mean that the
asking about
sentencing is the fucking same. Two people can be charged with the same.
Yeah, that's what we brought up the murder thing, and they don't want to agree to that comparison. But it's like if you murder a 17-year-old and you murder a 2-year-old, those are both murder.
Yeah.
But the charge is going to be different. People are going to view murdering a 2-year-old as being more severe, and they'll give you a more severe sentence for that.
Same crime and have dramatically different sentencing. That's crime 101 is how the fucking judicial system works.
We're asking about your morality. Oh, there
Well,
those
we're-
are my
we're-
charges.
So
If
that's
you wanna
what
ask
I'm
me about
asking.
your morality-
I'm asking about your knowledge on
If you want to ask me
statutory
about my morality,
charges or how many years. We were asking what you
Brain cell
would
joke.
think.
that's. Brittany, are you okay? Did you just
Hi,
lose something
Stardust.
5? Are you down to 4?
Nina, are you okay? Do you have 5 brain cells? Brittany, you have 5 brain cells? Are you okay?
4 left.
Oh,
Nina,
no,
if you want to ask me about morality, then ask me like what's wrong or wronger, or what's right or wrong. Don't ask me if I could charge a crime, blah blah blah. These
Yeah,
are
that's
legal
it's
questions.
really a
But you're
dumb
playing
question. But
semantics
why
here, man,
why
because
does it
I brought up
matter
psycho-
what he would do? Like, what does that matter to the hypothetical that was posed? And this is the thing: is they're trying to make it into something that it's not. And why? Just to this is the thing with stupid chicks like this. It's like they just want to hurt his reputation. Like, this is what I'm talking about, uncharitability.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't come in here and think like, hey, you made this argument, it kind of sounded weird to us. Can you clarify? And we'll try our best to understand. No, they came in, you're a pedophile, you did that, you're doing this, and you're doing that, you fucking blah, blah, And you're being antagonistic and uncharitable. That's not what he said, like you're constantly, and everything they ask and say about him and so you're saying this, it's always wrong. It's always like, no, Not saying that.
You brought up, oh, well, the terms have changed now because you want to like educate us and mansplain to us what the fuck everything means, right? Like
Am I on
that's
a liberal panel now? Are these fucking?
yeah, you are. Yeah.
Am I mansplaining now? My legs are spread wide open.
No,
too.
no, no.
I
I just said that word to trigger you. Seriously though, I meant explain. Okay.
The reason why I'm attacking your words of psychopath or sociopath is not because it's like
It's
it's
so
the
hard.
issue is when you said that people are born this way. We don't know if people are born anyway. We don't even know if people are born gay or not, right?
But you don't even think people are born hetero. That's the thing. That's
it
the
might be
issue.
all.
He didn't say he didn't think that. He's saying we don't know that scientifically, but he's saying in most. When she asked before, he said in most likeliness, yeah. How come she completely forgets that it's most likeliness, yeah? But he's talking about just science. Science-wise, we're not totally sure about these things yet.
This is how
We
I
don't
view
know.
it in my mind.
We don't know. We haven't studied enough, and we don't know yet enough how much is separate from nurture and nature, and how much is genetic, and how much is learned behavior.
This is how I think we view it currently, okay? You're probably born with like a 98% chance to be heterosexual, assuming normal environmental factors, and maybe like a 2% chance to be gay. Maybe in some people that's higher, and then based on how you're raised or what happens in early development or even in the fucking womb, maybe some of those genes are activated or deactivated and then you become gay or heterosexual. That's how my understanding of it.
Oh no. I'm sorry, y'all. We needed some more male energy in here.
Really goes.
All right.
Did we ever get an answer on whether
Kaz, you're muted.
people-
You need to unmute yourself, my friend.
Let Stardust talk. Fuck the hospital.
Or Chrissy, do you have to unmute him?
Okay, I'm trying to unmute him, but he
Has you're talking to a whole lot of no one.
He's muted himself.
And this house guy does what everybody does when they come into this conversation: is not understand it at all, and
Steamroll
completely
his way
steamroll,
right
straw man, and make arguments. He even starts arguing with this Chrissy chick on something she agrees with him on, and he doesn't even realize it.
Getting real mad at no one.
Because you can't just come in and know what the argument is when you come in. You just have to assume it and act like a bulldog.
This guy is going off.
He muted himself.
Did we ever get an answer to whether people here would want to kill if they're willing to kill pedophiles, whether they would want to kill victims of pedophiles?
But like, I think the people said that it didn't matter if you're just.
Well, it doesn't matter to the hypotheticals. The point would be to prevent harm, right? Like so.
Victim, no. I think the people who are advocating.
But how are you going to
pedophiles-
determine?
Well, you can be both, and I think the being pedophile overwhelms the being a victim is what the consensus
Once
was.
you make the decision to be a predator, then
Yeah,
you're
so
pedophiles and
we
predators are
can-
two different things, right?
We can make the distinction that people who are predators are different from people who are attracted to children, right? It takes a special type of person to violate somebody's boundaries, violate their autonomy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a pedophile is not necessarily a predator.
Yes, they are. They inherently want to prey on people. If a tiger, just because a tiger doesn't go and hunt all of its normal prey that it hunts, it doesn't mean it's not a predator. It's still
So what
apex
she wants,
predator.
she wants a minority report then? Like she wants to arrest people before they commit any crimes and just, well, we're not sure if they will ever commit crimes. But the point that they want to commit crime is enough to lock them up. Like I don't think if she follows that logically through, I don't think she would agree with that. I think
A pedophile can be attracted and choose not to act on that attraction.
I don't give a shit.
but you not giving a shit is just a lazy response of you not wanting to have this argument. Just don't have this argument.
Yeah.
That's why I say if you're gonna act this way, just don't
Why would
have
you
the
have
discussion.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just be like, hey guys, I'm not interested in this discussion. I'm gonna go. I can't
That's
have
why-
this discussion rationally. I'm gonna go. That's it.
Predator a predator can not typically be attracted to children and still choose, because we've learned that rape is about power, to rape a child, right?
I don't care about the actually.
So you don't care.
Doesn't care about any part of the conversation.
You don't care, exactly. You don't care about the
Why are you okay with
conversation.
killing children?
No,
Why are you
here's
okay
the
with
thing.
killing children who
Here's
were
the thing.
who
I
were
think that people who are
molested?
attracted to. Okay, you want to
Stardust makes a point.
Why are you okay
Oh,
with killing
Ashton
children who
actually
were
says
molested?
Stardust
I want
makes
to
a
know
point.
that.
Hang on,
Here's
because
the answer
we're
to
not
the
talking
question.
about.
Here's the answer to the question.
It's not
Yeah,
Destiny.
no.
Destiny's video
Here's the
has been
answer
saying
to the
the same
Oh, you're
thing.
working now.
Has figured out his mic.
Yeah, but because she's a girl, she's gonna be
understand.
charitable towards
and
her, and
listen.
she's like, "Oh, I understand
wow.
her point. She
Like-
makes a point." But when Destiny makes the same point, I feel like you're sympathetic towards it. It's like, oh my god, that's
so you're
not
trying
what's
to
going on
frame
here.
me as a bad person by saying, "Oh, well, actually,
You're trying
then
to
you
frame
believe this
everybody
and put words
else
in
who's
my
on
mouth."
Hey,
this
don't
side
interrupt
a
her.
bad person.
Who's interrupting Brittany? Don't interrupt her.
So here's the thing. I think if somebody is sexually attracted to children, you are inherently a bad person. Just like I think if somebody touches a child.
Yeah, but even if you're inherently a bad person, that doesn't mean you have to act on your bad person ways. And if we can have a way to prevent you from acting in your bad person ways that you want to naturally act like, why is that a bad thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why you think that's worse. Like, just like I'm saying, somebody who has the inherent urge to murder people, like a serial killer, and they can't help but want to do that, and to the point where it's driving them to do it. If we could find a way to stop that drive, where they can resist the urge, we can't get them to not have that urge. But we may be able to get them to help them resist the urge.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we do that?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
like, why is that a bad thing?
Child sexually, you are
Not for the murder. We're not doing this for the sake of the murderer. We're doing this for the sake of his victims, right? Like,
a predator. You are a pedophile. I don't know how that's not crystal clear and why we're making so many arguments.
why is there a debate about
the technicality is actually, if you don't touch the kid, then actually you're not as bad. No,
that's
I don't
not
give
even
a
what
shit.
the debate
They're all
is. Brittany is straw manning and making an argument that nobody's making, and he's like, "Why
terrible.
is this
They're all
debate
fucked
about that?"
up.
It's
They're
not about that.
inherently, fundamentally fucked up. I don't
Yes,
like
we understand that, and that's why we want to prevent them from causing harm to people, because they are inherently, like she said, fucked up. They're inherently predators. All of that actually helps Destiny's hypothetical, original hypothetical. This is why I'm saying that Brittany Venti doesn't understand. She thinks she's arguing with him because she's arguing the straw man, but in all actuality, she's agreeing with him. Almost everything she's saying helps the hypothetical he's saying.
like predators, period. I don't care if you're offending or not offending.
Okay,
it's
hold on.
fucked up.
Who disagrees with Brittany? Who disagrees with Brittany?
No one.
Well, if you just because you
Yeah,
molest a child doesn't
I
make you
don't
a
disagree
pedophile.
with
That's
her.
not.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Destiny. I disagree. I disagree because by her argument, we would be killing people who were victims of child molestation.
Wait, no, but I think
If you're an adult and you're a pedo,
How are you going to determine that,
Just
Brittany?
because you molest someone doesn't make you a pedophile? How?
Because rapists rape. They do it for power. They don't do it necessarily
It doesn't
because
matter.
they
It's
do it.
shit.
They don't do it because they're attracted.
doesn't
How many
matter
girls
what
have been
their
told
intentions
you were
are.
never no
Their
way that you would get
intentions
raped?
don't
You're
But if
too
it doesn't matter what your intentions are, how do we prevent them from doing it then? Right? Like, we should need to know their intentions to prevent it from happening, right? Like,
ugly for it.
Hold on. That's not the
but that's
point.
where this Haas guy has no idea that the actual argument is about prevention, not just.
Yeah, I don't know why.
So are you trying to say? Are you trying to say there are forms of pedophilia that are not rape?
There are pedophiles who don't rape people.
Look, one time I did not mean to drive.
funny.
Hold on. I have a point. One time-
Two different.
Don't say that Destiny's the one trying to mansplain and all this bullshit. This guy comes in here, steamrolls
Teamwork,
shit
everybody
all over the
starts an
all over the
argument that
place.
nobody was making.
Nobody's gonna say anything, and Ashton's getting annoyed because she's trying to say something, but
Yeah,
he
she's
keeps on
trying to,
interrupting.
yeah.
But they're not gonna complain.
But they don't
say
complain
anything
about
it.
him and tell him,
Yeah.
like, hey, you need to relax.
Fantasy and reality are two different things, Haas,
Hang on,
right?
let
Chrissy hasn't
Actually, if anything,
while.
pedophiles have been shown
Chrissy.
to be delusional in that they think that they can
Start
have
us.
romantic
Chrissy, let
relationships
Chrissy
with
speak.
people
about
who
Okay.
can't have one.
Hold on. One time I
Let
got lost in the
Chrissy
city
speak.
driving around.
Chrissy
I went
gets
on the
one
George
chance.
Washington Bridge. I ended up in New Jersey. I didn't mean to go to New Jersey. I didn't want to go to New Jersey, but I ended up in New Jersey. That doesn't mean I didn't.
Nobody
go to New
accidentally
Jersey.
But
molests.
nobody said you didn't know. That's not the argument. The argument would be as if you didn't mean to go to New Jersey, but you never want. Yeah, wait, you didn't mean to go to New Jersey, and you never want to go to Jersey, as opposed to somebody who has the urge to go to New Jersey all the time, and they're trying to prevent. You didn't want to go, and you went in by accident. That exactly, you're making Destiny's point. That is different than a person who has a legitimate lifelong urge to go to New Jersey and can't stop themselves and keeps trying to stop themselves. But they have this urge and they keep moving closer and closer to New Jersey. And what we're saying is catch them before they get to New Jersey and go, hey, I know you have this urge that's ruining your life to get to New Jersey, and we want to stop you from hurting New Jersey by going in there, you know? That's those things are different, right? But she's not understanding that that's what the distinction is. Her analogy doesn't actually helps Destiny's analogy.
A child. So I don't know what
The
the
point
fuck we're talking
is,
about.
whether I meant to go to New Jersey or not, I went to New Jersey, and
Right, but that's different from a person who can't help but go to New Jersey and keeps going to New Jersey, right? Those are two totally different people, right?
Why can't you just admit? Why can't you just admit that
Kaz,
Brittany's right?
she actually agrees with you.
You're literally not even listening to me, Hat. You're
She's
literally
actually
the point is
agreeing
that
with you.
You're
Jersey
being
is
a
the
hothead.
pedophile.
You're being a hothead instead of actually listening to me.
I just
it-
don't
it pretty
appreciate
much
how you
downhill
talk to
from
Brittany. That's all.
It was
You're
downhill
a
from the beginning,
retard.
but it
I'm
goes
friends
really
with
fast.
you.
really?
You're not even
Fucking
listening.
based. Chrissy is based as fuck. Holy shit.
All right,
Oh
I'm
my
gonna
God.
Chrissy just kicked
Dispatch
him.
with alacrity. Oh my God.
Chrissy's agreeing with you, and you're yelling at her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that was
sorry.
crazy. I don't. Is
If
that guy
he
drunk? Like, I
misunderstood.
don't.
I think he might have misunderstood the
Who
point.
invited this fucking caveman onto He's not even capable of listening. Like, you can go drag your knuckles.
That's you
on
guys,
another
though. It's
tree.
so funny. She's like,
Dumb
who invited this caveman who's not capable of listening? That's you guys.
Sounds
You
like,
guys are
Chrissy,
the
you
cave
got
women.
control of this whole chat. You did.
She
Dork.
did
You're
it.
gonna
Yeah.
bring him in
Well, yeah,
again.
she brought him in, and on top of that, she's been acting just like him.
Yeah.
They've all been acting just like him this whole time and not listening.
Get back
And now
to
they're
something that-
laughing
What
about
I'm gonna
him.
say is, if I didn't mean to go into New Jersey, I got turned around. I ended up on the George Washington Bridge, but that doesn't deny the fact that I went into New Jersey. And New Jersey,
Yeah.
fucking nobody should be there. Okay,
Nobody likes
whether I
Jersey.
meant to,
Turnpike is
whether I
awful
meant to or
smelling.
not, and I went there by
But
accident.
that
I
doesn't
still
work.
went there.
It actually helps Destiny's
Right.
analogy because what he's
Yeah,
talking about is
New
there's a
Jersey.
difference
That's the thing.
between
That's-
that
and
and a
that's
person
what I
who
wanna
keeps
bring up,
wanting
Stardust.
to go to
You're
New
talking
Jersey,
about
right?
if a
Even though it's
predator
ruining their
makes,
lives and
like,
the lives of
You're
everyone in
talking
New
about
Jersey, and they
if
keep going there and they
someone
have the
was
urge to keep doing it.
basically sexually molested as a child and then ends up doing that. You're saying
If
that
they
that
end up-
person.
So what I'm saying is, people, there are a good portion of pedophiles who have been molested as children. Now we don't know. I personally don't know the statistics surrounding how many of them offend. But
Yeah,
if it is
you
the
don't need to know
case that they are attracted to children, but they don't offend, and they were as a result of them themselves being molested or raped, then why would we choose to, as people say,
But the
we should
thing
kill
is,
them all,
Stardust,
right?
Stardust, you wouldn't know about them though if they are
But
not.
that's the
offenders, and
point.
if they don't actually
Is to
offend,
is
like, if they
beforehand
don't
is
go
to
around touching
prevent
kids,
the offending.
no one's gonna know that. So even if they are pedophiles,
So they want them to
we
offend
wouldn't
in
know
order
that they're
to
pedophiles.
So you're
out
making the
themselves?
distinction then that
But
But then
predators
you
are
shoot
the ones
them.
who should be
So then what?
punished, and
How does
not
that work?
actual
Why would they out
pedophiles.
themselves if
Well,
you're just going to
absolutely,
shoot them?
but I'm also making a distinction that if that person was was molested as a child and then turned out to become a pedophile and continued the cycle of molesting other children,
Right, that's not
then
what the
they do
hypothetical
deserve consequences.
So maybe we would encourage them to get help before that happens,
That's
right?
what the
Or encourage them to
hypothetical
seek
is.
therapy before that happens, right?
But then you have people like Destiny here saying that there is no therapy for people
He
like
didn't say
that
that.
because
I
that is
never said that.
basically their sexual orientation and their
No,
born-
there's
I
That's
never
not
said
what
there
he
is
said.
therapy. I just said you can't get them to not like children, but you can get them to not abuse children. The goal is not to make them not like children. The goal is to make them not abuse children.
Yeah,
So
it's
doing
to
things that would
prevent
curb
the
their
abuse
sexual
of
drive,
children.
removing them from
If you
environments that
can't
abuse
take
children.
away their
I
attraction,
literally just gave
can
you two
prevent
things.
help them.
So a
stop
lot of
themselves
these
from offending,
pedophiles have
maybe.
that delusion where they think that they can have a romantic relationship with children, and we all know that they can't, right? So part of getting them into therapy is about making them realize that they cannot have a romantic relationship, they cannot have a meaningful relationship, and they cannot engage in a relationship with a child without severely harming them.
That's
Mhm.
crazy,
Right?
Stardust.
Why is that crazy? No, it totally makes sense.
But yes, that's true. Like,
It totally
I mean,
makes
they
sense.
they
She
would
did
have to be
not
told
say
that. But you're
anything
talking
unreasonable.
about, again, you're talking about someone, a
You know what?
hypothetical pedophile who would be willing to go to therapy and
Mhm.
stop that sexual attraction before they commit that crime or
Well,
Right, but if there was, wouldn't you want to do that and
state of
prevent them
mind.
from
I think
hurting
being a predator
children?
takes a unique state of mind. When somebody is a predator, when somebody rapes somebody, generally they don't view that person. Their autonomy is very important. So that's why I
how do you
think we need
stop
to
them before they
intervene
do it?
before. Right, we need to
By
intervene before they
incentivizing them
challenge,
getting
right?
treatment and help, like the hypothetical that Destiny asked.
Yo,
I don't-
continue.
I don't understand why we're making this distinction between predators and pedophiles. All pedophiles are predators.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brittany.
They're not.
all
That's like
pedophiles
the
are
super
predators.
Even
regular
if they're not,
Though.
and even if they're not offending, they're still predators.
That's
The
not
way
true.
Florida-
but
Even
you
if
can't
you have a
if they're not
tiger
offending
that
them.
wants to hunt a bird, it's
It's
still
not a
fucking
wait,
tiger.
But if it never hunts
What
that
I'm
bird, then what's the
There's a
problem?
human that wants to hurt a human that's smaller and cannot defend itself and cannot consent and does not understand or comprehend romantic
But
relations.
she's making more of an argument for what Destiny's hypothetical is, because you would want to prevent that then. Like, you're just making more reason why Destiny would agree to that hypothetical, because everything she's saying is a reason why you would want to prevent that from
You know
happening.
what's a bad argument about the lion thing and whatever? That you got an animal, and even if it hasn't attacked anyone, it's still a predator. We go to zoos.
Yeah.
With a bunch of
Yeah,
animals
tigers
that are
don't
predators.
attack, yeah,
okay, and there's
they
a
don't attack,
barrier
and they don't
between
attack
us.
people. Yeah, sometimes sometimes they have handlers who they don't attack. You know, so
Yeah.
that means they're not predators. But it's the point here is she's not missing. A tiger doesn't eat that bird. The point is we're worried about the bird.
Yeah.
So if the tiger is a predator in its mind, but it's not attacking, but it's resisting its predatory urge to attack that bird, then we should agree with that, because we're worried about the bird, not the tiger.
Yeah.
Right? We want the tiger to find ways to not attack, regardless of what it thinks.
Yeah.
Because we're worried about the real world harm, which is less the bird dying. Yeah, and we're looking for a way to prevent that bird from getting eaten, or maybe we're preventing all birds from getting eaten by tigers, right?
It's
And the best way to do that is either we can try to eliminate all the tigers, or we could try to figure out how to prevent those tigers from attacking those birds.
Yeah.
Right?
Just like how we go to zoos with a bunch of these animals that would be attacking us if there weren't certain safety precautions in place for us to view those animals.
Right, exactly.
In a safe way.
Relationships or sexual interactions, and you want to prey on that, you are a predator. It doesn't matter if you act on it or not. Why are we trying to?
Yeah, but because that she's like, why are we trying to make a distinction here? Because that's what the argument is about. It's about getting predators to not be predators, to not. I don't know how to say it as a verb. Predatate. To not prey, right? That's what it is. We're trying to get predators to not prey, because then less children get harmed if we can get predators not to prey.
And this is all about reducing harm to children, which they still can't get their heads around. They'd rather the harm to children be done before they kill them.
Yeah, this is where
action
they
to
don't
the
even
predator.
realize that by arguing against the hypothetical that Destiny agreed with, they're actually arguing for more children to be hurt, or for the same amount of children to be hurt that there is now, is what they're arguing for. Because they would rather, instead of preventing a predator from preying, instead of going through that, they would prefer to let the predator just prey and catch it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And after it preys and hurts an animal, that's when we're going to come out and catch it and put it out of its misery or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, and be like, oh, well, you hurt an animal, now we're going to kill you. As opposed to trying to find, and, you know, but as opposed to agreeing that if we can find a way to prevent it from striking in the first place, then there's no harm, right?
Yeah.
Like, then we fix things, kind of.
Make
The
this
thing is with
distinction
them-
Or at least that's
incentivize
better.
them.
The
Why
thing
we-
is
I mean,
that
the
they
reason why
don't
making it
realize,
actually important is
right?
because we're trying to make it so that less children get raped
That's
rather
exactly
than
what
racists.
I'm trying to
And by
say. Yeah, that's what
normalizing
it
it is not how
They
you
do
do
have
it. By
a-
writing it down.
And they can't have to see one.
You don't
Stop
know
defending it and
how does that
They're
lead
not
to
much
less
older.
children getting
like
raped?
fucking
How
teachers.
does it lead to less? So let's say there's a serial killer who's fantasizing about murdering people. Why do you need to make that distinction in order to minimize the amount of victims? Go ahead.
What?
What? Yeah, I'm sure. Does he mean like as a serial killer is a predator, or if they just kill on a spree?
You know what? How
We do
did-
make a distinction
yeah.
between spree killers and serial killers. Serial killers are people who have the urge to kill periodically and
Yeah.
they keep trying to resist it. And a spree killer is somebody who snaps and kills a bunch of people in a spree.
In one go.
Yeah, in
and
one
we
go,
have
yeah.
there's certain things that people look for in order to distinguish between, is this person a murderer or a serial killer? There might be certain trademarks
So we
and
have
patterns that
tons
the
of
serial
distinctions.
killer
There's
commits.
mass murderers, there's spree killers, there's serial killers.
Yeah.
You know, there's
This
a
is why
one-time
there's these
murderer.
different
homicide.
distinctions
Yeah.
for
We
that.
literally
in
do have
particular.
distinctions for these, and we do have those distinctions in order to understand people better and have preventative psychological studies on it. You know, as spree killers are a different psychological study you need to do than a serial killer. Serial killer has urges that return every once in a while. A spree killer is someone who snaps, you know, and loses all ethics at the moment, and you know, and goes nuts for a period of time, and usually they wake up afterwards, commit suicide from guilt, or you know, turn themselves in, and you know, whatever, suicide by cop, whatever. But you know, usually they snap out of it and go, oh, "Fuck, what did I do?"
What
You
did
know?
I do?
Yeah.
Why do you need to recognize the distinction between a predator and a pedo in order to minimize the amount of victims?
If there's
What
a
about the-
huge difference,
Hey, he makes a good point.
Let's say for
So-
It's not a point; it's a question. He's going to
It's a
answer the
question.
question.
Sure. Wait, hold on. So
Can
let's
I
say
say
that like
something?
let.
No.
Okay, go ahead, Ash. I've spoken more than you. If you want
So here's the thing. He makes a good point on that because
That's
here's the-
not a point. That's a
it's-
question.
How we know who's going to make the next move if we constantly rely on
We don't know. The whole point of the hypothetical was to set up this therapy so that people volunteer for it.
And they can't even comprehend.
And
that
they can't even
somebody
get
would
to that
want to
point.
get
Yeah, they
help
can,
for
they keep
this.
saying that. Why would somebody want to? I mean, even if
Talk
like
to a therapist.
even if like 2% of these people turn themselves in, that's already less harm,
Yeah.
right? Even 2% of people who are gonna end up committing the crime, if even 2% don't, that's already a good reduction of harm. You know?
Yeah.
we can't punish someone until
It might not be
they
all of them. It's not a solution for all of them. This is a reduction of harm solution.
actually hurt someone.
Why?
Well, it's like great. They're allowed to.
Why can't
I'm
you-
agreeing with you.
Well, okay, but then
Wait,
what?
wait. Let me finish. Let me fucking finish. Holy shit! I've been interrupted every time I'm fucking
you
on
gonna
here.
cry?
Please do
Because
not-
she doesn't
Because you're
realize
talking
she's
to a
glitching
potato,
out too.
you-
Yeah, she's glitching out and she doesn't
You're down.
realize.
I'm
I'm
making
making
live
a
for a second.
Holy
I
shit!
thought you
I've
were
been
done.
interrupted
Go
every
ahead.
time I'm making a point to what Haz is saying. So, if you are a pedophile, right, and you are saying, well, we can't really do anything until they're not really a predator until they actually do something. But the point is, what do we do to avoid them from actually making the move? Because we can't just.
That's
wait for
what
them
his
to do
hypothetical
something and then
was.
there goes
That
the
was
other
the
person.
entire
How do you know
point.
that they're a
I
pedophile?
understand.
That was the entire point. See, this is where I say Destiny messes up too, because he should always go back to the initial hypothetical, which is what the argument is. And right here, he should have just been like, that's exactly what I agreed to in the hypothetical.
Yeah.
Is if we knew beforehand
We knew
and we
before.
can prevent them from committing it, that's what I would be for.
Yeah.
Like,
You know
Well,
what?
that's the
Here's
thing,
one of
is
the
how
things
we
that can be
question-
easily solved. Communities, stronger communities that can root out signs of this kind of thing should be able to deal out and take their own garbage out in the back.
that's
You know,
lynching. He's
That's-
basically
you
asking
want-
for communal
you want
lynching and
neighborhood
skip
police
due
watch?
process. And
Oh
he's
my
even
God.
saying they can root them out. So this is like just this.
Speculation.
Yeah,
You're
this
not-
would
you're
literally
not
lead to
even-
one guy like, hey, this guy was walking down the street and I saw him turn around and look at your daughter. Oh, really? Let's get him, you know,
Yeah,
and they're
yeah.
going to get him, you know. Meanwhile,
I-
we might have not even been looking at that. It's just,
Yeah.
this is why we don't have mob mentality
No.
and, you know, and we have due process.
No, hold on. Wait, what? Oh my god.
I have a question. I have a
Yeah.
question.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. I want to know Ash's answer. How do you know who's a pedophile if nobody's offended? What do you even?
Listen
Well,
to
I
Well,
actually did
let's say
answer
someone, let's say someone
I-
is consuming child pornography, or they have like a diary where they're entertaining these fantasies, whatever. These are all indications that people could be pedos.
This is
How do
so
you
of
find
all
that
the
stuff?
people
Find
that
that.
molest
My
children,
God.
like
Look at
10% of them have ever
TV for
used child
Yeah, and we already have, like
Very,
he's
very
saying, if
small
they're looking at
minority.
child
Yeah,
pornography.
yeah,
I didn't
I-
know
yeah,
this
yeah, I-
statistic.
yeah,
That is
that-
such a
That's
weird
already
That's
lost
it. You're not
now.
gonna know who's a pedo.
If you care
until
about
they
the
reveal
subject,
them.
you'll know about it,
I'm
right?
not-
But the point of that, see, this is why this guy sucks. He's like, you're not gonna know.
I think
And it's
I
like the
get-
point of the hypothetical was that we would know.
Yeah.
That was the point of the
I think this Chrissy person brought this Haas guy in to steamroll over Stardust and Destiny when they talk, because he always butts in when these two both talk, and they're talking.
Sitting here drunk reading studies, and they all say there's no correlation either way, so it's not going to make you rate more or rate less.
But you're not going to know who's a pedo until they reveal themselves in some way. Obviously, that's true. Right. How would you know otherwise?
Well, because if we have a better system than Haas's system of take them out into the trash and murder them as soon as we figure it out, then maybe people will go to therapy and do something until they have.
I used very ambiguous language. I'm a lawyer, Destiny. Thank you. Anyway, what I was trying to say
that lynching is a
the system you're proposing is basically what you're trying to say is we're going to basically tell them you're not going to be in trouble if you're a pedo, just so we can find out who you are and help you. But the thing is, Destiny, the nature of the pathology is to be hidden. It doesn't matter how much you're like, oh yeah, we're gonna try to help you, or we're gonna
but those ones who remain hidden are the same thing. That's not changing in this situation. Right. What's changing are the ones who don't want to offend and want to seek some way of help and resist the urge to offend.
Work with you, something like that. They will always try to keep it hidden. They're never going to come out in the open and face society's ostracization.
Okay, then his hypothetical's gone. Then you don't even.
You're literally answer the question.
Might not want them to be executed legally, whatever. But the people and people's everyday sentiments, which matter way more, always will.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about. Changing those sentiments. That's what the whole.
You will never change those sentiments that lie in the heart.
Then why are we even talking about this then? Why not just open with that? What you instead of just wasting your time saying a whole bunch of dumb shit, you should say, "Hey, nobody's mind is going to change on this, so we just shouldn't."
I'm just trying to defend the common sense. Do you earnestly believe you're going to change people's common sense deeply embedded?
Why do you say common sense? Common sense is begging the question.
Because we are a society of parents.
Intellectual
because we are a society of parents.
Common sense says I can know this.
Because we're a society of parents and families who love their want to protect their children. The only two parents in here right now are Destiny and Lauren. And they are able to understand most likely what is being said to them. But other people that aren't parents, like Stardust, is the only other one that's able to understand like the point of view.
What I think is funny is this: is Haas wasn't here before, so he doesn't even realize his argument goes against Brittany's argument. Because Brittany's argument is that what Destiny's trying to do is normalize it. Yeah. And what Haas is telling him is you can't there's no way you could possibly normalize it. Nobody will ever let it be normalized. So he's making an opposite argument to Venti. Destiny is not making either of these arguments. But what's funny is they don't even realize they're arguing against each other. Yeah. And Brittany's staying quiet now. She's not saying, no, you're wrong. He's trying to normalize it. That's what they're doing. If you can't normalize it, then why are you afraid of that and using that as an argument? Obviously, you're afraid that it can be normalized. So Haas wouldn't use that as an argument, but Brittany does. They don't even. Them two should be arguing. They have the opposing arguments.
We are going to hate pedos.
I have a question.
What's that?
Wait, someone has a question that hasn't spoken in a while. Who is that?
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask, Haas, do you think we should punish people who have a preference for women who are very?
Shut the fuck up. I didn't hear what she said.
For women who have. Okay. So do you think we should punish people who have a preference for women who are very petite and flat-chested and have very thin legs?
Obviously not. No.
But also it depends on how old this woman is.
They only brought
women are always over age, right? You're not a woman until you're an adult, right?
Obviously not. I don't see what's relevant about that point. I mean, yes, there could be people who have certain like pedo-like attractions toward adults, but that's not yet pedophilia. Like,
do you think that all people who like alcohol or alcoholics?
You have the right to view it as.
But see, this is where they have the problem with this argument, because legally it's not yet pedophilia. But what Destiny was saying was philosophically, or psychologically, it is. What they're doing is sating their pedophilia with somebody who's of legal age, but appears to be that, right? Like, so that's a different thing. Like, so he's wrong on that. Legally, he's right, because legally, once a person's an adult, doesn't matter. You know, they could be a midget and look like they're a 6-year-old. And, if they're an adult, they're an adult. There's nothing we could do about it legally. But psychologically, that doesn't mean that. That's why we're saying with that 90-day fiance, I truly believe that older dude was wanting to marry that 19-year-old Filipina chick because she looks like she's 12.
girls.
Yeah, that's literally why I think it's. I think deep down inside he's really a pedophile who doesn't act out on his urges, but tries to marry people of that, that look that way and try to keep people
kind
that
of
age.
desire.
Creepy, but you don't have the right to act on it as a society.
And it's funny on that show, 90 Day Fiance, you do see that a lot. You do see a lot of like 30 and up people wanting to marry 18, 19-year-olds,
I think
and
that
they
all,
look like little kids.
People who like alcohol are alcoholics.
What?
That's not the same thing.
That's
definitely
not
the same thing.
Wait, what
not
are you
the
talking
same.
about?
Why not?
One is an addiction. Alcoholism is an addiction.
No,
Yeah, we
that's
don't
not
do-
the same as
Sawdust,
calming
the
kids.
rule
And
is
a
no
petite woman
comparison
is a
here. We
woman.
cannot
Yeah,
compare
that's
things.
exactly the
People's
rule is
minds
no
fucking fall
comparison.
She's a grown
apart
woman.
when you compare things
Okay.
here, okay? Don't do it.
What's
Don't waste your
it?
time.
No, I'm
Okay.
trying to
Alright.
say
I'm
alcoholism
just
is an
going back a little
addiction. Yes, there could be people who
I think
have
she's just
certain
repeating
like
what they said. It's an
pedo-like
addiction.
attractions toward adults, but that's
I got
not
too
yet
far.
pedophilia. Like,
Do you think
overt
that all people
It's
who
kind
like
of creepy,
alcohol are
and
alcoholics?
you have the right to view it as creepy, but
But maybe alcoholics isn't right. She should have made the analogy of, do you think all people who like alcohol drink alcohol? Because just because you like alcohol and want to drink alcohol doesn't mean
that
you're
you're
going to drink alcohol. You
Yeah.
can resist drinking alcohol. So if they do resist drinking alcohol, you're going to call them an alcoholic. You can call them a drinker. Does that
you
count?
don't
You wanna
have the
take them
right
out
to
in the
act
trash?
Is
on
a
it as
pothead somebody
society.
who smokes weed or somebody
Do you
who
think
wants
that
to
all
smoke weed? Something like
people
that.
who like alcohol are alcoholics?
What?
That's not the same thing.
That's
definitely not the
talking
same
about?
thing.
Wait, what
not
are you
the
talking
same.
about?
Why not?
One is an addiction.
not the same.
Alcoholism is an addiction.
No,
Yeah, we
that's
don't
not
do
the same as
Sawdust.
calming
The
kids.
rule
And
is
a
no
petite woman
comparison.
It is a
here.
little
We
off,
cannot
that
do
would say.
comparisons because people's minds fucking fall
But I
apart
get
woman.
what
when you
she's
compare
trying to
things
say,
here,
what she
okay?
was
Don't
trying
do
to
it.
make an
Don't waste
analogy.
your
No,
time.
I'm trying to
Alright.
say
Was whether
alcoholism
somebody,
is an
just because
addiction.
somebody has the
Like,
urge
what are
to
you-
do
what
something
comparison
doesn't
So
mean that
if
they're
somebody
going to
is
act on it, or
inherently
that we
has
should
an
treat them as somebody who
inherent
would act on it.
attraction to children, wouldn't that be something kind of similar, like to
No,
No, it's not.
Hold on.
It's not the same at all.
Let me
They don't understand.
alcohol.
The analogy isn't. They don't understand how analogies work. They're doing the same thing people always do. The analogy isn't that there's an equal level of bad or whatever. The analogy is the train of thought that somebody who is addicted to something or wants to act out on these urges, how they resist it. You know what I'm saying? And if they resist it, then they're not. I know people who have addictive personalities and they tell me, I don't drink, I don't do any kind of drugs or anything like that, or anything that's addictive, because I know once I do, I get addicted to it. And they resist them. They go through their lives. They don't drink coffee. They don't drink, they're like straight edge and shit. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink this and that. I even barely drink soda, shit like that. Like there's people who do that because they know how they are, right? Yeah. And if you're doing that, should we treat you as a person who does those things because you want to do those things, even though you resist it, right?
somebody has
Listen,
genetic
I'm going to
a genetic
entertain it.
trait. Wait, if somebody has a genetic trait,
Yeah, I'm gonna
genetic
entertain
trait
it.
to be an
Let's say- no, let me
alcoholic,
entertain it.
and somebody
Let me
has a
entertain it.
genetic trait
Now,
to
let
be
me
a
tell you something.
pedophile, then
No,
what?
I get the
mean,
point. I'll entertain it.
No, because there are studies that show that it can happen.
I don't know if pedophilia is something people are born with. I personally doubt it. But let me just entertain and assume that you're correct.
I think to some
that people
extent,
are born
everybody's
that
born
way.
with some sort
That's
of,
not
you
our
know what I'm
problem.
saying? Like,
we don't care. Even if God made them that way.
like
God,
all kinds of actions are there's people that have been born who are predisposed to do those actions, right? It's not always the case, but I think like even with pedophilia, it might be a small number of people that are born that way. It might always, for the most part, 99% of the time be something that's like doesn't trigger off when you get older to change, to mature your tastes, as you get older. But I think that in some cases there is probably a genetic disposition to some hereditary lines that want younger people. You know what I'm saying?
God condemned them.
And this is a natural thing where you'll see men with younger women. It happens all the time. Women tend to be attracted to older men. Older men tend to be attracted to younger women, right? This is a thing that happens at all level ranges. Even like you'll see 60-year-olds date 50-year-olds or 50, like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it happens at all ranges.
So we might as well just advocate for the killing of just people based on things that they're born with now,
Yeah,
right?
thought crime. Yeah, this is Minority Report. You're gonna punish people before they commit crimes, and we're just gonna predict that they will. Which was the theory. Like Minority Report was a story written by Philip K. Dick in the future. While they take 2-3 ESP people with ESP that they have mind power, they can predict the future, and they basically rig them up to a machine that shows the police crimes from the future. So what they do is what the police do in this timeline is they see the crime before it happens and then go arrest the person before it happens. And that's what's called they call that minority report, which is you're being arrested for doing something you haven't even done yet, right? Yeah. But what happens is eventually they find out, like the main character, the police main detective, eventually he's comes up on as committing a crime. And eventually you find out that there are different branching pathways that people, when they see the future, they're actually seeing branching pathways. And it doesn't always mean that that future will happen. You know what I'm saying? So they're basically arresting people for a possible future, but they don't know this. They think that it's always correct, but they eventually find out that they've been arresting people and punishing them for a possible future that may not even happen.
How?
You know what?
Like, what's your background?
But it brings up, but the point of the story is to bring up the conversation as if we know somebody is going to commit a crime, should we arrest them and punish them for that crime before they've even committed it? You know what I'm saying? Or do we give them the chance to commit it first? Or do we create ways and try to figure out ways to prevent them from committing that crime? It's almost the same exact conversation. Is the point of that story? Is basically for you to have this conversation.
You know what, Stardust?
Literally,
I didn't advocate for killing. I didn't advocate for killing and murder.
Only said that there should be
and also
down for people.
Well, then let's just put. Okay, so we'll take a step back. We'll take a step back. Okay, so we'll take a step back. So we'll just put everybody in jail of a certain thing,
You can't attribute to me a position that is not allowed.
With things that they're born with, right? Things that they're born with. We'll just throw them in jail for them, whether they've committed a crime or not. Let's just arbitrarily decide now to throw people.
If someone is born a
dude, you know what you're advocating for?
If someone is born a
but the way she's doing it, look at she's doing it. It looks like someone else is touching.
You have to fucking murder someone. That's what a murder is.
So you can't be born a pedo then, can you?
Yeah.
A pedophile doesn't mean you actually abuse someone. A pedophile, you have an attraction towards someone.
But they will outwardly manifest pedophilic.
Not all the time. That's the whole
Or
point.
outwardly manifest pedophilia. But where do we draw the line and understand that maybe sometimes those aren't pedophilic behaviors? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if there's a guy who just likes to watch kids have fun and play games, and it's like, brings me back to when I was a kid, and he's sitting on a bench watching these kids playing on a playground. In his mind, he's like, man, I remember those times. I remember jumping up that jungle gym, so much fun. Meanwhile, the neighborhood's looking at him like, he's always watching those kids. He must be a pedophile. And then you're gonna punish that guy. How do you know? These are the reasons why we don't have the community and mob mentality and stuff like that. Because we don't know these things. We need due process. I would prefer somebody investigate that guy and find out more than make that conclusion.
Touching children,
but this was happening in Australia, I remember, where they were pushing it kind of far. Some guy was complaining because he had a seat. He got a ticket, and he happened to sit next to two unsupervised children. And he's just a guy. He doesn't have any prior offenses or anything. And they made him move his seat. And they told him he has to move his seat because there's actually a rule that men can't sit with children that are unaccompanied. And I'm like, why not? But you'll sit them next to strange women? Like, that doesn't make sense either to me. Like, that to me, that doesn't track. And it's like, you're already assuming this guy that because he's a man, that he's a predator and he's gonna hurt these children. You're right. You're making assumptions for it's almost that minority report thing. You've almost punished him for a crime before he could commit it. Yeah. And you don't even know if he committed it. It's a paranoia. Really.
No, just because he manifests it.
And it's like we can't always fearmonger and live off our paranoia. You know what I'm saying? I understand some of these things are egregious and we want to prevent them. But we can't always act out of paranoia and fear for each other, because that's what creates mob mentality. Yeah. When we're paranoid and afraid of each other for arbitrary reasons, that's what's going to create these weird mob mentalities where we lynch people and, and we treat people how they, don't deserve to be treated.
It's alcoholism, right?
Wait, how otherwise would you find out about them? Other than the fact that we're manifesting them in our society in some kind of way.
Can lead
we
to
should not tolerate
families,
this corruption. Simple as that.
Oh my gosh, no! It's not the same
Alcoholism
thing.
can lead to you, hurting people around you, right?
But it is not that.
The same thing.
Okay, I love you,
It's
Lauren.
not
This has
the
been a
same
dramatic waste of
thing.
time.
It is not that.
Okay,
Grasping
You're gonna
for
leave?
straws to justify
I have to go to sleep.
it.
It's fucking 3.
I mean, it is a good time to go. It's totally devolved into the argument that it's not anymore. Like the whole hypothetical that this all started from has completely gone out the window. Nobody's even addressing it anymore at this point. So it's like, what do you do now? Like, there's really no point for Destiny to stay on there anymore. Monkey and yeah, it's this is a good thing to watch as a way to show how people don't listen and how people automatically just have this position that they can't let go, and no matter what, they're gonna be uncharitable. And like I said, this is just like when Sean debates like Lance or Vosh, and they all do the same thing. They all come in uncharitable. They don't listen to what you actually have to say, and they just want to label you as some sort of evil thing.
They're too emotional about the topic, and yeah, that's the only thing that they can run off of is just emotion.
The way I see this is, if you know you're this emotional, Brittany Venti even said it herself, we're furious. Why are you not furious? Because we're having a discussion about something. You don't have to be super furious when you have a discussion about something that's not happening at the moment. We're just discussing. It's not like people are literally doing this right now, you know. And Destiny's not even saying anything controversial. So it's really like you're exposing yourself for being way too emotional to have this conversation. And if that's the case, don't ever have this conversation. Nobody's telling you have to have this conversation. If you're too emotional to have it, don't have it. It's as simple as that. You can literally, Brittany Venti at the beginning of this could have literally said, I get too emotional talking about this, I'm gonna go, you know, like, and that's fine. I don't think anybody would have shamed her for that, you know. I don't think Destiny would have shamed her for that. I think Destiny would have been like, all right, you know, that's very mature of you to recognize that, you know. But yeah, we're gonna get going. We thought this was funny, and it's a good example of how certain people just can't have arguments or discussions. Like, it just doesn't work for them. On certain topics, it works the same, right, left, middle, whatever. Everybody has that one topic probably, or topics, maybe more than one, where they get way too emotional and can't have that argument. So, but the best solution for that is to not have it and just move on and don't ever have that discussion.